de fazer história, tudo nosso, nada deles, pra cima!
Ali era a queda da nossa vida, a gente tinha que, o ano todo que nós treinamos, nós tínhamos que ficar naquela queda. A gente tava saindo ali do barco, subindo no morro, aí acho que foi MT7 que fala, mano, tão chupetando reto em nós, reto em nós. E aí, tipo, começa a vir uns passarinhos assim, ó, 1, 2, 3, tudo caindo no chão, assim, a gente matando muito fácil. Nós mata o águia, nós... Que isso, mano? 10 balas de lança no último dos caras.
Viado, agora, irmão, você tem que pensar, pode pegar aqui o dele, não, ele tá um monte também, olha, pegou a chupeta, pegou a chupeta aqui, vou.
Ele tá cheio de bala de lança, a gente vai dar bom, a gente vai matar um monte, a gente vai dar um bullying.
Aí eu escutei eu não acredito.
Coordenar certinho, o box fala pra gente rodar direito. 4 dando direito, 4 dando direito.
No final é só gritaria. Roda direita. Tava uma loucura, mas o que é importante é que você vai entender. Gira direito.
E os caras rodando junto, rodando junto. Mas a gente sabe a hora de parar, a gente sabe a hora de trocar tiro.
Escuta, roda mais.
A gente passa por baixo da escadinha assim, o Gil deita um e cai. E aí chega uma hora que não tem como mais girar, a gente bate de frente com os caras.
Paramos na hora certa, o último matou 3 lá, eu matei 2.
E nesse tempo que o Gil caiu, a Twitch começou a encostar, querer pegar nossas costas. Aí nós já deu dash aqui nas costas deles. E aí fica eu, o Bops MT7, contra 2 deles, né? Aí o Bops derruba um, o MT cai e fica 2x1.
O MLS consegue me derrubar também.
Mais um jogador do gel, só tem Bops e boot, 2 jogadores agora, vambora Bops, pra cima deles não!
Aí fica 1x1.
Os golpes na hora lá, todo mundo, são mais tudo.
Respira, irmão, só mais tudo, então melhor.
Os gatilhos, assim, pode se dizer, e falar, sou mais você, sou mais a gente.
Aí eu falei, nossa, mas eu também sou, vambora, passo um deles. E não tinha como eu perder aquele X1 pela energia que eu tava naquela hora ali do time todo.
Eu pulo pro mesmo lado que ele, a gente se encontra e eu deletei ele sem nem perder vida. Mandei ele de volta pra casa, triste.
A gente conseguiu a tua histórica, porque sem ele não seria possível.
Vambora, boot ainda no jogo, é contigo garoto, bate no peito, chama a responsa, vai que é tua!
Aí a gente foi lá, comemorou o dia e ficou tipo, cara, será que deu certo? Será que não deu? E aí? Deu nós? O que aconteceu? Como que tá? Aí ainda bem que eu não sou muito rápido, porque eu tava tremendo já.
O Camilota já começou a falar.
Grita junto comigo! Fluxo! Equipe campeã! Parabéns!
O Fluxo, equipe campeão.
Aí eu olhar pro lado dele já chorando muito. Aí fala qualquer coisa e começa a chorar. Primeiro já sai tirar o fone, começar a chutar assim, igual uma criança. Passa um filme na cabeça que você passa o ano todo, a vida toda, tipo, vivendo pro jogo. Aí mudou, eu não consegui, mano. Esse assunto do Rio de Janeiro delicado. Chororô, aí eu chorei, meu pai chorou, minha mãe chorou, aí meu irmão tava lá, meu sobrinho.
Então acho que esse título é para todos eles que me ajudaram a ser quem eu sou, me educaram e estiveram comigo nos meus melhores e meus piores momentos.
Uma palavra? Nossa senhora.
De gratidão. Acho que a palavra certa é gratidão.
Gratidão? Gratidão é bom?
É realização.
Acho que união. Grato por tudo, grato pelo título, grato pela minha família bem, meus amigos bem, todo mundo bem.
É muita emoção para a família ver um filho sendo campeão mundial.
Se tornamos as pessoas com mais título dentro do jogo, bizarro, porque até ano passado, 2003, eu não tinha ganho nada ainda, eu era só um molequinho feliz jogando a LBFF.
Eu acho que nesse próximo mundial vão aprender a respeitar mais a gente.
E pra quando trombar com nós dentro de jogo, ficar em choque, sentir medo, tremer, porque todo mundo sabe quando é nós. Os caras ficam em choque, os caras tremem, porque sabem que nós não vamos errar. Foi glorioso, foi grandioso, nós conseguimos, nós somos campeões.
Dear survivors, 2024 was a year of incredible plays and unforgettable moments. But legends are forged in the fires of competition. From zero to hero, the journey to victory starts again. 2025 promises even more intense action, more thrilling victories, and a legacy that will be shaped from passion. Let's dive into the roadmap and major changes of Free Fire Esports 2025. First up, let's have a look at the FFWS series. We're bringing you all the thrilling action from top-tier regional leagues in Brazil, Latin America, Southeast Asia, Middle East and Africa, and Pakistan. Pre-seasons leagues will happen in Feb to March, then most of the leagues will start around April 2025. 2 epic FFWS SEA offline showdowns are coming up. Hanoi, Vietnam for the spring season, and Bangkok, Thailand for the fall season. And of course, we're working on expanding our esports footprint by activating more regions in 2025. After dominating regional leagues, the elites will converge on Riyadh, Saudi Arabia for the EWC in July. Then, the ultimate battle arrives. FFWS Global Finals in Jakarta, Indonesia, birthplace of Free Fire Esports legends. Prepare for an unforgettable spectacle. Next up is major changes in our format in 2025 to enhance audience experience. Get ready for a thrilling new format called Champion Rush. In the final match, teams race to achieve the Champion Rush point. Once a team hits that mark and secures the next Booyah, they are crowned champions. After 8 games, if we cannot find a champion team with Booyah, the highest ranking team will be the champion. This high-octane format will push our top players to their absolute limits, delivering adrenaline-fueled action in every final match. We also look for a new layer of strategic depth in 2025. We're implementing the unique active skill rule. Each team member must equip a different active skill, forcing teams to adapt and showcase diverse play styles in every match. And last, we keep building a stronger esports ecosystem. This year, we have a global talent development program that empowers local teams, players, and talents to reach their full potential. Let's make 2025 an unforgettable year for Free Fire Esports fans. Together, we'll create a vibrant and exciting competitive scene where legends are shaped.
São 17 pontos na mão deles e 3 times brasileiros zerados.
A missão difícil mas no fim das contas são 6 quedas que vão ditar quem vai ser o grande campeão.
Será que o Bops pode ser um jogador que vai ganhar 2 títulos seguidos no Mundial? Será?
Respira, entrega nas mãos de Deus, vamos fazer dar certo, tá bom? Marcha, mano, nós ganharemos, mano. Nós venceremos, nós venceremos, rapaziada. Nós iremos vencer, mano. Vocês tomar pé Kalahari, mas nós sabemos que não foi fácil chegar até aqui. O Mundial no Rio foi uma grande felicidade pra todos nós.
Mano, aí eu, fiquei na mente assim, caraca, eu tenho que ganhar logo em casa, minha família vai estar. Quem não gosta de ganhar em casa?
Quando anunciou que teria torcida, eu fiquei muito feliz porque poderia ser campeão e mostrar pra minha mãe, pro meu pai presencialmente, pra minha irmã presencialmente, pros fãs do Fluxo presencialmente.
Tá do nosso lado, tá na nossa casa, a gente vai defender o título em casa. É o Brasil, não iríamos fazer feio pra nossa torcida, né? Todo mundo apoiando, vibrando, torcendo, gritando, não tem como. O troféu desceu ali, saiu do airdrop. Começa a entrar os times. Aquela música, quando nós entra, barulheira do caramba. Todo mundo empolgado, todo mundo feliz. Então, antes de entrar pro jogo lá, a gente tinha conversado que mesmo com a diferença de ponto ali, de 17 pontos que eles tinham, a gente não queria saber, a gente ia atrás, ia buscar. Ali eu falei, mano, hoje nós vamos fazer história novamente. Eu me arrepiei todo assim, a torcida gritando, a família lá em cima, não sabia pra onde olhar. Até deu uma tropeçadinha na hora do palco.
Aguenta coração, pega sua pipoca, porque a decolagem foi autorizada!
Pô, primeira queda, vamos se soltar, ficar tranquilo.
tipo, tirar um pouco do nervosismo, da euforia.
A gente tem um top 5 interessantíssimo pro Fluxo também, que consegue segurar muito bem essa colocação.
A gente ficou um pouco atrás e a gente falou, não, ainda dá. A gente sabe que dá. É 5 quedas. Nosso time é o melhor time desse mundo.
Agora é hora! Agora é hora! É o bicho papão do endgame! Olha! Fluxo! É Buia brasileiro! A torcida faz barulho, coloca a arena carioca abaixo!
No primeiro buia, que foi na segunda queda, a gente ficou tranquilo. Tipo, o primeiro buia, opa, tamo no jogo. Tava todo mundo muito confiante.
Joena, o último jogador da squad pra cima dele! Nós somos o bicho papão do endgame!
Arena Carioca que transbordando. 3 partidas, 2 buias do Fluxo.
Nova Terra é o nosso melhor mapa, assim, em questão de pontuação.
Nós tínhamos ali a convicção de que a Bigetron poderia não cair com nós e poderia fazer um jogo mais tranquilo. Só que a Bigetron veio com nós. Parece que foi de um jeito pra prejudicar mesmo.
Abandonado, MT7, último jogador da squad, não! O Fluxo cai top 12.
Acaba zerando numa partida que infelizmente não poderia zerar.
Não é possível, viu? Tomar no c, mano. Filho da puta ainda, Vitor.
Os caras conseguiram cair melhor, mataram a gente, caímos no top 12.
Depois daquela queda zerada, você dá uma respirada assim, aí você olha assim em volta. Putz, será que dá agora? Tomamos um choque de realidade, tá ligado? O time todo em silêncio, a torcida em choque.
E a gente ficou 15 minutos assistindo a queda.
Então, dos outros 15 minutos, era um animando o outro pra última queda, falando, mano, vamos que dá, vamos que dá. A gente sempre tem que acreditar até o final.
Tá Mac, tropa. Tem última queda, pô. Última queda, cara. Acreditar, mano. Acreditar até o final, rapaz. Vai ser sinistro, mano. Eu quebro esse palco, vamos trocar tiro toda hora, mano. Toda hora não trocar tiro. É isso.
E um dia antes eu liguei pra minha mãe, conversei bastante com ela. Eu nunca duvidei de mim mesmo. E aí foi uma classificatória muito difícil, onde eu comecei a duvidar de mim mesmo. E ela só falando, amanhã é o dia, a gente tá com você, vai dar tudo certo, vai tá lindo. Eu tô rodeado de pessoas que me amam, que confiam em mim. Eu tô com Deus, eu não tenho por que duvidar de mim. Amanhã vai ser o dia de novo e eu vou conseguir virar essa chave. Quando eu fui na GH pela primeira vez, estava o troféu do Nobru, do troféu do Mundial. Eu olhei pro meu pai, eu olhei pro troféu e falei, aí pai, um dia eu vou ter um desse. Aí meu pai lembrou, tipo, meu pai falou comigo, meu pai falou, lembra daquele dia que você falou, que você me mostrou o troféu do Nobru? Você falou que ia ter um desse, então, tipo, tô sentindo que vai ser amanhã. Se Deus quiser, vai se realizar. E eu confio muito em você, confio muito nos meninos, que vai dar bom. Pensar na família, mano, é o que mais faz seguir, é o que mais me fez seguir, o que mais me trouxe forças. Quando eu desacreditava, ali na quinta partida, que você pensava, mano, será que vai dar? Eles trouxeram uma esperança a mais, sabe, de que, mano, tudo é possível. Eles acreditam em nós, então tudo é possível pra nós.
É isso, rapaziada. Respira, entrega nas mãos de Deus, vamos fazer dar certo, tá bom? Marcha, mano. Nós ganharemos, mano. Nós venceremos, rapaziada. Nós iremos vencer, mano.
Eu acho que, olhando assim, eu sou o espelho do time, então se eu demonstrar fraqueza ou se eu demonstrar medo, o time vai ficar com medo, o time vai enfraquecer. Eu tenho que estar 100% confiante, eu tenho que trazer a confiança pro meu time.
Começou! É a última partida, nosso último game. É hora de fazer história. Tudo nosso, nada deles, pra cima!
Ali era a queda da nossa vida, a gente tinha que, o ano todo que nós treinamos, nós tínhamos que dedicar naquela queda. A gente tava saindo ali do barco, subindo o morro, aí acho que foi MT7 que fala, mano, tão chupetando reto em nós. E aí, tipo, começa a vir uns passarinhos assim, ó, 1, 2, 3, tudo caindo no chão assim, a gente matando muito fácil. Nós mata o Águia, que isso, mano? 10 balas de lança no ult dos caras.
Viado. Bora, irmão. Vamos ser campeão. Bora, caralho. A gente não deixa. Pode pegar aqui o dele. Não vai pegar um monte também. Olha, pegou o chupeta. Pegar um chupeta daqui.
Ele tá cheio de bala de lança, a gente vai dar bom, a gente vai matar um monte, a gente vai dar o buia.
Aí eu escutei eu acredito.
A gente soube que coordenar certinho, o Bops falando pra gente rodar direito. Foi os 4 rodando direito, os 4 rodando direito.
No final é só gritaria. Roda direita, roda direita. Tava uma loucura, mas o que é importante é que aquilo dá pra entender. Gira direito.
E os caras rodando juntos, eles rodando junto. Mas a gente sabe a hora de parar, a gente sabe a hora de trocar tiro.
Direito, tô indo. Esquerda pulando, colocando. Escuta, roda mais. Tamo atrás de tu, papai. Tem direito.
A gente passa por baixo da escadinha assim, o Gil deita um e cai. E aí chega uma hora que não tem como mais girar, a gente bate de frente com os caras.
Paramos na hora certa, o Guti matou 3 lá, eu matei 2.
E nesse tempo que o Gil caiu, a Twitch começou a encostar, querer pegar nossas costas. Aí nós já deu dash aqui nas costas deles. E aí fica eu, Bops MT7 contra 2 deles, né? Aí o Bops derruba um, o MT cai e fica 2x1.
O MLS consegue me derrubar também.
Mais um jogador no gel, só tem Bops e Boot. 2 jogadores agora, vambora Bops, pra cima deles não.
Aí fica 1x1.
O Bops na hora lá, todo mundo, só mais tu, Boot, só mais tu.
Respira, irmão. É o melhor.
Descobri que o Guti tem um gatilho, assim, pode-se dizer, em falar, sou mais você, sou mais a gente.
Aí eu falei, não, se eles eram mais eu também sou, vambora, pra cima deles. E não tinha como eu perder aquele X1 pela energia que eu tava naquela hora ali do time todo.
Eu pulo pro mesmo lado que ele, a gente se encontra e eu deletei ele sem nem perder vida. Mandei ele de volta pra casa, triste.
O Butizinho conseguiu a tua histórica, porque sem ele o título não seria possível.
Vambora, Boot ainda no jogo, é contigo garoto. Bate no peito, chama a responsa, vai que é tua!
Aí a gente foi lá, comemorou o buia e ficou tipo, caraca, será que deu certo? Será que não deu? E aí, deu nós? O que aconteceu? Como que tá? Aí ainda bem que anunciou muito rápido, porque eu tava tremendo já.
A Camilota já começando a falar.
Grita junto comigo, Fluxo, equipe campeã! Brasil! Parabéns!
Do Fluxo, equipe campeão.
Aí eu olhar pro lado, o Guti já chorando muito. Mano, fala qualquer coisa e ele começa a chorar. A primeira reação é tirar o fone, começar a chorar assim, igual uma criança. Passa um filme na cabeça que você passou o ano todo, a vida toda, tipo, vivendo pro jogo. Aí mudou. Cara, eu não... Gente, não vou conseguir, eu acho. Esse assunto do Mundial é muito delicado. Chororô. Aí eu chorei, meu pai chorou, minha mãe chorou, aí meu irmão tava lá, meu sobrinho.
Então acho que esse título é para todos eles que me ajudaram a ser quem eu sou, me educaram e estiveram comigo nos meus melhores e meus piores momentos.
Uma palavra?
welcome survivors, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls. My name is AJ. I'm the Mustachio down here with Husky. This is the Free Fire World Series Southeast Asia 2025 preseason. This time round, we have Clash Squads, baby. The top 8 teams that survived Battle Royale, that even conquered Battle Royale, are here now to compete in a single elimination bracket for Clash Squad, Husky.
Yeah, it's pretty crazy. 4 or 5 years of evolution of the league, we finally come to a year where it's a total revamp. We got a super exciting year coming up ahead. I think when they announced the format changes, a lot of us were scratching our heads wondering what's going on. But this is the whole purpose of the preseason, to get every single player and audience, to get their guts ready for what's about to come. And Clash Squad, a mode that we used to play for show matches, is now in the official league. I can't wait.
Yeah, absolutely, man. I mean, obviously, we've got some cold hard cash on the table as well. We told you guys $50,000 US for the preseason, 30,000 out of that, of course, for Battle Royale, 20,000 waiting for the players here. That only the top 8 teams have survived, have moved on forth. Let's see exactly who can conquer, because if you get that number 1 spot once again, you've got $8,000 US here. Buriram, they conquered the point rush but could not get it done on the grand finals. RRQ swiped the 8K back in Battle Royale, so perhaps we're going to see a little bit of a comeback here.
Yeah, hopefully, for BRU, they can kind of get that W here. We got 2 days for it, but of course, with the format, with the state of the format, it is going to be very important to win every single match. And if you end up as the MVP, there's an extra $500 on the table. So plenty of prizes for these players to kind of kickstart their year.
Absolutely, sir. And of course, in Battle Royale, we had the exact same thing as well, where we were looking for the MVP, and that's from Team RRQ. The tournament timeline, it is super simple. Now, we've only got 2 days of play, today and tomorrow. Today is the quarterfinals, where we start off with 8-team single elimination bracket, which means 4 teams will go home today. Tomorrow, on the 16th of March, is the grand finals, where we'll have the semifinals first, where we'll kick out 2 more teams and then head on into our grand finals, which is going to be a best of 5.
Yeah, absolutely. And of course, every single match, it's you have 11 rounds in total, right? So see, first to 6th is going to take the cake, but at the same time, for those who haven't been catching up to speed with some format changes, right? You can only have 1 unique skill per team in each team, so no more duplicates, no more double Tatsuya shenanigans, no more double Skylar stuff. It's all individual. Format is very straightforward, like you pointed out, AJ. Quarterfinals today, and tomorrow we run both semis and grand finals, and we will see who walks away with another 8K.
So these are all best of 3 and best of 5 games. Each game has got 11 rounds. So it's best of 11 rounds, like you said, Husky, earlier on. The first team to reach 6 round victories will secure 1 game. And of course, the rest of it, you guys can make those calculations in your head. We're looking for the top 4 teams from the day, and the way these matches have been drafted, they've done the first seeded team takes on the 8th seed, the second seeded team takes on the 7th seed, and so on. So we're going to see quite one-sided matches initially here as well. But like you also mentioned, the unique active skills, we don't need to deal with multiple Tatsuyas dashing around the battlefield anymore.
Yeah, it's 1 per team, and it does, I think in the new format explained, they did mention, right, it unlocks a lot more tactical and strategic versatility for all these players. We got to really think about how to manage your resources in these games, and it also partially eliminates the problem of having a character that is so strong that you have to have multiple copies of it. Not applicable anymore.
Yeah, absolutely, right? Now we get to see different flavors from each and every single squad out there. Of course, many of them run roughly the exact same sort of a setup. If you see a sniper, the sniper build is, pretty much similar. You have some variations now and then. I really like how RRQ went out on a limb to experiment with a few different, setups. Even Buriram, map after map, they come in with different active and passive skills. But when you look at Clash Squad, it's all going to be focused on those active skills only, and obviously if you can flex those shots, you are going to climb up the leaderboard pretty quickly.
Then also is a very good place to see where these teams stands in these strategic 4v4s, right? We've emphasized this time and time again. No matter how good you are, if you need to be able to excel in combat, and Clash Squad is the place to do so. But because of the seeding, we are going to see some potentially lopsided clashes. Hopefully that's not the case, especially when we have teams like Todak who has not been able to make it to a stage like this in quite a while.
And this is the bracket for the day. First match, we start things off with the champion RRQ Kazu taking on the Malaysian team Todak that scraped through after they sneaked the spot away through a tiebreaker against Core Memory. And by the way, a little bit of a correction, the MVP for Battle Royale was not Dutch, it was Abe with 4 MVPs to his name as well as 61 eliminations. So we're going to start the day off pretty hot here, Husky.
Yeah, pretty hot and pretty scary matchup, right, for all the Todak fans there. I was joking around with a peer and I was like, man, Todak as an organization, they have been so successful and established, but the one thing that they could not run away from is RRQ. No matter it's Free Fire or any other game titles out there, it's always Todak and RRQ. And this is also one of it, right, where RRQ, they have Todak's numbers on a global scale, so Todak got to step up.
Yeah, absolutely. Now, I think we've all been waiting for Todak to step up. And I think they shocked me during the Battle Royale run in the preseason itself, right? Yes, there were some games where they were getting pushed around, but in a few others, they did emerge in that final circle, really dominating plays. It's just that the consistency from this squad is not there. But the fact of the matter is they were able to do it a few times. They just need to figure out exactly what they were doing right in those elements and what they have to fix, because the squad does most definitely have a lot in their playbooks in terms of the years past, right? They've got a long history here in the world of Free Fire. I'm pretty sure they've learned quite a bit.
Yeah, long history, and not just being an organization in this in the competitive scene, but also have gone through plenty of roster changes, right? We've seen players who literally were from OG champion teams moving over to Todak at one point. So we got to take a look at the map order first. I'm gonna start off with Kalahari, then Nexera, and then Bermuda in sequence. If we get a game 3, then we will go to Bermuda, but if it S2O, then we will not go there.
Absolutely. So all of these map orders are all randomized at the start of the day. So you will see these kind of shift around as we move on along with the day, just in case you can't make any rhyme or reason as to what you're seeing on the screen, because we don't have those randomizers brought out before each and every single game. That has already been complete already. And of course, these maps were picked from a total of 5 maps, the exact same, OG maps that we run in our Battle Royale. So these teams are pretty much used to exactly where these battles all happen. It's just that Battle Royale is a very different beast in comparison to Clash Squad. Your play style changes. You get knocked out there on the battlefield, you're probably going to expire pretty quickly because of the pace of action that Clash Squad brings out to the table.
That, and also, despite having, having the same ability of getting picked up in Clash Squad, but at the same time, you're in such a close, confined area, right? Like, you only have this much of a play zone to work with. So all these early combats are going to be a lot more punishing for teams who are unprepared. And I think in this case, for Todak, the one struggle that I think they've been improving over time is trying to get into the faces of their opponents. But of course, we also have to look at the bans, right? We got Cassie and A124 ban out. Basically, 2 of the strongest utility characters up to today eliminated.
Yeah, absolutely, man. I mean, Cassie with the electrotherapy just makes some of those players way too good up front. I mean, imagine having to deal with a Bay and you're trying to shoot this guy down, but he just doesn't fall, right, because of that electrotherapy. But A124 as well, disabling A124, though, I don't know exactly how effective that play is going to be, because I guess you can slow those players down, because I'm thinking from a Battle Royale perspective, we don't have those passive skills as backup.
I think, in this case, but just based off my experience from other genres, I would say, taking out a character that has the ability to literally disable your skills is something that I am always kind of for. I think for Todak in this case, right, if you want to be able to go fast and hard, the last thing you need is RRQ Kazu setting up a roadblock and be like, hey, no, you got to fight us with raw force, no abilities. That's not what Todak wants.
Yeah, that's definitely not what Todak wants at all, right? Now, you see the Coda being brought in here as well. Coda is obviously going to help them as they activate that Aurora power. 10 seconds increases your movement speed, a little different from what Tatsuya brings onto the battlefield. And you also get to detect your opponents who are currently not crouching or proning. So that's a little bit of a hack there.
Yeah, it's literally putting on some X-ray goggles, right? You get to see where your opponents are. Like you mentioned, we also got the Homer, so it's all about intel. Coda for the detection, Homer to kind of chase them down and slow them down as well. You got Alok on the side of RQ Kazu to literally kind of facilitate that rush when you activate all your skills. So it feels like for RQ Kazu, they are thinking from a perspective of we find out where Todak is, and when we're ready, Abai, you're gonna press that spin disc, and we're gonna run straight at Todak.
Yeah, absolutely, man. Now, obviously, on the side of Toda, having Clue is going to give them a little bit of a clue as to the positions of the RRQ players. It's going to give them a little bit of an upper hand, but as far as we have seen in the past, gun skills really do matter. Mechanical capability on the battlefield, Indonesia has proven themselves time and time again, not just against the Malaysians, but against the Thai, the Vietnamese squad. So, it's going to be tough, even if they've got all of that information there with them. And of course, RRQ Kazu wrapping things up with Ma'al bringing in that Iris. So, even if the Malaysians bring up those glue walls, man, it's going to be tough to get away from RRQ.
Yeah. I mean, both teams have a way to deal with glue walls, right? You have Zane on the side of Toda, you get that 10-second window to do more damage to glue walls and even give yourself a bit of a steroid boost, extra 80 HP. But for RQ Kazu, again, I feel like this is a comp that doesn't really care about being in your face if there's no need to. They have so many ways to take out Todak from far before Todak can get close. So it's a very different approach, right? Todak wants to get up close and personal. RQ Kazu, they just want to stiff hand Todak as much as they can.
Yeah, I don't know about Toda's idea of getting up close and personal, because if I was them, I'll stay away from RRQ as much as possible. But we've seen the Indonesian team get the job done from those long ranges as well, right? The Woodpecker absolutely slays in the hands of Abai.
Yeah, and I think in this case, for Todak, their way of supplementing intel gathering is with that clue, right? So between that and Coda, it definitely feels a bit different if you are Todak, because you always have that shared ability with all of your teammates, whereas for RQ Kazu, you're more reliant on the timing, but that's, in the scenario where Todak gets a bit too close.
Absolutely. And so once again, this is a single elimination bracket. If a team loses their series, there is no second chance for them. They are out of the competition. It's a best of 3 games. Each game, we've got a best of 11 rounds. So you've already seen the 3 maps that we are going to be starting off the action in a little bit. Kalahari, Nextera, as well as Bermuda in this battle between RRQ as well as Toda. RRQ, the ones who really didn't show their fangs at all throughout the whole knockout stage, as well as Point Rush for Battle Royale. And then on that final day, they just switched on Beast Mode and they cracked every single code out there on the battlefield. It was amazing to watch, Husky.
Yeah, it was also something that I think a lot of us might have forgotten, right? They were 3 points short of a world championship last year in Brazil. So you can kind of bring that forward into the preseason and kind of start it off with a win. I mean, if they can continue this route, we might be looking at our own new era in the Southeast Asian scene, which is something that we've been discussing for quite some time, but now it seems like it's getting closer and closer to becoming a reality.
Yeah, it absolutely is going to become a reality very, very soon, looking at the amount of effort these teams are putting in here, right? I mean, we talk about Thailand all the time. Indonesia has joined the conversation. Now Vietnam is playing a very huge role in this conversation as well. WAG joins us here at Clash Squad. They have been phenomenal. Even their finals run was pretty impressive.
Yeah, it's a roster that I'm glad stuck together for, at least another season. I hope it's going to be the case for the entirety of 2025. They did at Incom, but the crux, the main 4, it's still there, right? We've talked so much about Xbor and Alan, and especially Xbor, who still continues to evolve as a player. And I think for WAG, the future is bright. They probably will be the new leaders of the Vietnamese scene.
No doubt at all. Managing to walk away with the 3rd spot. Imagine if that happens on, the stage itself, right? The pro circuit. A total of 80 points they managed to collect for themselves. And this was even more impressive than what Falcons and Buriram did on the grand finals day. And mind you, Buriram actually started off with 10 head start points for that Battle Royale. So, speaking of that, I was shocked at how badly Buriram did. I kind of predicted it when, in the conversation with Neptune, saying how, in the knockout stage, in the point rush stage, Buriram's a different kind of beast, and then they always falter on the finals. I said it as a joke, and then it happened, man. I could not believe myself.
Which is pretty crazy, judging by kind of the overall standings, right? The 221, the 20-point lead essentially in knockouts, and then 10 head start points, and they were just destroying everyone, right? They had a 62-point lead by the end of Point Rush, and then come grand finals, they finished 6th place, which I think in of itself is a testament to how every other team has also kind of grown over time. We're going to head into our first map of this Clash Squad. Can't wait though. RQ Kazu against Toad. What a rivalry to start things off.
Absolutely. Let's see exactly how these boys start things off here as they quickly get into their positions. Vantage point play for RRQ as Stoda tagged up at an A124 already. Just a tad bit more slower with the range, as well as the rate of fire. A Bay and 18D just waiting for their opportune moment to flank around Videls. Just trying to make sure they don't make a mistake there, as they don't really make a lot of purchases for this first round.
Yeah, these pistol rounds are pretty brutal for RQ Kazu because you don't really get to utilize Iris as much until you get better guns. So in this case, Shima is going to get cut down by Noki. Very good rush with the Tatsuya. That's kind of what we talked about at the start, but RQ Kazu did clap back with 2 of their own.
And that's an abate. It's a 2v2 now. 18D can still be saved here. That's going in for the pickup! But Noki will be there to finish the job, and it is Stoda that draws first blood off of the Indonesians.
Oh, wonderful play from Todak. Fire is completely uncontested on top of the watchtower, and of course the rush from Noki, right? The Tatsuya dash. You really cannot underestimate the gap closing capabilities of Todak. And RQ essentially playing pistol rounds with what, 3 instead of 4 abilities. It's a given, but again, winning the pistol round, good for Todak. For RQ, it's all about that mid to late.
Yeah, I did talk about how RRQ wanted to play that vantage point, but it was Todak that got to the highest point on the map. And enough of that bird's eye view to take advantage over RRQ. But this time Al with an AC-80, just positioning himself towards the back. Mini Uzi play towards the front now. The rushes of RRQ done all alone, trapped inside. And the glue walls will save him.
That is insane. He actually was somehow able to get out, but not for long. Todak just performs a spray down at this encampment. All 3 members on the assault forces have been knocked down. Ma'al, the guy with the best guns, but he was not able to provide any support because his teammate decided to take a fight where he had no eyes over.
Yeah, this is just RRQ starting off and stumbling, right? They are not planning, they're just rushing on in. That was a bad call. Like you kind of rightfully mentioned, Ma'al wasn't in position to do much to cover the rest of his team members who just all rushed into that hut before anything could be done. And then man got just trapped in there. The replay kind of shows us the disaster that RRQ put themselves into. And nothing much could have been done about that, man.
Yeah. Once again, it was Fires who was uncontested from afar, doing a bit of that heavy lifting, behind the scenes, as RQ Kazu have not been able to find him. They will, I mean, it's just, an 0-2 deficit, right? There's still some chances for them to make it through. I see Duz, in fact, has a shotgun in his hand, so not really sure how he wants to play this. It completely goes against what the comp wants to achieve, but again, you're kind of backed up in the economy, so Toda trying to push this as far as they can.
Yeah, VSK in the hands of Mal. Maybe he can bring some sort of a miracle out here. Dart! The M590 was there, but Noki and the headshot from up top. This is just brutal. Toda really owning the space here up against RRQ.
And look at Fives again, right? He's trying to provide support fire. If Toda can somehow get RQ Kazu out into the open, Fives is going to have a field day. Because RQ Kazu, they are so focused in these CQCs. Mao finally takes down Videl to kind of equalize the score, but instantly Fives pop dudes and gives Todak the advantage. Mao goes down. They even pick back up their teammate Videl. He's not even going to die. 18 there is gone, basically. So Todak 3-0 lead.
That MP5 wasn't going to do much at all. The man barely had any damage from his side. The replay shows us once again, RRQ just not having the best of strategies to take this fight. And I don't think Ma'al should have purchased anything on that round, right? Just chill. Just wait out for the rest of your team members to gain a little bit more coins in their pocket before you go in for the push here. And as you can see, Toda has severely outpurchased RRQ in this round. If RRQ wins this, I'll be shocked.
Toda are going on a side quest now. They are, they bought essentials, and now they are going to luxury brands. They're getting extra snacks on the way. RRQ with another force buy, of course, with literally no utility, right? Only an ice grenade, which is pretty much it. So it's all about raw force. But how are you going to fight against Toda, who right now can just take it slow?
Okay, it's a good position held here by Duds. Can't get off the flanks here, but he needs to act before Team Toda reaches the rest of his team members. Fires on the rooftop from the opposite side. BSK 94 in hand, and a bay with the MP5 will catch him when he's not aware.
Give it the knuckle sandwich at the end. Yes, that's what they need to do. They gotta find Fires, who revealed himself with the ice grenade toss and instantly got chased down. So now RRQ Kazu feeling a lot more comfortable. You can see the Coda ability activated. They know exactly where Vidal is. And Toda, they still have bulk of their forces there, right? So RRQ Kazu have to be pretty patient with this rush.
A bay circling around. MP5 battle! Outplayed by Traps and the headshot thanks to the position he held on to. And Noki will find 18 Dia with the M590. Ma'al on the hunt. AWM in hand. Traps by the corner. And RRQ unable to finish the job as Toda finds the recovery.
What did I say about patience? RRQ, they needed to wait for the rest of the team to be in position, but no, they decided to go right in and got blasted in the face by Noki. So 4-0 for Todak right now. This was a horrible kind of turnout for RRQ, right? They were not ready for the fight. Traps getting an easy one pump onto RRQ. Considering that they lost Fires, which was one of their win conditions in the first 3 rounds, it's a disaster for RRQ.
A disaster for RRQ. Phenomenal for Toda. 4-0. 2 more rounds to get game 1 in their pockets.
I gotta say,
RRQ up.
I mean, Noki is 6-0 now. Like, he is untouched this entire game.
The man dancing around his opponent's RRQ. This is a little shocking. Performance from RRQ. Not their usual selves. Fires AWM this time round in his hands. And it looks like RRQ has got enough cash to build up one a shot with the M590. Noki. That was just unfair.
It's that Tatsuya. It really unlocks all these rushes, right? From the get-go, when we saw that Tatsuya picked up, we knew what Todak wanted to do. Get up close and personal, be in the face of RRQ Kazu, and they are just playing at another pace. Once more, they didn't lose anyone. Vidal's gonna get picked up, Fires gets knocked down, but no conversion there for RRQ Kazu. They need to get Ma'al back up, but Noki finds the finisher, and now it's a 4v2 again.
Yeah, Traps now. MP5 level 3. And he will be able to get the player down on his knees. Can't pick up his buddy, but it doesn't matter. Abe, the final play, Noki finally gets taken down. And in a 1v1, Trap should be able to take this one away. MP5, but waits for backup like a smart man should. RRQ better learn as Vidals brings that M590 to bring round 5 to an end.
That's crazy. They have a chance to finish this 6-0, which in of itself was not the outcome I would have expected. RRQ did put up a better fight in round 5. But once more, the conversion was not there. They were getting caught by the Tatsuya for the second time. And Noki really able to find these openings to go for the Russian. He's 8-1-9. He's doing everything on his own.
A comeback is still possible. Now RRQ needs to win not 5, but 6 rounds in a row to make this comeback possible. I wouldn't put it past them. That's now AWM on the flank. And what a shot to the head. Vidal's down on the ground. Noki, Husky, maybe it's possible.
Maybe it is possible. You gotta do it one step at a time, right? Very clean opening with that flank, and this time Fire is not able to provide any support. Pretty awkward sight on the map to play long range, because most fights happen indoor. So yeah, that's baby steps for RRQ Kazu. They got 5 more rounds to go, but for Toda, it's all about crossing that finishing line. They are still pretty, decked out in terms of economy, so they're not going to be worried about not having enough resources to fight.
This is Team Toda 1 round away from getting the job done here, so I'll be so disappointed if they don't bring this game to a close on their side, like right now. Instead of allowing the Indonesians to build up a little bit more of this momentum before getting into game 2, that's going to be tough to deal with. 18 Deer, AWM in hand, Abe as well, MP5, but Toda taking high ground.
They should know that this is happening. That Koda basically scanned out all of them, and look at the readjustments from RRQ Kazu. This is how they wanted to play the comp, right? Long range. You got 3 long range weapons. You got Koda for the info, and now they are just going to take point. And look at what Vidal says. Shotgun in his hands. Noki wants to get close, but RRQ Kazu is not letting that happen. And Toda, you feel so vulnerable out in the open.
Yeah, that Koda's gonna have to be popped instantly as soon as the match starts, because these players all try to rush to their spots, because the moment they're near there, they're all just going to be crouching. So Mr. Koda is going to be pretty silent. But I think RRQ already knows. They're not stepping out of their defenses. They're like, we know exactly where you guys are positioned. Abe circling on around. Traps tagged up. And that one falls silent once again.
A bit of an exchange, and with the blue zone closing in. This is going to favor Todak more and more. So RQ Kazu wants to stop that from happening with a pickup onto Fires. Good one from Maal. It's going to be able to find Vidals as well. Noki does get a trade. Here comes the name. Vidal's not going to take damage. The blue zone not clipping him just yet, but Maal, he's watching this.
But he can't get the shot just yet. Maal, one more beautiful clip. Vidal still surviving though. Traps trying to protect his buddy, trying to find Maal from the opposite side. Noki will be spotted, but Circle brings Maal down to the ground, and he breaks his foot on the wall.
That was the best that they could have given, but pretty unlucky way to end the game. Big plays, big contribution off screen from Noki, finding two takedowns on the side of RQ Kazu. Of course, Maal needed to get rid of Noki, but couldn't find the shots that he needed. You could say the same for on ground as well. He saw Trash, but couldn't take him out as well. Just a bit of a missed opportunity left, right, and center. So Toda takes the first map.
Very impressive. Very shocking. This was the same shocking Toda that made it through to Clash Squad, right? This is the same shocking Toda that scraped through, first of all, into Point Rush and then scraped through to Clash Squad. So they're hanging on for their dear lives. They're doing some sort of magic out there, and game number 1 obviously going their way in such a phenomenal manner. But unfortunately, I also have to say that victory was not a one-sided dominant victory, right? It was against RRQ that was making a bunch of silly mistakes. Yeah. They were not taking that game too seriously, which is something that Toda needs to be careful about.
It was a pretty slow start for RRQ. You know, they had entire composition meant to play when you have a bit of economy, but they took some time to build it up because Toda just kept running them down, and by the time they kind of got that game plan together, it was a bit too late. Toda were on fire. They're feeling really good about themselves. So with this game 1 win, it puts RRQ Kazu on the back foot. One more map loss, and they are out.
Done.
They're done.
Right? This is fantastic. This is fantastic for Toda. I mean, now you've unnerved the boys already. I don't know if or not you were super successful in doing that, because, you know, RRQ, they've got that confidence, man. They've got the confidence in their capability. I think their recent history in terms of results have shown us exactly why that confidence is there. But Toda has beaten them, and especially in that final round, I think they were confident that they could make a comeback happen there. But, you know, it was a shocking, and the blue put too much of pressure on them. Hopefully this is something that the Malaysians can take good advantage of and make this an easy 2-0, because if it pushes on into game 3, I'm not liking it for the odds of the Toda squad.
I agree. I think you try to close it out as fast as possible if you are Toda. I mean, you kind of took care of RRQ Kazu on Kalahari, which was technically a better map for RRQ in a Battle Royale sense, right? But in Clash Squad, it seems like Toda really practiced for this. The way that they have been kind of building up the formation and how they position themselves around the map, it's pretty impressive in how Todak has been able to play that plan to perfection.
Absolutely. 6-1 in this best of 11 Kalahari. RRQ Kazu just got owned by the Malaysian squad of Toda. But now we head on into Next Terra. Now we head on into a map where RRQ is pretty well versed. They're not the dominators of Next Terra, but they're not too bad on it as well. Toda, on the other hand, does struggle to find points here. But like you pointed out, this is Clash Squad, baby. It's not Battle Royale, so Toda may just have that game plan going their way. They clearly practiced a lot.
I do wonder if RQ Kazu is going to switch up that composition for Next Terra. We saw a very different approach, and of course this first pick Tatsuya worked out so well for Noki, allowing him to always be on the aggressive end. 9 eliminations, 3.4k damage, and the headshot rates don't really matter in this context, but the fact that Noki is just constantly finding bodies really helped Toda get the upper hand.
Yeah, absolutely, man. Of course, running that forward as well, gaining 10 HP as he rushes on in, taking damage. It kind of puts on a little bit of an armor on Noki and gives him that extra bravado to step on out there, right? He's also running Joseph. He's got that nutty movement. That A124 is not going to affect them in that slightest as well, which kind of got me a little bit curious. I was thinking that, we're not going to go with the passives, but if that passive is there, banning that A124 doesn't make a lot of sense.
I think it still does in certain scenarios, right? You still don't want to get hit by the A124 if, right before you make your move or when the game goes late and you really need that ability. So I think for Toda, the way that they are looking at this is that we just don't want any sort of interference, whether we have a way or not. The easiest way is just to ban it out. And even the total scoreboard, you could see it's a complete rundown by Toda onto RRQ. And surprisingly enough, RRQ Kazu, they're dealing some decent damage, but majority of them didn't lead to any conversions.
Decent? I mean, if you accumulate all of these points, they had more damage than Toda, but Toda was being very efficient with all of those engagements, right? Beautifully done by Noki. 9 eliminations, 10 assists in total. So this is actually some pretty decent stats from RRQ. It's just that they were not getting that final bullet at that right point of time, which seems to have affected the gameplay quite a little bit. Now, going back to that A124 as well, yes, speed is a factor, but that rate of fire being down as well could most definitely be another factor as to why they want to remove that A124.
Yeah, I think that's I feel like this is going to be the case for probably majority of the matches tonight. We see A124 and Cassie being banned out. I think Cassie is a must ban at this point. It's just way too strong, right? It essentially gives you an extra member in your team, and no one wants to deal with that. So for Toda, I think if they get first pick in the next game, they're going to go for Tatsuya again. Now the question is, what is RQ Kazu going to do to stop them? Because clearly playing from afar and trying to delay Toda isn't going to cut it. Toda has got that figured out.
Yeah, they tried to play it fast in the first few rounds. Did not work out in their favor. They tried to play it slow. Clearly did not work out in their favor towards that final round. So I think they're a little bit confused right now. So looking at the map order once again, we started with things at Kalahari, where Toda just absolutely owned RRQ. Now we hop on into Next Terra, potentially the final map, looking at the way Toda has been taking the fight so far.
Yeah, and I do wonder, right, I feel like Tatsuya is going to be highly contested because of just the extra dash that you get, right? In a situation where the enemies don't get to constantly pick up loot and replenish their resources, the Tatsuya kind of bomb rush style play feels very effective. So in that case, I think if you're RRQ and you don't get that first pick, the alternative might actually to fall back to what they had with the Coda opening, but alter it a little bit. Don't completely commit to a long-range playstyle, because that is going to put them on the back foot when they don't have the economy to work with.
Absolutely, especially when you don't really have Ma'al at his best out there on the battlefield. You can't be playing a lot of these long-range games. They are trying to force it. It's not going their way. Fingers crossed they do find either a solution for that gameplay in game number 2, or Ma'al steps up his game. Because, and as we saw in that first round, as RRQ went out there for the rush, they were just totally unprepared for it. Now, looking at the banned skills once again, it's the Steffi and the A124 that's taken out.
So Cassie is now open. Which, the question is, is Cassie gonna get picked up? Right? Like, there's a high chance that he's gonna be traded. So we talk about Tatsuya being a big priority. RQ Kazu now gets their hands on it. Now, if you're Todak, you're thinking to yourself, should I take the Cassie? And if I do, who do I pair that Cassie with? Someone, it has to be someone that can be right in the face of RQ Kazu and match their momentum. But if they don't take it, RQ Kazu probably gets a free access to Cassie, and that puts Todak in a pretty, precarious position.
Yeah, understandably, Abe bringing in that Tatsuya, that Rebel Rush, getting him up close and personal with the Todak players after that unfortunate loss in round 1. I know he is pretty much geared up for exactly that. Noki bringing in Koda, and very clearly he wants to get that information from afar and try to snipe them down. Like I said, early game, popping that Koda, giving you information as your opponents rush to their positions is going to be key for Noki controlling this battle from the start.
So picking Koda means that they give Cassie and Clue over to RQ Kazu, which means this frontier, the rushing duo from RQ Kazu is going to be a deadly force for Todak to kind of play against. It's not going to be like the previous match where Todak just starts off the game with pistols and even gets to use their melee weapons to get takedowns. It will not be like that. So instead, they go for Zane and that Skylar to kind of take care of the glue walls and make sure that, man, if you want to play Tatsuya Cassie, at least you don't have glue walls to hide behind. Yeah,
so we are walking into next Terra here, and clearly Todak foresees the use of a lot of those glue walls out there. They want to take them down. Let's see how that works out in their favor. RRQ walking in here with the Homer as well, just to disable the movements of Todak a little bit more after what they've already encountered in that first game. I understand exactly why they're pulling this off, right? Clue on the side of Ma'al, I guess he finds that, getting that information with the Koda earlier on wasn't as effective. So let's see how this Clue works out for them this time around.
So Todak committing to a full no glue wall gameplay, right? You have glue wall, we have Iris to penetrate it, we have Skylar to break it down, we got Zane as well with that extra damage to glue walls when he activates his ability. Whereas for RQ Kazu, it's very clear what the plan is. Like Todak, you play fast in game 1, we're gonna play even faster with this Homer plus Tatsuya and Cassie.
Oh yeah, absolutely. And of course, I'm very curious to see exactly how Todak pulls this off 2 games in a row, especially knowing how RRQ Kazu responds to defeat, right? They've always been good at bouncing back. We've seen that time and time again. In fact, we've even seen that in this recent preseason Battle Royale, where in the knockout stage and Point Rush, they weren't really doing that well. That bounce back was the grand finals, and everybody was shocked, right? Not shocked from the state of just purely performance, but the 2 Booyahs, they were taken in such a confident manner. It was very impressive, the Indonesian squad.
Yeah, that and also, right, you look at RQ Kazu, the fact that they started the grand finals pretty slow, and then they only started getting Booyahs, and then you have a team like Twisted Minds who basically got a twofer at the opening and still was not able to close it out. Really says a lot about the state of the scene right now. But hopping into game number 2 against Economy, we're going to start with pistols. I want to see if Todak knows how to play against their own playbook.
Well, let's see what happens here at Grav Labs, where we bring in the fire and we take out the gravity traps. An opportunity to deal some heavy damage here with the M500. It's a bit of range. You do have extra accuracy there, all thanks to the attachment. I saw the jump shot, and Abe will find the headshot as well. RRQ steamrolling them.
Yeah, kind of dropping down from the sky. It's like a SWAT team. They will be able to drop 5 down low as well. It should be an easy pistol round for RQ Kazu. And yeah, that's all she wrote, right? Such a powerful team. Pistol rounds, and you gotta deal with Tatsuya and Cassie. It feels impossible.
The G18 getting the damage done for RRQ. And Noki just could not do much at all with that M500 earlier on. So let's see if or not they can change their fate here in round 2. Gravity has returned, so perhaps the game result will be a tad bit different.
You can see that Todak, they did go for a bit of investment. Fire's intending to play long range once more. So the modus operandi is you get that Koda activated as early as possible. In this case, Todak, they got all gun for that high draw. But RQ Kazu, they can move pretty darn fast. So Todak has to be ready to receive this blow.
Yeah, very smart play coming through from Toda here. They ran straight into that center compound. RRQ, on the other hand, just taking that long way around the portal, bringing them towards the right-hand side of the map, and then pulling off a squad flank. But Toda already prepared with the defense. They did here, though! Catches one. Fires will return the favor by dropping him on the ground with a headshot. To get to Traps, Abe now needs to break down this glue wall. Good job, though, but shots from across. Abe and his mini Uzi just can't get the job done, but it's a 2v2 as Vidal struggles to recover.
Man, it's that Cassie again. It's so hard to deal with. Makes your front line so strong and just allows RRQ Kazu to do whatever they want, taking the second round over Toda. I feel like this is more of an expected result, considering that Toda don't really have what it takes at this point of time to deal with RRQ Kazu, and of course the long range snipe to take out Fire is basically sealed the face of Todak.
Well, now they understand that they need to buy 2 medkits. Try to play it off with one earlier. This did not work out for Team Toda as RRQ now has started hitting a little bit harder. VSK in the hands of Ma'al. RRQ getting the top spot first. Noki! And, oh my goodness, that zipline. He's going to regret his life. Abe, a sliver of health left here for Noki. Manages to get away all thanks to those glue walls.
Not for long. Dude still finds him. That might just be the round for RRQ Kazu unless Toda can pull off some miracle, right? Like, RRQ Kazu sort of know where Toda is right now. And Toda don't really have a clear shot. They don't even have the best weapons to deal with RRQ Kazu at this point.
And not a single elimination on the side of Toda. That's quite shocking after how they performed in Game 1. Perhaps the Indonesians just giving them a little taste of victory before demolishing their hopes once and for all. After all, there's only one series that each team gets to play in here. If they lose, they're out.
Doesn't help that the clue basically allows RRQ Kazu to scan out and ping all the members of Todak. So situation basically just continues to deteriorate for Todak, and RRQ Kazu, they can just hold this middle ground, right? Like, the circle is eventually to force Todak out, but RRQ Kazu, they don't want to waste any more time. They go for a trade. It's a 1-for-1 at this point of time. 18 Deer takes on Traps. It's Fies left to pick up the pieces, but it looks winnable to a certain degree. With multiple pincer maneuvers, Fies needs to somehow get out of this.
Ma'al is taking the shot the moment he spots him, and Fies, what a shot up close and personal. But VSK will not save him as RRQ pulls away yet another round victory in convincing fashion.
You can hear the regret. I feel like you could hear the regret in Noki's voice the moment he took that launch pad. He's like, guys, I'm not getting out of this alive, so you need to somehow avenge me, and that did not happen. So round 4 onwards is where you sort of expect this Toda comp to come online a little bit, but I'm not really sure if it's going to be the case here, because it's pretty hard to find long range shots. So Toda, they're going to go high ground as soon as the round starts.
Ma'al in good flanking range here, but Noki tagged up. 55 HP left. We'll have to use up one medkit first. Far is from the opposite side, trying to give the rest of his team members a little bit of cover here, forcing Ma'al back. And on the left-hand side, you do have one opponent from the side of RRQ playing a little bit annoying. 18 Deer with the back of Ma'al's walls. Breaks his foot on the way down as well. Far is will get tagged up by 2 players as he makes a mistake.
Yeah, it's a bit of a mechanical error, but still, they at least get rid of Ma'al, right? Keep it even.
Yeah.
And the buying Cass and to be together. 18 Deer, in fact. Noki, his back is completely exposed. That's the Cassie link there. You see the electrotherapy line too. Toda are split up, so Noki goes down. The MVP of Game 1 seemingly not able to get his foot off the ground in this game.
Yeah, 3v2. Traps still has a medkit to work with. Looking for the timing. Now's the good time, Traps. Vidal's with that backup. 18 Deer, MP5 can't get the job done just yet. Abe with the backup on the left-hand side. 18 Deer has the M590. Man didn't use it all the way until now. But Abe from afar steals the elimination away. Doesn't matter for RRQ as long as they're picking up these solid rounds. 4-0 now.
Very unfortunate that Toda lost Fire, even though it's a 1-for-1 trade. Now that I think about it, they don't have anyone to support from that long range. And now they are 4 rounds down once more. And RRQ Kazu, they can keep doing this over and over again. They got so much money left in the bank. Whereas for Toda, you can see pretty scrappy buys. They're focusing a lot on their utility. But the problem is, they have not been able to find success regardless.
Let's see if or not the meeting upstairs can do Toda a little bit of favors here. Oh my, the tags just so nasty. That will get a god nade onto Noki. Noki finished off as well. The response fire, Riptide Rhythm breaking down all those defenses, exposing a bait, but at the same time allowing him that window to go after Toda. But the response fire is solid from traps.
Yeah, Ma once again being the difference maker. Toda was about to find a first round win, and then you have Ma'al from behind who just shot down 2 of the Toda members who just came online. And now his fires against the entirety of RQ Kazu is not going to be possible. So round number 5 for the Indonesians.
5-0, and RRQ does not look like they're going to be skipping a beat at all. Like you said, Husky, there was a moment there where it looked like Toda had it. They had that round in the bag, and then Ma'al. And we did talk about this in the previous match as well. Ma'al just wasn't hitting those shots. The man is hitting those important ones right now to turn the tides. Not the highest fragger, the top fragger doesn't really matter as long as he can come in there for those saves in moments like that. Final round, match point here for game number 2 to bring us into a tie, as well as map number 3. RRQ should be able to get the job done.
I mean, in this case, you know, for RQ, it's a definition of double it and give it to the next one, right? They are ending rounds twice as fast and twice as dominant on Nextera.
I mean, we only have 2 eliminations on the side of Toda, and 5 rounds have elapsed.
Oh, yeah.
That's crazy.
I mean, look at Dudes, right? He's essentially just replicated what Noki did in game 1, right? 9 eliminations all on his own. See, this rush, they can just take it slow, in fact. That clue is giving them so much info. It feels so unfair. If you are Toda, Vidal just got naded out of nowhere. He wasn't even ready for that. So Noki now has to fight his way out of this. Gets a knockdown, but instantly traded out by Dudes. And Toda once more on a disadvantage. They were able to knock down both 18D and Abai. Maybe this is the beginning of the comeback. And elimination onto Abai gives Toda a bit of breathing chance, but they're all so low. All chipped down to literally their last breath. Ma'al trying to go for the rush. Traps and Vidal trying to keep themselves in the game, but Vidal falls and Traps is no more. And RRQ Kazu cleans up house 6-0 on game 2.
And Dutch secures an ace on that final round of game 2 as well. Man was on a streak for sure. And you can depend on your SMG, the MP5 for the mag size when you want to go out on a spree like that, right? Fantastic stuff. Of course, Ma'al was giving him a heavy assist from afar. Just shot after shot after shot out of the sniper. Just not getting the knock, but that said, no problem whatsoever. He had it in the bag.
Oh yeah, and well, that's gonna give us the game 3 that we talked about, right, all the way to Bermuda. And well, I mean, I gotta say, both teams dominated their respective games. So at this point, I really don't know who is the which team is gonna come out on top. But I would say odds now are definitely stacked against Todak a lot more. The fact that we are going into the full best of 3.
But you'll have to agree, it was less surprising when RRQ got the win as opposed to Toda walking away with the victory in such a dominant fashion, right? They're 6-0, you're like, yeah, okay, yeah, very believable. But the previous game, unbelievable. Toda just activated beast mode. I like that. I want to see a little bit more of that. But also another condition needs to be met. RRQ needs to be making those silly mistakes. RRQ needs to be rushing on into Toda, you know, kind of like waiting a little bit too long and, you know, allowing the Malaysians to dictate the pace a little bit more. But how probable is that? I mean, RRQ looks like they've already learned from game 1.
I feel like, you know, so far, whichever team got that Tatsuya has basically won the game, right? Not to mention Tatsuya plus Cassie. I liked how RQ Kazu kind of switched up the bans a little bit. They were like, man, banning the Cassie really didn't help as much. Might as well we let it through and force a trade.
Yeah.
And I was theory crafting, right? If Tatsuya goes through, what is a way that you could deal with these kind of rush, but also give yourself a fighting chance? I feel like Orion could be a consideration. that's just my theory. I'm not sure if it would work, but in these crucial moments, that invulnerability feels like it's gonna help a little bit.
And this one, active skill sort of a setup, I really like it. The one unique active skill has brought in a very unique flavor to the competition right now. Even your opponents can't have that Tatsuya bursting around if you're using it on this side. So it's all dependent on exactly who makes that pick first. I really like the odds of that. And the ban seemed to have had a effective as well, right? We saw how the electrotherapy without that, we did see RRQ struggle a little bit.
Oh yeah, and I think for this game 2, or at least when you look at the match summary, it's basically the same story, but for different sides. Right? 6-1 for Todak on Kalahari, 6-0 for RRQ Kazu on Xterra. When it goes to Bermuda, all gloves come off, right? This is not. We are down to a literal best of 1. This is the final 11 round for one of these guys.
Absolutely. So once again, this is a single bracket elimination. So if the team loses in this best of 3 series, they will get kicked out of the competition. The winners will move on to the next bracket. Technically, they move on to play tomorrow. And it seems like Toda might be able to pull this off. But like I said, it also needs a very unprepared RRQ. And it seems like RRQ has smartened up instantly, right? They've woken up after that 6-1 defeat at Kalahari. And they're trying to make Toda's life a little bit difficult now.
Yeah, and I think, for Todak, I feel like, since it's the preseason, you don't have to take it too hard, but one thing I would say is that Todak, the fact that they kind of showed up in the opening game really does give us a glimpse of what they can do. But you are literally looking at the first seeded team from Battle Royale up against Todak, who barely scraped through, right? So it's not a surprise to a lot of people out there, but at least Todak has some good ideas and they're trying to pull it off.
And this is why I got confused that Dutz was the MVP for Battle Royale, because he's usually the Super Slayer, right? The MVP this time around, 13 eliminations in this matchup against Toda. And this is all just from this one game. He was phenomenal, played the role of a bomber. He also had the homer in there to disable his opponents. And it was the SMG that got that job done. The MP5 and the ace on that final game really put him over.
Basically, 4 more eliminations compared to Noki by the end of their game. But of course, in a faster fashion as well, right? Like, look at this. This one, it's not even close. We talk about inefficient damage in Game 1 from RRQ Kazu. Game 2, Toda didn't even got to do much. Like, RRQ sees them, take them down. Only 3 eliminations across the board for Toda in 6 rounds.
And that's a little crazy looking at the fact that they took down RRQ 6-1 on the Kalahari map earlier on. But the numbers make so much more sense now. You see the damage kind of matching the eliminations on the side of RRQ. It just didn't make much sense within Kalahari. So I like that for the side of RRQ, not really liking that for Toda. This is really looking one-sided at this point of time. They don't even look close.
Yeah, not even close, right? This is such a big contrast, right? And it kind of goes back to what you talked about. It doesn't really feel like it's a one-sided game for Todak in Game 1, even though they crushed RRQ Kazu 6-1. RRQ Kazu was still able to get some damage in, and then come Game 2, they just mopped the floor with Todak. So going to Bermuda is a full reset for Todak. Again, first pick priority is I feel like it's literally a game winner. So I want to see the team that doesn't have Tatsuya, what's the other idea? Are you still going to go for that Coda long-range comp? Because it's not working so far.
And I think it is also very important to win that pistol round, right? I think it is integral for the team of Toda to find dominance there. Game number 3, we head on into Bermuda. Kalahari taken by the Malaysian squad. And obviously we had Nextera just concluded, taken away by RRQ from Indonesia. This final game will decide the fate of either one of these squads. And I think Toda's got it in the bag. I think they have a really good shot, all dependent on if or not they win the pistol round.
Oh yeah, and I think, pistol rounds so far, the first 2 rounds have been very monumental in deciding the direction of the game, right? Like pistol rounds is so important, but thanks to how Clash Squad economy works, it doesn't put you in a irredeemable position. I think that's kind of the saving grace of how Clash Squad works right now. But still, winning pistol does give you an edge because you can get that extra utility going into game round 2.
The players on the side of Toda all relaxed, waiting for the match to start. They know they are in a little bit of trouble, but that does not mean they're going to be giving up early here. They are still going to be trying for it. At the end of the day, every single team that is qualified for Clash Squad walks away with a little bit of money from the prize pool, but it's all dependent as to how much. Taking a look at the banned skills here, Tatsuya out for Toda, and Koda taken out of the list here for RRQ Kazu.
Oh yeah. And now with no Koda and no Tatsuya, this is a big change. Big switch up. So Steffi goes over to the side of Toda to deal with those utilities from RQ Kazu, which has been a pain in the backside for Toda in that game too. Every single time they want to make a move, they get hit by a nade, they get slowed down by an ice grenade. You know, it's just no way forward. But now with Steffi, they get to hunker down when they need to.
Yeah, absolutely. And of course, bringing that Steffi in is going to protect them from all those nades raining down. But it's RRQ Kazu walking in here with that A1-4, disabling their opponent, slowing down their rate of fire, something that is going to be making a lot of difference for RRQ Kazu, especially if Toda cannot already keep up with their regular pace.
Now for Toda, it's more of what do they go for now, right? Because again, they have the first pick priority, so now it's going to be 2 more characters being picked up. We did see them go for that Zane in that game 1 and 2, so they're going to stick with that Zane and crew once more. So this one is ultra defensive at this point of time. They don't really have any offensive capabilities just yet. I would expect Jojo to be the one that picks that up. In fact, that's going to be a bit of a substitution, right? Like Traps is going to be out of this map.
Of course, we see that Cassie, the electrotherapy, as well as Iris being brought in here by 18Dia and Ma'al. Iris in the hands of Ma'al becomes a little bit dangerous. Any sniper gets turned into that M82B. And the solution for Toda as far as the glue walls go, it's that Skylar that gets dragged in here by Jojo.
So that's their 1 point of offense. Bit of a variation from that game number 2 for RQ Kazu. They still stick with the Cassie because honestly it doesn't matter if you have Tatsuya or not. Cassie is just so strong. And then you got Homer and Iris, which was something that they did show us in that game 1. Especially this Homer also has been a big pain in the butt for Toda to deal with. Again, you have Steffi to deal with those throwables, but you can't really deal with the drone from Homer.
You most definitely can't. And obviously, the one thing that RRQ Kazu can do a little bit differently here is pop that A1-4, disable Toda from activating any of those active skills at the very start of the game itself. But that will also be dependent on that A1-4 player rushing straight in towards that middle part of the map early on, potentially opening themselves up to a little bit of a risk as well. But maybe that's the kind of mistake Toda needs here out there on the battlefield within game number 3 to capitalize on this Bermuda map.
And I think Steffi is going to be very important for Toda, like depending on when you use her ability. It's a 15-second buffer, right? That's plenty of time to stall out a fight, plenty of time to really hunker down in an area. So I think if you're RQ Kazu, if you can get this Graffiti's blessing out early, you're going to put Toda in a very uncomfortable position. But if the game goes late and Toda gets to keep that ability, it's going to negate a lot of that offensiveness from RQ Kazu if they choose to keep those utilities.
Yeah, absolutely. And of course, you know, fingers crossed, Ma'al will be in position this time to have good line of sight up against Toda, unlike what we saw in game number 1, or else that Iris is just not going to be kicking in at all, right? He needs to get those shots. He needs to see Toda out in the open with those glue walls. So many conditions need to be right here for Ma'al to be super effective. Of course, it's not fully dependent on just that active skill. We can also depend on his mechanical skills, which have been pretty impressive in this game number 2.
Yeah, I would say, you know, so far this Clash Squad, this match 1 has really delivered on a couple of fronts, right? We get to see the creativity of some of these players. I think you probably could see some of these translate into Battle Royale as the official season kicks off in less than a month. But for now, these CQC combats are really starting to get a lot closer. You know, it's not as one-sided as a year ago. Nowadays, I think most players have kind of found the trick to really play out these fast-paced fights.
Yeah, absolutely. Just matching up the creme de la creme squads across Southeast Asia. We started off Battle Royale with the best 18. Now we have the best 8. And then throwing them into Clash Squad brings us nothing but chaos. But it's the kind of chaos we love, baby. This is game number 3. This is sudden death. The loser goes home. The winner stays on to fight for the number 1 spot here at Clash Squad preseason.
See this pistol. That's going to take it a bit slow at the start. Naruto doing the same as well. Noki is back. His turn didn't really check the corner, so Dudes is going to get a free one.
And Dudes with such low HP on him, but the Videl's bleeding out as well. So this knock onto Duds has to be capitalized on, but Toda does not edge on forward to stop RRQ. That's right back up on his feet, and 18D pushes on forth, looking for that final shot. And he will be able to get one in before Jojo knocks him down to the ground with the M500.
Unfortunately, there's a pincer from behind. They were distracted by Dude, so Ma'ao comes in to clean it up once again, just like how he always has done so in the previous 2 games. Bit of an oversight from Noki, right? Running straight into the warehouse without checking his corner, so that really allowed Dude to get that first blood. Very uncanny mistake. Todak, despite having clue, they couldn't find out where where Dudes was because he was crouched. So something that they need to keep in mind.
So we need to update the scores, by the way. So don't worry, guys. It's RRQ 1-0 now up against Toda. We're still gonna count that round. Yes, we push on forth.
So again with the mini Uzi in hand for Abai. It's all about going forward, right? You got the Cassie, but now Abai, instead of having that Tatsuya, you essentially have that A124 to disable whatever abilities Todak has. Noki once more gets picked up. First blood, not really having a good time ever since that first map.
I mean, I don't even know how they had a good time at that first map. RRQ just looked so messy there. And this is the version of... Oh, my lord! That's with a god nade out of nowhere. Videls just did not see that one coming. Glue wall did not pop up in time. will find Fires, putting him down on the ground. Jojo's been spotted out as well. That's moving on in to find the finisher. And the mini Uzi gets it. Such a clean shutdown for RRQ.
Expect the result, but this one just foresight from Dudes. What a place to throw the nade, right? Maybe he saw Vidal walk into that building, but RQ Kazu getting a 2-0 so far. This is sort of what happens when you kind of win that pistol and get just a tad extra utilities. But again, for Toda, this whole comp is so defensive where your only point of attack is that Skylar. So it's pretty understandable why Toda is finding it hard to get close to RRQ.
Now the game's just trying to bait these teams out. Bringing the cyber airdrop down here in the middle. Videl's going for it, but Abe will be the first one to get there. And obviously RRQ just a little bit more braver based on the advantage they have within these rounds. Videl's MP5 in hand, not making a mistake of stepping out too early. Noki sneaks around. Duds has to be careful, cooks up that grenade. M590 in the hands of Noki, and he gets away from the nade. Oh my lord!
Another nade onto the same dude. He has a radar on Vidal at this point. That's a 2 in a row knockdown. Oh, they're really not having a good time with Vidal going down. Noki is also in a rough spot. They are just getting pummeled by RQ.
Yeah, this is just not going to work out for them at all. Duds is just way too accurate with those grenades. Now response coming on through. 18D down on the ground. Ma'al will put Noki out of the equation. And Fire's beautiful knockdown from across the battlefield here with the sniper. And it looks like the VSK is hitting the mark. Fires might just be able to pull one round back for Team Toda.
It's not going to be easy though. Really losing out on the initial trade. That pre-fire on the swing for Ma'al. Fires doesn't even have time to heal up because of that blue zone. Now forced to the low ground, and Abai just waiting with open arms. 3-0 for RQ Kazu.
He was close there. Unfortunately outnumbered. And this is a 3-0 easy rounds for RRQ. Kind of dragged out, a little bit late to the finish line, but Toda's just not finding the finish line at all.
Yeah, it's a bit of a nightmare, honestly, for Toda. especially when the same scenario happens 2 rounds in a row. And look at the economy of RQ Kazu. It's insane. They got so much money in the bank.
Yeah. They've bought everything and they're still rich.
Basically, right? You could easily lose this round and still have enough for a full buy next round. Although, you see them pop a lot of that nade. They threw 3 out of the 4 frags already, and dude's holding on to his, trying to find Vidals for the 3rd time. And if he finds it again, I think Vidals needs to kind of reconsider how he plays this game to get bombed by dudes 3 times in a row.
Bay has no nades on him. 8 in the air. Cheeky with the position. Tagged up already. No keys. A sliver of health left on him. Turns around. Barely gets sprayed down. Beautiful save here for Toda. They still stand, but that was too close. And Fires won't be able to find one through the gaps. 8 India down on the ground. Vidal's moving on in for the finisher. MP5 slay, but what an unfortunate blue wall for them to pull up themselves.
And the Riptide really actually helped out a little bit. They got a double spray down right across the blue wall, and that is what Toda was looking for. A turn around, and finally the first round on the board for them.
Oh, that Riptide rhythm surely did cook up those blue walls just in the nick of time. And Toda, and this was that blue wall that kind of held them back for a little bit. Maal just not in the right position to aid the rest of his team members, and RRQ will give away that round number 4. It's a 3-1 score. RRQ needs 3 more to bring this to a close. Toda needs 5, and if they can do what they just did in the previous round 4 more times, we'll get there.
If they could win this round and bring it to a 2-3, I think chances for Toda just goes up exponentially. We'll see. I mean, Jojo does have that long range capacity, right? Vidal is taking up quite a lot of space, making sure to keep his distance.
Oh, wow!
18 Deer gets brought down. Jojo and Fires both find a piece for themselves, and Maal wasn't even ready to take on that fight because he was forced out of it very early on.
Oh, that was all thanks to the God nade by Fires that managed to tag up the players so much. It was 18 Deer that took a brunt of the damage, and then a simple bullet put him down on his knees. A Bay slayed at the very same time as well. Toda, dude, like you said, man, this next round, if they take it, that momentum on their side, perhaps they can catch up now. RRQ with 2 more players. Fires moving on up, spots out Maal's head. Vidal's down at the bottom, will catch Duts out. And Noki is there for the backup as well. RRQ has no chance.
Oh, we got a game on our hands. This is what we're talking about for the best of 1. In this case, Toda getting a 2nd round, and in another clean fashion where they were able to get first point contact in the warehouse and able to set up a good defensive formation. And we see that Steffi coming to play, right? When Toda goes to the rush, that Steffi basically eliminates whatever long-range support fire that RRQ Kazu has.
3-2 is the scoreline favoring RRQ. Now let's see where this one brings us as Team RRQ pushes on forth towards the top. Toda, on the other hand, just playing this a little bit slow, flanking on the right-hand side, as well as the left with a 2-2 formation. The numbers are a little stronger on the side of RRQ if they get into a full-on engagement here.
Saw a couple of grenades being thrown out as well. So Toda pretty aware of that. They even backed off accordingly just now with that white shot. But they do lose that warehouse to RRQ Kazu, which I think if you're Toda, you're not too worried about it because that blue zone is going to eventually force RRQ Kazu out into the open. So Toda, they would take a very defensive position. And they are the ones with the Skylar. So if anything, RRQ Kazu will have to be the one that's going to be walking forward.
It's all about the first knock here, and Maal just waiting patiently with the AWM. Dels has the same gun. Both of them just keeping an eye on each other on the outside compound. Abe on for the approach, MP5, and the good glue, solid wall pulled up for the defense. Up close and personal with Fires, who just ducks away. M590 in hand. 3 players up against him, and Fires gets sprayed down to the ground. And Toda now caught with their pants down as RRQ commands the top.
Absolutely just brute force through the defenses of Toda.
Oh
they
my.
lose dudes, but 1v3 right now for Toda. Jojo needs to somehow salvage this, but with all the pickups, might not seem possible though. RQ Kazu even still has a buy with that electrotherapy, and he just bulldozed through Todak. Bit of a weird answer to it, right? Like Fire's, was he blocked up by the glue wall and couldn't retreat?
Yeah, he pulled out an accidental glue wall there. Had nowhere to go except forward, and forward just should not be in the list of options in a situation where you've got RRQ just rushing on in. A little bit of a misstep from the side of Toda, and also they were just way too far apart from each other. They, you know, at the very start of that particular round, we did talk about how RRQ could easily outnumber them if they got into a scuffle, and unfortunately for Toda, that was the situation.
Yeah, unprepared to fight that, right? I think Fire's idea was to back off, but maybe got blocked by his teammate's glue wall and ended up going down, so it kind of sets them back a little bit. We see that Homer tag and actually causing Todak a bit of a problem. Like Fire's tagged out, Noki gets naded again. I mean, the nades of RQ Kazu are... they find another one! They got a tag on the Fires this time. You can see even on the player cam, like Noki... He's just not happy with the turn of events.
Videls though, good response. M590 to Ma'al. Ma'al down on the grow. Abhay trying to find a little bit of revenge here. We'll find none at this point of time. Ma'al about to bleed out unless they find some sort of a rescue. And Pius is just protecting him, baiting the players of RRQ to step on out.
Even throws out a smoke grenade. Dude still has a nade in his hands. This guy is deadly. Toda gotta recompose themselves a little bit. We saw Noki throw his head back and he's like, man, another nade? Are you kidding me? But at least his teammates kind of stabilized the state of the game for now, and RQ Kazu will have to somehow pick the right window to jump out of.
And it looks like the circle's not going to be too torturous to deal with. RRQ up top. The vantage point, but just no angles to work with. Oh my god, that's the deadly smoke and Duts! Will lay Fies out on the ground with a god nade from the top. Duts trying to go in for it too, and he will find it. Jojo with the backstab to put Duts down on the ground, but the numbers just not on the side of Toda. 5-2, they get mowed down.
Man, you would think that Todak having a Steffi is going to be one of the greatest tools against all these nades, but RQ has been winning most of their rounds because they're getting these nades knockdowns and eliminations onto the members of Todak so many times, and you can see the idea. Todak even threw that smoke grenade to block our line of sight, but for RQ it didn't matter, right? Just had that nade lined up from, you know, way before, and now putting them at series point. One more win and RQ Kazu goes over to semi-finals, and Todak will go home, and they are gonna enter this round with minimal economy.
It's like, I can even blindfold myself and toss this nade at you. I'm still going to get that knockdown because I already saw where you were. So no smoke's going to help you. Ignis will be able to just burn them down a little bit, taking away a little bit of life off of Videls and Fies. My goodness, Ma'al's going to send one their way as well. And the boys on the side of Toda just backing away, being forced to use the medkit here. Videls will fall back to doing exactly that and using that opening now. RRQ just
another nade,
forcing them back.
The dude just found another nade onto Videl. I mean,
oh my.
Videl is 0-3 dealing with nades so far.
It.
This dude keeps finding him, and yeah, this is lights out. Just a steamroll at the end. RRQ Kazu with a 6-2 scoreline to close out Bermuda. Well, they go to semifinals.
Yeah, absolutely. A 2-1 series victory for RRQ to eliminate Toda from the Clash Squad competition and to move on to the next stage. Fantastically done by the Indonesian squad. Could have been quicker if they did not falter initially at Kalahari, where Toda put up a shocking performance to a clearly unprepared side of RRQ, who were making a list of blunders, and they were punished for them. But of course, the comeback in game 2 and 3 is kind of fitting for exactly what RRQ is capable of.
Yeah, when we talk about, CQCs, a lot of us, focus on the gunfights, the gunplay, but every now and then we forget about the utilities that help facilitate these fights, right? And RQ Kazu gave Todak at least a masterclass in understanding the map, understanding the terrain, and how to utilize these utilities. Like the final round, for example, right? The early parts of the round, Todak lost like 50% of their health bars overall to utilities, to Ignis, to frag grenades, without RQ Kazu even properly engaging them until they found that first knock.
Yeah, absolutely, man. I mean, yeah, you can talk about the active skills, you can talk about the passives in there, but it's going to come down to the mechanical skills as well. And you've just got the weapons to get the damage done, you are going to be on that upper side, right? And that's exactly what RRQ had on their sides, just focusing on those lethal purchases and those great grenades, which is way too good. And Todak could not avoid them, cooked to perfection as they detonate on impact. It was just unavoidable for the side of Todak. Unfortunate, and at the very same time beautiful from our perspective.
Yeah, commiserations to Todak. It was I think the last round, you know, they put up a decent fight, but they just could not overcome kind of the brilliance of RQ Kazu with all that utility, especially if you're Videl. Like, how do you play the game? Like half of the rounds that you play, you got knocked out by the nade thrown by the same person who always finds you somehow. I'd be mad.
I'll be mad too, and I think that's exactly what kind of happened to the side of Todak as well, right? Because prior to that, Videls was actually performing pretty decently in these rounds until those flurry of nades just kept finding him round after round after round. It will break your spirit, it will mess with your mental game, and it most definitely messed with the opportunity of Todak as RRQ takes this best of 3 victory in a 2-1 scoreline, initially losing Kalahari 6-1, and then with a comeback on Nexera 6-0 for a finisher at Bermuda on the third map 6-2.
Yeah, once RQ warmed up, it really felt like they were a different beast, right? Here to remind everyone that they second place on the global stage last year, and they just won the Battle Royale pre-season. So this RQ is an RQ that is not just here to prove that they are the best, but they're also kind of here to reclaim what's rightfully theirs in their own region. And what a start, with the MVP being Dutz once more. Double MVPs back-to-back. Got 13 eliminations in the previous round, in the previous game, but on Bermuda, got 8 for himself.
3,694 damage this time round for this man. 8 eliminations, back-to-back MVP in the previous victory as well as this one. So he's doing pretty well in terms of the elimination category. Cannot wait to see him in action as they look to become the champions of Southeast Asia Spring 2025 soon.
Yeah, definitely fitting of the title of the Bomber, right? I think more than half his eliminations really came from just him landing the best nades possible on Bermuda. Of course, looking at the scoreboard again, this one Todak put up a way better fight, but Dutzy, he's just literally solo carrying his entire team, right? Dealing the most damage by quite a large margin.
8 eliminations for the side of Dutz, but if you look at the damage output here, this man was just doing so much, right? And it was those grenades that were chipping in terms of all of the flurry of knocks that he was getting one after the other. Videl's managing to come up on top for his side of the squad, but not because of the total assists. The eliminations, he was getting it as long as he was alive. But the damage output from the man, though, just nothing much to flex.
Yeah, just really going above and beyond. And as we close out this series, we look at the head-to-head a little bit. Pretty funny that they decided to pull this one out because Videl got bullied to oblivion in Game 3, but still, it really just showcased how much ahead Dutz is as an individual.
Okay, all right. See, I expected this because granted, we matched the #1 seed to the 8th seed of Battle Royale to take on each other in this opening matchup, right? So I kind of expected this already, which is why that first victory from Todak was very, very impressive. But obviously, the numbers were always going to be skewed towards the side of RRQ. This is a little too much, man. Look at those KDs. 17.33 versus 3.67 is it's next level stuff.
Yeah, it's just incomparable. I mean,
yeah.
You know, even the best out of Todak, at least in the series, could not hold a candle to Dutz, and that's just one player, right? He probably doubled the KD of everyone else on Todak. But that concludes our first best of 3. You know, Todak, they unfortunately have been eliminated. and RQ Kazu will be our first team to advance to the semis tomorrow. It just sets a precedent for what's to come. As the evening progresses, I think the matchup will be closer and closer because we get the seedings that are essentially closer to each other, right, from Battle Royale.
Yeah, absolutely. And of course, this next game we will come back to you with, but we're going to take a quick short break first, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls. Before we go off, though, we do have match number 2 coming up for you guys. It's actually going to be Onyx taking on Fire Esports. It's going to be a little bit of a gap between them as well, but fingers crossed, we do see Fire Esports step it up. We'll take a quick break and see you in a bit.
Welcome back to the Free Fire Southeast Asia for the Free Fire World Series Pre-Season 2025. It's a Husky alongside the Mustachio AJ in the Clash Squad, a pre-season showdown. We just got done with RQ Kazu taking down Toda in a 2-1 score, becoming the first team to qualify for top 4. Coming up, it's going to be another best of 3. This time, it's Indonesia taking on Vietnam. It's Onyx against Hua.
The 4th seed taking on the 5th seed from Battle Royale. It seems like they are quite close to each other, but obviously Hua very impressive with what they can do out there when it comes to their gun skills, right? Because they made it to their spot not through those placement points alone. In fact, they were quite bad with the placement points, but the elimination points helped them out quite a little bit during Battle Royale. And at Clash Squad, those eliminations are going to come in very handy now.
Yeah, and again, just to give everyone a quick refresh, the map order is the same as the previous series. We start with Kalahari, then we go to Next Era, and then we go to Bermuda if we head towards a game 3. But so far, I mean, judging by how the first series has kind of transpired, we get a decent idea in what's the best option and kind of how teams want to approach the game. It seems like we are going to always have two very different archetypes, right? A team, whichever team gets first pick, gets to go on the offense, gets to draft a more aggressive comp, and the team that second picks usually falls back onto the defensive. So we'll see if that's going to be the case between these two.
And obviously, Onyx Esports not too far away from the eliminations category as far as Fire Esports is concerned. 47 total eliminations in BR. Onyx, on the other hand, a total of 39 doesn't mean they cannot put up a good fight up against Fire Esports. If you look at the number of times Onyx visits that final circle as opposed to Fire Esports, they definitely do have a knack for that, right? They know how to find those circles. Onyx, they are survivors. Fire Esports, on the other hand, they are hunters, but, you know, the consistency game has not been very impressive from the Vietnamese side.
Yeah, I mean, I think overall for Onyx and Hua, these two teams have always had a pretty interesting, you know, development, right? Like, I think for Onyx Olympus, they had almost a brilliance on their debut, and then you see this big drop, like this roller coaster drop, and people were thinking to themselves, man, what is happening with Onyx Olympus? But yeah, they are slowly crawling back. You can say the same for Hua as well after the rebrand from Team Flash, but it's good to see that Onyx Olympus, you know, took that leap of faith. They go with a bit of a roster swap now, having Wings and Crime MKS, who has flourished in the MY region before going back to Indonesia. We'll see how this one plays out.
So you can't toss nades over our heads. You can toss nades over our heads because Steffi cannot stop it now. Tatsuya will not be bringing in his Rebel Rush. And Onyx Olympus's first pick is that Coda, looking to get that extra bit of information off of Hua Esports. And Zane is the pull from the side of Hua Esports, who thinks that they probably need to be a little bit more tanky as they encounter the Indonesian side, liking the pick so far.
So nothing much has really changed. In fact, the Cassie is still open, and that's going to go over to Onyx Olympus. So much utilities already. You got Coda for the Intel Gathering, got A124 plus Cassie as your kind of a rusher. And now just kind of finishing touch. You could go for an Iris like what RQ Kazu did, or you could opt for the Homer. That's sort of what they kind of did as well to kind of replace the Coda. So plenty of choices, I think, for the Indonesians.
Yeah, absolutely. And obviously, Hua Esports, they're going to be bringing in Clue as well as Homer just to assist them with a little bit of that aggressive frontal push, and Clue with that extra layer of information to play in here before they decide if or not they want to go in with a full-on engagement up against Onyx Olympus. So it seems like the teams are pretty balanced with those picks thus far. And of course, Onyx Olympus bringing in the Game Breaker, Skylar, and his Riptide Rhythm just to break down any extra layers of defense Hua Esports brings out there.
Oh yeah. So we did, so the Skylar does become the choice for Onyx now that Hua did take the Homer away. Now Santino is going to be kind of the latest addition to this Clash Squad pool that we haven't seen in the previous series. Hua Esports going to pick him up. So I think
interesting.
It is, yeah, that's pretty interesting, yeah.
I mean, perhaps it may trick some of those players out there. We have seen Santino kind of get the job done in the past, but it's really rare, especially when you're going up against opponents who are really, really quick with those shots, right? If they've got that M590 in hand, you can bring out that Santino, you can clone yourself around, you can try to run away, but they're going to be able to pop you instantly out there on the battlefield. So it's really dependent as to how far away he is and what sort of a scenario that Santino is brought out. I think it's really creative, but I want to see it in action first.
Oh yeah, especially when you have... I remember when Santino was kind of introduced, I was wondering whether teams would even consider using him, but the meta at that point of time didn't really allow Santino to be a thing. But right now, you have that mannequin, you have that teleportation ability that you can use to swap places. It kind of feels like a bit of a Tatsuya approach. We'll see though. We'll see how Hua kind of plays it out.
Yeah, you got an extra clone that you can swap bodies with. It sounds good. The application sometimes gets a little complicated, but obviously used and executed in the right manner could be a pretty hype moment. Looking forward to that. And as you can see, quite a number of the players actually opting for the purchase of the M500 at the start of this pistol round.
Oh yeah. See, I mean, if you are Hua, you sort of have a bit of a innate advantage, I think, with the Santino. I'm not sure how they want to play this out though. They do have the Homer to get intel. With this early tag onto Def and Zaru, they both trade a little bit. So you get that medkit heal. Zaru will have to heal back up for now. Thanks to Adam with the Cassie, he is going to survive that and take a bit of more punishment overall.
Cheeky shots from afar. Wang down on the ground, all thanks to a headshot. The rest of his team members not close enough to go in for the save, and they will let the man go. Now 4v3 Onyx Olympus with the numbers advantage. Still cheeky, waiting for Hua Esports to make a mistake.
Yeah, very slow approach, but with Huang going down, ABCD also falls. It's going to be a slow death, and fitting the death is the last one to get taken out. Onyx Olympus with a pretty straightforward pistol.
Yeah. M500 does not fail you as long as you've got a decent enough line of sight. The accuracy of the gun is pretty dependable, and unfortunately for Hua Esports, who did happen to have the exact same few purchases, they just could not use that gun to perfection. Now you see that M590 being dragged out here by Adam. He wants to get up close and personal. The players on the side of Hua Esports here at the rapid clash at confinement.
Oh yeah. See, if you are, I think Hua right now, it's probably going to go for that 3-1 split. Yep, that's exactly what they're doing. Again, Adam taking a bit of a chip shot. His shoulder poking out from the container. But once more, having that Cassie around does give you that innate durability. Chin Han moving a bit more forward. Def actually get a good nade on the Zyru, and that's going to be the green light. You take out what's the target of the electrotherapy. Adam tries to help, but he's going to get sprayed down.
Yeah, there's a beautiful play coming through from Hua Esports. And Wings will be able to find a response from the opposite side. ABCD down on the ground as well. Wang not picked up just yet. Chin Han could not get away from crime. And just like that, Onyx Olympus actually turning the tides. I expected Hua Esports to pull away one round here. And Death just a couple of inches away from exactly that.
It's a pincer maneuver as well. He got to somehow isolate these fights. And if with only a pistol, it's going to be a tough task. Does have a shotgun in his hands, but Wings did find him from afar, so Onyx Olympus finding the second round.
Unbelievable. After Hua Esports actually got the initial advantage with the double knocks coming through on their side, and Onyx Olympus just turning the tide, especially with crime and the sight. That melee was just rubbing salt into the wound of Hua Esports. And now 2-0 up for the Indonesian squad.
Oh yeah. And for Hua, honestly, being able to do some substantial damage to Onyx right in that round 2, so closer than it seems. The Onyx Olympus, see they go for the split. Wings once more takes the flank. If you're Hua Esports, see that blue wall, early contact. ABC not ready to receive that hit, loses half his health bar.
He's got 2 medkits in here to play with, but does he have the timing on his side? Actually continues on for the push. Got nade from crime, does not find the full connection. Chin Han gets away, but not from Adam, and the M590 meets the exact same gun on the hands of ABCD, but the backup is there. Wang from up top as Zyru drops Death with the mini Uzi. Back and forth with go, but now it's a 1v1 between Wang and Zyru.
Oh yeah. Just it's gonna be very close. Just one tap would do the job. Can you find it though?
Oh,
they
beautifully
show the
done.
peak from Zyru. He's gonna come around the corner, then find 1-0. Zyru might be able to do it and clutches it out at the end. Just the shoulder peaks and the pre-fire. Complete outplay.
My goodness me, Hua Esports had their extra man, but unfortunately, it was the game of patch up and wait and see for the side of Hua Esports that finally dropped the ball here. You could see Chin Han patching himself up, going in here for the pickup. It just did not go the way of Hua Esports. And once again, what seemed like a round that the Vietnamese team could win, they dropped the ball.
Yeah, absolutely dropped it at the very end, right? Not to mention that the mini Uzi just has better fire rate, so these pre-fires in close range benefited Onyx Olympus a bit more. Now up 3-0, they're gonna amp up the tempo. Def does find Wings, but Adam instantly rushes in to find a trade on his own. The 1-for-1, Wings get brought back up. Adam actually gets knocked down. ABCD with the backup from that low ground. Zyru now being surrounded, takes out Chin Han and Crime and KS just with a mere pistol. Finds one on his own. ABCD loses that one. Zyru constant just 360 spin, no scope, finds the 4th round.
Yeah, solid Riptide rhythm backup from his side as well, just to take down the layers of glue walls to allow Zyru to play that fantastic game of M590. That shotgun just bursting through Hua Esports. 4-0, such a clean starting game here for Onyx Olympus.
Yeah, just really playing it fast and furious right now. Onyx Olympus finding the remedy. 3 rounds in a row, Hua Esports came close and just could not finish the round. Let's see how this is going to play out. That Coda already detected most of them. If it's used, yeah, Adam just popped it and Jeff forced out of his position. That means this entire high ground, this entire ship wreckage will go over the Onyx.
Good glue walls here for Hua Esports to trap Onyx inside. There's no repercussions of being stuck inside though. You just have to wait for that opportune moment. Ice Grenade will find the tag onto those players. Zyru with the shots from below, but it's not really giving him that vantage point. And he looks for exactly that, moving up to that second level.
He's trying to divide and conquer right now. Death needs to hold this spot as long as he possibly can. Even for ABCD, he's doing a pretty good job, but he's ran out of glue wall. So right now, this full rush in from Onyx Olympus. Can they separate the fight? They do find a trade. Chinhan also delivers, taking down Adam. It's a 2v2 again. They're able to bring that back up.
Wow!
Wait, somehow finds the snipe, but it's a 1v3. It should be around for Hua. Tez Wings does it again. Finds a second one, the third one on the board. Wings couldn't find the angle, and Hua finds the first round.
Oh my goodness, that was just so messy, but a phenomenal VSK jump shot from Wings. Now that was just way too sweet to watch, but Onyx Olympus will not be able to get a fantastic 6-0 victory, all thanks to Wang, who managed to turn the tide at the very final moment with the assistance of Chenan.
That's definitely a cutting it close kind of scenario, right? Wings was about to pull off a miracle again. Still, this time going up to a refinery, this is going to be a lot of that high ground, long range fights. Unless Onyx has anything to say about it, it seems like they want to get up close.
He's not going to find anyone just yet. And Zyru with the connection. The shotgun will drop Chin. ABCD almost taken out, but a good solid glue wall. But how long does it stand though? Has got enough time. Picks up his buddy. It's a 4v4 again, but Chinan and ABCD really low on that HP.
Chinan needs some time. He's going to patch himself back up. An ice grenade. Uh-oh, he's going to be tagged out again. Smoke grenade just to cover him up a little bit, but I'm not really sure if you want to hang around there. Seems like Onyx Olympus, they will just pump the brakes a little bit. Not in a rush, they're winning in terms of health and they know it, right? Another swing around the corner, another ice grenade. Huang officially gets knocked down.
Unfortunate. Huang down. ABCD couldn't really stand in that fight as well. My goodness, they all fall like dominoes, one after the other, as Onyx Olympus just finds yet another convincing victory over Hua Esports.
Like taking candy from a kid. They are just literally outclassing Hua in all these engagements, right? Like knowing when to go aggressive, knowing when to kind of slow things down. Keep Hua Esports guessing at every stage of the game. You can see that Onyx, only good vibes on their side. They know that they got this in the bag. One more round and they will close out Kalahari 6-1.
I expected this game to be way closer, looking at the fact that they were both the 4th and 5th seed in that Battle Royale. Points-wise, they were pretty close to each other, but here at Clash Squad, it's just such a different story. Onyx Olympus on match point now to secure game number 1. Wang. And here comes that Santino on the play. And he swipes it out. That allows him to survive for a little bit.
But I mean, look at the positions of Onyx Olympus. They are getting such a good vision of where Hua Esports members are. We've seen a couple of hits popped up, but thankfully no triggers pulled just yet. So another stalled out round where Hua Esports, they're just trying to figure out where the heck are the Onyx boys.
You were right about the maps, Husky. I'm sorry, bro. I honestly thought it was going to be random for every game. Sorry, I guess we...
No, that's what I thought as well at the start. And I remember, I remember seeing a list of it somewhere. But yeah, I mean, we'll get to see like the rest of it in the finals.
Yeah, it's random tomorrow again, so I guess that makes a difference. Both teams just waiting for the other one to just make a mistake. Obviously, Onyx Olympus a little bit more confident to make a mistake as opposed to Hua Esports. Adam hopping on towards the top. And to spot out Death. He did see him moments ago. Knows that Guys just prepared at the window. Death with the Woodpecker in hand. Crime cooking up the nade already. Here comes the push from Adam. Oh, the nade accesses the ground floor. Won't get the tag onto Ignis as well. Fantastically pushed by Onyx Olympus. But Zyro and Adam, they make a misstep, and ABCD catch both of them.
Crime and KS here to redeem.
Wait, what?
It's again around the
What?
corner. He finds it. Oh, Onyx Olympus 6-1 on Kalahari, taking map 1.
Oh, we should start banning out guns as well, man. That M590, my goodness. if that happened the next game, you know which gun is going to get banned. Onyx Olympus just mowing down their opponent's Fire Esports with the shotgun.
Oh man, that just completely owned Hua in this match. Onyx Olympus really showing that CQC prowess, but that push, I say ABCD put up a pretty good hold, right? Taking out two members of Onyx, but just like all the previous rounds that has preceded them, they could not close it out. And the push from Onyx, Renee's, the Ignis, that thing is lethal, clearing out the entire first floor of the building. In Hawaii Esports, they had to take that fight with, what, 75% HP to begin with?
Yeah, absolutely. And of course, ABCD, he wasn't having the best of games here today, but he started off a little bit slow. He tried to find the recovery towards the end of game number 1. And I thought that was that moment of recovery for him, right? Getting those 2 initial knocks, but then the man proceeded to get knocked down. The backup does not come out from Hawaii Esports as quick enough to pick him right back up. And Onyx Olympus again will find that follow-up in the most craziest of manner, right? From a losing situation, turning the tides, and walking away with the victory on that round up against Fire Esports. Every time Vietnam seemed like they were about to win, Onyx Olympus ripped it away.
Yeah, and really tough to recover from that if it just keeps happening, right? Kind of feels like a rerun of what we saw between RQ and Toaduck, where you had some close calls and RQ just were able to close it out convincingly at the end. But this one, Onyx really showing that they are they work like a machine in the CQC, and I guess it's a reflection of how they are in Battle Royale as well, right? Where you compare the gunfights between these two teams, Onyx Olympus usually comes out on top, and you add on Crime, MKS into the roster. This guy is known to fight. Like, remember that 1v4 that he had on that world stage 2 years ago? He single-handedly got a booyah for Expand. That's the guy that Hua has to deal with.
Absolutely. But of course, I was looking forward to seeing Death dance around out there on the battlefield as well. We didn't really get to see a lot of that. You know, the backup from ABCD was there, but he just wasn't hitting his shots enough all throughout those first few rounds. The blessing here is that can be considered as a warm-up round for the Vietnamese squad. We still have 2 games. It's a best of 3. A comeback may still be possible as we head on into next era. But let's take a look at the match summary from this first game here at Kalahari. It's a 6-1 scoreline, just like what we had between Thoda and RRQ earlier.
So far, whoever wins pistol gets themselves a big lead. It's all about getting more economy, getting better guns, better utility, and first pick as well, right? Like, first teams that got first pick, well, except for Toaduck in their third game, but that first pick has really shown its value, and I do like the adaptation in terms of bans. I'm pretty sure Onyx Olympus and Hua kind of saw that first game and realized that Tatsuya was actually a very big problem. We ban it out, we level out the playing field, and now with Fire Esports even bringing out the Santino, it's going to open a lot more possibilities, hopefully, down the road.
I don't know. I mean, I don't even know whether or not the Santino made any bit of difference. We saw him in action one time. But even without the Santino, I think he could have gotten away from that sticky situation. And you were talking about how Crime, has done some phenomenal stuff in the past for Expand. And he's right back in Indonesia doing it this time around for Onyx Olympus. 7 eliminations, 3,368 on the damage. A 28.57% headshot rate out of that M590. That's very impressive.
Yeah, I mean, don't sleep on this guy, right? Like, he is labeled as the bomber. Again, a bit of a role change when he kind of returned to Indonesia, but when he came to Malaysia under the banner of Expand, he is the premier rusher. Absolute machine. It's good to see that he is kind of flourishing back to where he is under Onyx Olympus. I think this is kind of the right fit for him.
Yeah, he most definitely is. Let's take a look at the scoreboard here, as well as 1-0 will not put Fire Esports down and out of the equation just yet. The game has just started, but looking at the numbers in terms of eliminations, you can see the team of Onyx Olympus kind of working hand in hand in terms of picking up those numbers. Fire Esports, on the other hand, mostly has death, as he usually does out there on the battlefield, pushing for those eliminations, but all he is getting are those assists. He's not able to finish the job as he does out there in those battle royales. If that changes for Fire Esports, perhaps game 2 can be a little bit different.
I think going into game 2, if you are Hua, you have to be looking at ways to stop Onyx when they go for these fast takes, right? I think Onyx Olympus overall in game 1 has been showing that they're not afraid to fight, but also Fire Esports have been finding themselves baited into a lot of these weird situations, and of course these split-second decisions has kind of costed them some rounds. Round 3 was a very, very good example. So heading into the next game, I think if you're Fire Esports, just look to kind of tighten up that early to mid game. Don't let Onyx Olympus kind of chip you up before the fight begins.
Yeah, absolutely. And I think it's a confidence game as well, right? As long as Fire Esports is confident that they still do have a chance, which they technically do in the best of 3, right? They just have to kind of remain composed before they hop on into this next battle. Now, map order once again for the day is going to be Kalahari, Nextera, Bermuda. We just concluded Kalahari here for this game number 2. Nextera is the next one. We saw a little bit of a shift of pacing in our previous series where RRQ took on Toda. This is exactly where the tides turned onto Toda after they won that first game. Perhaps the same could happen here to Onyx if Fire Esports figures out something solid.
Can I just say that starting off pistols in Graph Lab is a disservice to both teams, because I mean, you have that extra zero gravity factor, right? But again, not complaining. It's part of the game. As we head into Nextera in a bit, I do wonder what is that draft gonna be like, right? Are we still going to see the Tatsuya Steffi ban? Because clearly teams have been experimenting left, right, and center, right? You ban out the Coda, well, not the Coda, but the A124 has been banned out, but apparently it's not exactly the biggest issue yet. So let's see, A124 becomes the choice for Hua. I think they might have the first pick, and if they do, it's gonna be a Tatsuya opening.
Yeah, it's gonna be a ban on both squads for that A124 as well as Steffi. Onyx Olympus not wanting to deal with that, and like I said, it's that Tatsuya that comes out for the play this time around. That Rebel Rush in the hands of ABCD. He wants to get up close and personal with his opponents, and that's exactly how he's gonna do it.
But this should be this should be a Coda, right? Should be a Coda from Onyx Olympus, yeah. And then Fire Esports, they will pick Cassie. +1, I think you pick Cassie Clue. At least that has been the trend so far. It could be a Cassie Clue, a Cassie Homer will be okay as well. I feel like if you're Onyx Olympus, you're not looking at the Clue after a Coda pick. That would be overloading yourself. You'll be overcompensating for what you already have. So I think Cassie plus a Homer will be decent for Hua, honestly.
Yeah, most definitely, right? I mean, if you bring that Cassie out, and there you go. The Cassie and the Homer, it is for the side of Fire Esports. That extra layer of health, the disability that the pace of Homer brings in with his drone, it is going to affect the pace of Onyx Olympus. And this is exactly what Fire Esports needs out there to turn the tides around. But we have a little bit of a extra twist being thrown into this whole works here. We get to see Raiden for the first time. And I wonder exactly how much he's going to be able to do out there on the battlefield. Now, since this is the first time you're seeing him out there, the spider trap, we've never seen it in action thus far on the pro circuit. I want to see how Fire Esports deals with this.
Yeah, it does give you kind of that bleeding effect, but more importantly, it's the slow, right? It's sort of like a auto tracker. I think it's a decent, like a half substitute to what the Homer drone has. This one, you gotta kind of release it in the right direction, but then you have Skyler to break those blue walls. So in this case, I think Onyx Olympus, they are up to something. Same concept as what we've seen with teams who are on the second pick. You generally go for more intel gathering. You want to play from long range, but like you say, I want to see how this Raiden fares, and I want to see how Hua is going to make the Santino work again now that they have Cassie and the Tatsuya on their side.
yeah, on the side of Onyx Olympus, in order to use that Raiden, you've got that Iris giving you the information already. You've got Coda giving you that information of their position. So fingers crossed, that should be enough info. Obviously, communication needs to be really strong on the squads, and map awareness needs to be really strong on their end as well in order for that Raiden to work its maximum effect. But like you said, similar to Homer, but I really, really like the damage that the Raiden puts out if it's used effectively. I want to see that in action. Let's go. Onyx Olympus up against Fire Esports, with Onyx right now leading 1-0 in the series.
In this case, I think if you are Hua once more, just I want to say that like, okay, don't let Onyx get in your face, but then you have a Tatsuya, right? So this should be a faster approach. You see that Spider being released very early on by Adam. Sadly, Fire Esports is not close enough for it to start tracking. So in this case, I mean, if you're Onyx, you are going to fall back for now. That Spider sort of wasted, as you can see, resting right at the edge of the wall.
The Spider tried, bro. So the good thing is the Spider's going to linger for a while. So he's got some sort of a backup there, right? An early warning system. Fire Esports. Let's see how they deal with this one. They've got that M500 once again in their clutches. ABCD pushing on forth with the sight in hand, but the medkit will come in very, very handy. Now the man's used that up already. No more medkit for Adam, so he cannot make any mistakes out there.
You see a nade from Crime and KS. He did release it. I would assume it hit onto Death. It did bring his health down very low. And Wings actually finds a clip with the Huang. That's going to be one down. Zyru instantly rushes in. It's a 1v1. Him and Chin Han, and quickly will become unfair if Oni goes for the pincer. And sadly for Hua, there is no hope of bringing the teammates back up. A pincer maneuver from afar. Chin Han taking too many shots to the face. And it's just death. Just like round number 1. Just like match number 1. Last to go down. Pistol for Onyx.
Yeah, that's about it for Fire Esports on this round. Raiden didn't really do much in terms of damage, but the rest of Onyx Olympus quickly cleaned up house. And it all started off with the knock onto Chin Han, and everything else kind of fell into place for the side of Onyx Olympus as Fire Esports started to scramble. Now in this round number 2, you see those AC-80s coming out for the play as well. So a little bit of a longer range engagement. It's important to see where the spiders go as well.
That 5 meter detect range isn't really the biggest. I feel like it gives a lot more value if you are releasing it into tight corners, right? Essentially, that's kind of what you want to do. Aside from that, you're relying on the Coda to do the job, and the Wings, he is so far in front. Chin Han almost went down. And that's with the Cassie too.
If the Raiden does find the connection, then the slow is pretty deadly out there. But like you said, the radius, you know, it's 5 meters, bro. It's tiny, to say the least. So I'm still waiting to see it in effect. Crime, opportunity now, powerful in hand, up against the mini Uzi of ABCD. As long as he keeps this distance, should be the victor in this 1v1. But ABCD doesn't just have Crime to deal with. He's got the whole squad of Onyx Olympus to chase away.
Yeah, literally got 4 members, just like the alphabets in his name. He can't even get past one of them. He's going to turn around. Actually knocks Crime with the mini Uzi, and that's all she wrote. So again, no confirmed eliminations, in fact. Onyx finding the second round and continues to extend their lead.
What a play by Onyx Olympus. And it was just the flanks around the outside compound that really did Fire Esports in this time round. And that's exactly one of the things that has been working so well for Onyx Olympus, right? Flank around, get that information, move on in there for the shutdown. Not really depending too much on the active skills, just playing purely mechanical work up against Hua right now.
Not really sure if Hua was expecting that movement from Onyx. That start, you take the sort of the machinery, the Travelator, to get a trade on the Chin Han, which was very unfortunate, right? Like again, this is the Cassie. Like ideally, Cassie, you don't want him to go down first. Never mind. Crime just got a hit. Just hit ABCD with a 2-piece. So that's 2 nades into an instant conversion. This round is pretty much done, and that's the 3-0 for Onyx.
Oh, that was a fantastic God nade and a follow-up with the Riptide Rhythm to break down the defenses, because Chin Han immediately went in there for the pickup. Without that Riptide Rhythm, Chin Han got knocked down as well. ABCD tried to play hero. He didn't make through. And Onyx Olympus just so easily makes that a 3-0. Fire Esports in danger zone now, because Onyx is 3 rounds away from kicking them out of the competition.
Yeah, Wow, this is tough for Hua. You're literally getting ran down by Onyx. So round 4, you could see the inventory. Hua doesn't really have much left to work with. And Onyx, they are gonna go for a light buy, which is pretty surprising, considering that they have more than enough cash in the bank. Chinhan just get a bit of tag on the Adam with ABCD around the corner, so glue walls expended first. Zyru with a nade in his hands, gonna miss that one. Good glue wall from ABCD to block that.
Great play so far. Zyru and Adam pushing forth with the M590 in hand. Deadly shotgun, to say the least. And Crime does have the rifle to play the range here to keep the boys off. Wow! Way, but ABCD, what a pop!
That is the opening that you want if you are Hua. Get that first now. You make sure that Onyx doesn't come up to the second floor. Not sure if they know where Wings is. Oh, he did relocate with the teleporter. There's Crime MKS in potential 1v1 pretty soon, but high ground completely occupied by Hua. Onyx decides that it's going to stick with the low ground for now.
And Crime's just going to chill first after losing Adam.
He sees this, right?
Really want to be making any mistakes, but you know, Adam's not really the best player on their side at the end of the day as well. Man's been struggling on his own, so Onyx Olympus should still be able to turn the tides here, even if they are one man down.
Good smoke grenade. But Zyru actually getting tagged through the smoke. They're gonna go for a gambit. Zyru doesn't make it through. Only Crime somehow pushes through his own smoke, only to be knocked down. It's down to Wings, and he can't do it alone. Hua finds the first round.
ABCD making those assists turn into eliminations this time round, and that was one of the biggest changes we wanted to see for Hua Esports here at this next Terra map, and it is going their way, but this is just the start. This is just the first round for Hua Esports. They need 5 more of those, and it doesn't seem like it has downed the spirits of Onyx Olympus just yet, so they need at least 1 more round here back to back.
Yeah, losing control of the second floor really made it tough for Onyx Olympus, but it's a small drop in the ocean. I say that Zyru just lost half his health to a grenade. That's not really good. It's 1 to the second floor. Seems like he's going to get attacked, but apparently it didn't. So now Adam is going to be trapped. Zyru needs to support him. And Crime MKS finds the nade. Same for Def though. Crime MKS with the secure first, but Hua, they're getting decimated from multiple angles. All this chip damage from the utilities of Onyx making it tough. And Crime, once more, is going to do the job all on his own. Smoke grenade blocks out his vision for now, and Hua will get some time to recover.
The 1-for-1 trade thus far. Zyru still can be picked up here. Adam versus Death. And Chinhan gets taken down as well. Just like that, Onyx Olympus wipes the floor with Hua. And that was just way too quick the moment they had enough information to go in there for that shutdown. Because the rest of the Hua Esports players, they just were not taking that initiative initially. And Wings trying to play those clips from afar just was the perfection in terms of finisher for Onyx.
And that explains why Hua Esports, even when they got the trade, they were still down in health because of Wings from just this long range. Hua, tunnel vision, I guess. They really wanted to take out the front line of Onyx Olympus and ended up losing more than they bargained for. Back to Graph Labs this time with way stronger guns. You can see the distribution. Right, Onyx gunning straight for the middle, throwing out the UAV, seeing the members of Hua on that high ground. So much info being gathered.
Chinhan so far has not contributed any eliminations to the side of Hua Esports. Might want to start doing exactly that right now. Does not have the kind of gun to engage from such a long distance. Needs to cut down a little bit of the spacing. First, has got the rate of fire. Just needs to make sure he doesn't step right in front of a M590.
It'll be a bit of a standstill. Adam will try to clear out the second floor. You can see Crime NKS uses this distraction. This nade could do some serious damage. Actually, it finds a clip onto Chinhan on the way out. He's doing 2 things at once, multitasking, if I might say. They lose Zyru, but Crime, he's gonna do everything if he has to over the wall. Gravity doesn't deter him. Finds a knock onto Def. ABCD gets Adam on the other end. It's between Crime MKS and ABCD in a 1v1. Up in the air, ABCD wins.
And ABCD keeping Onyx Olympus away from securing that series point. My God, what a difference it would be right now if this was the version of ABCD we had seen in that game number 1. But he has done just enough to keep the squad alive. Chin Han got taken down prematurely earlier on. And this is that comeback from ABCD that the squad definitely needs. But speaking of comeback, Chin Han, he needs a couple of lives on his side before he can start smiling, man. Because Fire Esports, they're really struggling without him.
Yeah, I mean, you can say the same for ABCD, right? Out of 9 eliminations, he has 7 of it. That's going to be number 8 if he confirms Zyru. Really holding the weights of this team right now. I mean, the Fire Esports better give it a good massage if they win this. Wings down low, gonna get Zyru back up. That nade will miss. Crime MKS once more wants to provide support. Couldn't find the angle. Gets tagged from afar. That smoke grenade will break the fight up for a little bit, but ABCD has a good idea where Zyru might be.
Yeah, the recovery from Onyx Olympus here just so scary to watch. Fire Esports can't finish the initial play. And that knock will be wasted as Onyx Olympus gets that pickup. And Fire Esports now just backing away, putting 3 players in a small, tiny little compound. Wang finding Adam from afar. And it looks like his opponent is going to bleed out pretty quickly.
Adam should be picked up right on time, but they're all low. So Fire Esports just waiting for the right moment to strike. That's 3 in a row down. This is the recovery that Fire Esports have been looking for all this while. 3 rounds in a row almost. 2 rounds in a row, in fact. Brings them to the 3-4 scoreline. And Onyx sweating a little bit.
Now this looks more of a fair fight out there, right? They look like they're teams who are on equal footing out there on the battlefield. In the earlier game, there just was no sign of this at all. Fire Esports kind of used that as a warm-up, but perhaps they should have warmed up a little bit earlier, man. They have thrown away a game within the series, now desperately fighting for a comeback here in game number 2, stopping Onyx Olympus from reaching the series point.
And look at Adam, he's so far ahead, but that Ignis is going to push him back. Good firewall from Hua to prevent any sort of early aggression from Onyx, which they have been doing this entire time, right? They want to take space. Adam, he's going to feel the heat right now. Fire Esports finding out where he is and takes him out with a nade. Def contributes from off-screen, and Fire Esports once more gets the opening that they want.
My God, that God nade out of nowhere, taking Adam out of the equation, but he is the weakest link, though. Onyx Olympus still should be able to turn this around, but Def says not today, not here. Crime down on the ground. The super shooter of Onyx Olympus taken out of the equation. Zyru, the next one to be clipped, but before he can be, perhaps Wings can save the day. Answers not, as Fire Esports makes this unbelievable comeback here in game 2.
Equilibrium, equalizer, 4-4. I mean, Fire Esports really has found the solution against Onyx, that early nade from Def. And of course, we talked about how Fire Esports should be looking to stopping Onyx Olympus from playing fast, from getting these early game aggression. They did exactly that. Adam couldn't get the ball rolling, and Fire Esports shut that down immediately. And now this is getting into a very scary territory. This 4-4 scoreline economy not good for Onyx.
We did touch on how Death desperately needed to catch up with ABCD in terms of converting those assists into eliminations, and it seems like that's working out well for him. As I speak about him, though, kind of cursed the poor man. Crime with a god nade from afar. Wang will get a beautiful response with Zyru down on the ground. Back and forth we go. ABCD hits a double out of nowhere, leaving Wings all alone. Fire Esports with the lead out of nowhere.
What a pop-off for ABCD. 12 eliminations. 3 just from this round alone. It's a classic Rambo playstyle. 1 glue wall separating both teams, and once that wall drops, it's a free-for-all, and ABCD took it and ran. And now Onyx, I'm not sure how you're going to come back from this. Look at the weaponries that they've got. Is that all in, right? You got nothing to lose at this point. If you don't want that game 3, if you don't want Bermuda, you gotta somehow win this and the next one. But Fire Esports are gonna stick together, go to the high ground, same as Onyx. Mirrored movements, but double nade propped up from Hua.
Adam's the first one up top, though. This is going to be a game changer if he can get into position first. ABCD, there you go. Adam with his position. Puts the God nade, follows it up as well. Ignis fails on the side of Wang as he makes it to the top. Now, Adam going to be in a lot of trouble as Fire Esports goes in for the push, but a good blue wall allows him to retreat. Riptide Rhythm breaks out the defenses of Fire Esports, but Death finds that God nade to slow down the Indonesian squad.
That was the best possible retreat from Onyx, and somehow Hua still landed that nade, but thankfully they got Adam out. Best case scenario for Onyx right now, as Hua sets up shop on literally the highest point of the map. I say that ABCD did get his head popped. Wings finishes him off, and that's the guy that you need to keep the run alive. Without ABCD, the rest of Hua really needs to step up. And now all eyes will be on Def and Chin-Han, and Chin-Han not really having the best time in this game. Dev will have to take over in just a little bit. The Chin-Han heals up, but with that Cassie around, Dev can't push forward.
Raiden sent out his spider trap, and the spider trap fell off the roof, Husky. So now we know whether or not it's effective, but Onyx Olympus will get to the series point, even if Fire Esports tries to keep them away from it. They haven't finished this game off just yet, and now into a potential sudden death series finisher in this next round, or Fire Esports wins it and extends the series into game number 3.
Stakes couldn't have happened higher. And of course, Wings anticipating a shoulder boost earlier on from ABCD and getting the pop. That was so crucial for Onyx to find a win. So Huang is going to take that far left. Actually changes his mind. This time Adam will not be stopped.
Oh,
very
that's
good spot.
Santino?
That nade actually forces him away, as Santino even used early on. Tatsuya from ABCD trying to look for any sort of early avenues, but could not find it.
Wang! Okay, he makes the swap with the Santino, and Onyx Olympus does not see that at all. Here comes the flank, ABCD. Everybody's focusing on him. Nobody's got their eyes on that Santino. Oh,
And
beautiful play by Wang!
And the flank pays off. Adam gets knocked down. Can they bring it back up to the cluster? Gets deployed. But Huang has done more than his team needed him to be. An ABCD. We're just here to pick up the pieces. Chin-Han also delivers on his end. Onyx getting dissected in this final round of game number 2. We might see game 3 in just a little bit, unless Crime MKS can pull off a miracle. But ABCD is here to deliver just exactly what Hua needs, and it's down to just Wings, and he is about to fall.
Yeah, Wings up against 4 players on the side of Fire Esports. That Santino turning the tides of battle for the side of Fire Esports. But Wings, though, still alive and kicking. And he will be a pain to deal with. AWM with the first shot. But all players from the side of Fire Esports gang up on him to bring that victory to Vietnam in this game 2 and keep the series alive.
Comeback is real, from 1-3 to then 4-1 and then 5-4. And then obviously a sudden death ending, but still Fire Esports really, I mean, ABCD, you can see that he really did wake up. He is the one that kind of started his engines early, warmed up, kick into high gear, and the rest of the team finally followed up with that mojo and delivered on their part.
It was unbelievable. What a comeback. What a solid performance. Death had turned his play style around. He was now nailing those eliminations. ABCD just took what he was doing good and turned it into brilliance. Did it even better in the second game. And it was just a round after round after round of success coming through from Fire Esports. And I actually thought that Onyx Olympus was going to be able to break it at the very final moment and end it on that game 2. But the resiliency from the Vietnamese team, absolutely beautiful. We had big questions about that Santino, and it looks like that was the secret weapon of success for Fire Esports. It was Wang, man, letting the Santino run across the battlefield, running up to catch up with him so that he can be within the radius for the teleport, gets behind the lines of Onyx Olympus, and then God nade from nowhere. You can't ask for something better.
Yeah, pretty crazy how they did it, right? It was a two-prong attack from a grenade, a front one, I think a frontal one from, I think, Def, and then Huang from the side to get the finisher. And I think it also plays into the fact that, you know, if you are Onyx Olympus, you probably don't play against a lot of Santinos anyways, right? And you sometimes it really slips your mind what he can do, what some characters can do. and Hua made it work.
I'm in disbelief as to how one-sided it initially looked for the Indonesians to just go out there and play this game of Conga. And I was actually quite surprised because I assumed that the firepower should be a little bit better on the side of Fire Esports based on what we were seeing in the Battle Royale when these teams engage out there on the battlefield with each other as well as the other squads. Fire has always looked a little bit better but not far greater than Onyx Olympus. I was expecting a little bit of a back and forth. Game number 1 did not serve us that. Game 2 definitely served us that back and forth that we were looking for. Very exciting matchup. These two teams very equal in terms of firepower out there on the battlefield. Game 3, it's going to be heartbreaking, man. I mean, both these teams are very good. I want to see them make it through, but only one can survive after this.
The fact that we got all 11 rounds, right? And this is just the quarterfinals. I mean, we all need an ABCD in our team. Like, for sure, this guy, 100% MVP of this game too, which literally went the full 11 rounds with Fire Esports coming out on top, 6-5, which you wouldn't think it was even possible at in the first like 5 rounds, and then Hua made one of the greatest comeback we've seen.
That's unbelievable. You gotta love it when it happens in a sequence like this. Best of 11 rounds, we get to see all 11, and the better team in game number 1 just did not seem that a shade of that even in game number 2 because of what this man did. 13 eliminations. My goodness, what a performance. 3,949 on the damage. Ran the auto. Had Joseph on his side alongside Ford. He was a tank for sure. And he had Tatsuya and his Rebel Rush just for that extra layer of advantage and speed out there.
It probably told Chin Han and went, just stick with me. As long as I'm alive, as long as you can give me the electrotherapy, I am going to run them down. And that is exactly what he did. I think you can even see the confidence grow over the rounds where he's getting more and more aggressive. He's getting into the face of Onyx. He's taking on Zyro 1v1. He's running straight into Wings. And he's like, what are you going to do about it? Right? Look at this game. Like, Wings had almost 6,000 damage and it didn't matter.
It did not matter at all. He also had Shell on him, right? To just protect him, protect his back to be specific from that extra bit of damage or melee. And we've seen the Indonesian teams. They love bringing those sights out, just running with the melee all around the battlefield. But like you pointed out, the amount of damage that he brought out, Wings, just couldn't make a difference out there at all. Eliminations-wise, he definitely did justice for the Onyx Olympus squad. It just was not good enough from Crime and Adam, and that's always going to hurt you. If Crime is not hitting his shots out there, you know Onyx Olympus is going to struggle a bit.
Yeah. I hope that screenshot is going to be saved by ABCD, right? Whenever he needs it, he's going to pull it out and be like, hey, look at the receipts. All 3 of you combined, and you are still 1 elimination below me, all right? So, if anything, ABCD, we got to give him his flowers, right? Now it's about crossing the finishing line. Can Fire Esports close this out? Because off the back of that match 2 run, oh boy, I mean, Hua better somehow find a way to beat Onyx in Bermuda.
I know, right? So this is going to be a very tough one for Fire Esports for sure. But, I mean, they managed to dig in the deep in the second game at Nexterra, and they got the job done. Bermuda should fairly be as easy or as difficult as this game number 2. If they got it done once, I don't see why they can't do it twice. But at that same time, to speak on behalf of Onyx Olympus, they made that game number 1 look so easy. I don't know what's up with Hua in that game 1, but nothing went their way there.
Yeah, sometimes I really do believe in the whole concept of a warm-up game, right? I think some people just need to take a beating first, and then you start making adjustments, and then you get a bit more active with your neurons or whatever. At least I'm that kind of player. Like, I will lose like 1 or 2 games, and then I start playing better. Maybe that's how it is for Fire Esports, right? Like, we can see them really slowly step up over time.
Yeah, you know, it's just the engine of a car on a very, very cold day. You just need to warm it up first before you bring it out there, or else it's just gonna be a tad bit slow in terms of the pickup, and that's exactly what Fire Esports experienced out there in game number 1. But of course, as long as that recovery is there for game 2, nothing for them to break a sweat over. Tatsuya and Steffi are going to be taken out of the equation this time around, so I guess that is going to hurt ABCD a bit.
Yeah, definitely. You know, you remove that aggression from ABCD. We have seen Santino sort of as the replacement, right? In match 1, in game 1, that's what they did. A124 will be picked up by Hua. Now this is going to be very important for Onyx. Once more, I don't think we are going to see the clue since they have Coda already. Though it could still be a Iris plus Homer or Iris plus 1. Like this double pick, the drafting phase is pretty interesting where you get that double pick in the second pick phase. So they actually still go for the Cassie, right? So Cassie Homer will be the choice, which means that Hua right now, you probably would be looking at Iris Clue and then you leave Santino for last because Onyx is not going to take it.
Yeah, I highly doubt Onyx is going to take it. But at the same time now, Fire Esports, I wonder if or not they can play that exact same trick twice. They've caught Onyx with their pants down the first time, and Dimitri is actually being brought out by Fire Esports this time round. So it shows that they want to play that sustainability out there on the battlefield alongside Zane, extra layer of defense. They want to disable Onyx Olympus as they make their approach towards this battle. Fire Esports is just going all out defensive as Onyx Olympus drags in that Skyler to show they want to play that offensive.
Wow, so completely ignoring the Iris for now. Okay, they take it last. I was thinking like
not fully.
Because I was thinking like there's no way you go Santino here, right? So yeah, Iris is definitely the better choice. You need some sort of long range support because everyone else wants to be in the face of their opponents. ABCD on Zane. You don't have that rush capability, but you do have that extra, 80 HP whenever you pop that ability. So it still allows him to kind of fight in the front lines.
Yeah, so are you sure you're not being too biased towards this Iris pick?
No, I'm not.
Okay.
Just
checking.
It's based on the patterns, right? Based on the patterns of what the teams have picked. No, I made this joke too. The actual Iris.
So it looks like it's an all-out offense on the side of Onyx Olympus, and it's an all-out defense on the side of Fire Esports. They do have a little bit of information play on that Iris, but it's very situational based. The thankful thing is here, we are playing on Bermuda, lots of open spaces. Those glue walls are going to come out, and Iris should be able to give them a little bit of information that they can work around with. Now, it's going to be that right-hand side flank for the side of Fire Esports, and Onyx Olympus does the exact same thing on their side as well. So, the opposite sides of this warehouse.
I saw an ability to pop early on, but I'm not really sure if that was a mispress by Hua. But either way, some contact with Crime MKS at the very beginning. So both teams actually went the opposite side of this warehouse. Why is they continuing to go for the push? Even getting the nades ready just in case Onyx wanted to receive it. Crime almost gets tagged. That one looking a bit scary.
Hey, Wang is inside there, meeting him with the M500 tag by Crime! What a backup from Wings from afar! That's down on the ground. Wings puts him down once again, and Adam flanking around the right-hand side will disable Wang. ABCD, the final one on his feet, will be able to find one in terms of return, but it's a 1v2 now for the man who's very low on HP.
Can he do it though with the Cassie on the side of Onyx? It's just impossible. Impossible pistol round, at least in the position that he is in. But good attempt from Hua. Onyx Esports just had all these wide angles. Just look at Hua Esports. They funnel into a corner looking for Crime, I suppose. And Onyx just came in from 3 different directions and sprayed them down. So pretty unfortunate that Hua went down like that. Mini Uzis in all of their hands. And remember, as much as ABCD has that extra health and damage against glue walls, he still needs support, especially when you're dealing with someone with a Cassie on their side.
And you can thank Zyru and Wings there for that very, very phenomenal takeover of the momentum. As Fire Esports was flanking around, almost shutting down Crime MKS, and Wings and Zyru at the very same time firing across the battlefield. Adam will find the head of death here, and my goodness, nobody's there for the backup.
I don't think they were ready at all. Even Dev wasn't ready. He was getting his nade, he just pulled the pin on his nade, and you have someone with a mini Uzi in his face. So adjustment needs to be made from Hua. But if you're Onyx Esports, if you're Onyx Olympus, this is what you do, right? Just run straight at Hua. They can't really stop you. The double Riptide Rhythm getting committed. Hua spotted entering the building, and Onyx can easily set up a pincer maneuver. The question is, what is Hua going to do? Can you find these 1v1s?
Free fire from Adam. Makes the flank absolutely useless, giving away that information, and that information played against him. Good smoke out by Chin Han. Very low on his HP, and Adam will use his game sense to get him that knock, and ABCD will not survive for long! My god! Mini Uzi runs out of bullets, and Adam loses his life.
And ABCD once more left on his own devices, and sadly could not do too much. Not against the entire team of Onyx. But then again, Hua started this round with a -1 thanks to that early rush from Adam. And of course, that pre-fire around the corner. Nasty mid-air swing. Now the long-range weapons are going to start coming out from both teams. But for Onyx, they want to stick with that in-your-face Mini Uzi playstyle.
VSK or AC80 from the middle should be able to get them a one hit here. But I don't know, the opponents... You know, everybody knows this map really well, so they're not gonna put themselves in harm's way so early on. Chin Han at risk of being exposed here as the flank is on from the side of Onyx Olympus, all smoked out. Fire Esports has no idea what's going on. They don't know. Onyx Olympus right above them.
Oh, that's a nasty smoke. Onyx snuck past them. They did leave one member outside just in case. And now it's for Hua to figure out how to play this game. It seems like they will leave the building for now. Onyx Olympus takes possession of the factory, of the warehouse. And Fire Esports got to play re-entry from the outside. It's going to be tough though. So many angles to cover.
Wang about to be pressured by the circle here. Not in a good spot. Potentially the first player to get eliminated here once the blue catches up with him. And Zyru and Wings in the best position to take him out of the equation here. Tagged up by the circle, Chin Han, Riptide Rhythm, breaks down the defenses of Wang, and he is the first to go.
He's the only one in the building as well. His teammate's not really there to support him. It's pretty tough. I feel like he's trapped thanks to the early movements. It was 2 smoke grenades from Onyx back to back. And Adam, a swing! Just like that, finds Death. His back turn, and Onyx looking for the 3rd round. Instant rush into the face of the rest of Fire Esports. ABCD not going to be able to get off the ground rolling this game. It's going to be Adam that does it. And it's a 3-piece for him.
And it looks like Fire Esports just can't seem to find their rhythm just yet. Only ABCD with 2 eliminations thus far. And 2 rounds concluded. This is the 3rd round. It has come to an end now. And still Fire Esports hanging on with only 3 eliminations. And they're getting steamrolled by Onyx.
How crazy it would be if they pull off a comeback again. This was the same spot that they were in the previous round. They were down 0-3 and then they went 1-3, 1-4, 2-4, and then 5-4, and then eventually won the whole thing. Easier said than done. Crime KS playing from long range, and Adam is a big problem. Like, he's feeling so strong. Look at this bird's eye view. It's Adam and Zyru, he's so far away, and still Adam gets the job done. Zyru somehow finds the nade. It's a 2v4 at this point. Who needs a team if you have a duo that strong? Adam finally goes down. Zyru comes in to back him up. ABCD doesn't have the help to work with. Wings takes him out, and it's a quick round 4 for Onyx.
My goodness. 4-0 now. On a streak, Onyx Olympus demolishes Fire Esports on that round 4. And it was all because of Adam, right? Just hop in and hop in and hop in. And then Bunny Hop gets him all across the battlefield for the first knock to push Fire Esports into a scramble. And that's just not going to be a good situation to be in when you're up against such a cool, calm, collected Onyx Esports.
Yeah, you know you're in big trouble when Onyx Esports is beating you 2v4, at least at the start of the round. They cannot let Adam do something like that. Like in the previous game, it's the same thing, right? Fire Esports won because they were able to stop Adam from taking up space, but we have gone back to square one, where you have this guy who is just straight up making sure his joystick is in a forward position, and he's running straight at Hua, and that is the punish that they need. They need to take out Adam, and they are doing exactly that. Now they need confirmation.
Riptide Rhythm breaks down the defenses. Zyru and Adam both out of the equation already. And this is that opportunity for Fire Esports to turn the tides of battle in a 4v2. But Chin Han and Death really on the verge of getting knocked down here. Wang in a good position, and Crime with a fantastic response and elimination to take the guy out of the equation.
All things considered, Crime was able to heal back up. Wings does have a med kit, but needs time and space. So that trade earlier from Huang actually doesn't need too much, but Def will make sure that the playing field is going to always go in their favor, taking out Wings that could nade from beyond. And Crime MKS is all alone, 1v3, can't do it. ABCD with a killing blow, and Hua finds the first round.
Clash Squad just not a good friend to Chin Han at this point of time. They're still struggling to find those eliminations. The pace of gameplay from Battle Royale to Clash Squad just changing it up too much for him to keep up with. And if you look at the side of Onyx Olympus, they are just so comfortable out there. A total of 10 eliminations just between Crime and Adam. Zyro and Wings with 17 eliminations. 5 rounds in. Onyx Olympus 2 more from securing the series.
If Hua can win this round, then suddenly hope will be restored once more, just like the previous round. I mean, it is looking a bit probable, right? Like, Wings did lose a big chunk of his health. You see that earlier, I think, Homer tag. Fire Esports not deterred just yet. The nade does miss. Attempted rush from Adam and Zyru. Once more, they've seen this play before. Instantly block it out with a couple of glue walls. But Crime and KS will be the second layer of that assault. Nade blocked out by the Steffi. The graffiti in place. So Onyx able to stop that follow-up from Hua. And now Hua is going to be in a position where they need to somehow figure out the way to deal with the second layer of rush.
Oh, Onyx with the advantage on that ad drop. But the pickup is going to be very easy now for Zyro to get done. But he barricades himself in with the glue wall, and Crime with a backstab out of nowhere puts 2 players down on the ground. But look at this, Wang from up top does manage to clip the players, but no knocks coming on through from his play.
Here comes the Ignis, here comes the Firewall. Through the Firewall, he finds Crime MKS. But still, no confirmation. Crime MKS is the only one that has officially gone down. Wings through the wall! Maybe there is a chance, but you gotta pick up the pace. There isn't really much time left. Adam's gonna be in his face pretty soon. Huang trying to find a corner. They all get brought back up. And time is just not his friend. Onyx finds their 5th round.
My goodness, what an opportunity that was to turn the tides of battle. But obviously, the numbers just not on his side at all. Towards the very end, it was Adam, Zyro, and Wings taking on Death. And they were just waiting for him to close the distance so that those M590s can get the job done.
Yeah. MVP was definitely Crime MKS, who came in with a 2-piece on the flank where Fire Esports were not expecting him. They did everything right against Onyx, except for knowing where Crime MKS was. This is going to be a marathon of a comeback if Hua even wants to attempt it.
Well, 5 rounds in a row. Doesn't sound impossible for the Vietnamese spirit. But Chin Han and ABCD very low on that HP. Adam now showing up. ABCD response. Chin Han backstab. Riptide Rhythm breaking down the defenses, but that only exposes Adam. And that kind of went south for the trick of Onyx Olympus. But in a 3v1 now, Fire Esports on the verge of getting eliminated.
Zyro looking for the final pump of the shotgun. Crime MKS with the collection. Onyx Olympus becomes the second team to advance to the semi-finals, knocking out Fire Esports 6-1 on both maps that they win, Kalahari and Bermuda respectively. I gotta say, the response from Hua in that final round seemingly a bit late. Again, 2 back-to-back rounds where they had a chance of winning, but they just overlooked the most minute of details. First of all, it was not knowing where Crime MKS was in the second last round, and in the last round, they got rushed, but help was not there. You got 2 guys on that high ground, and no one could deal with the flank. It's just layers after layers, and Onyx Olympus took advantage of it.
Absolutely, and out of 8 teams, 2 from Indonesia, both the 2 Indonesian teams and now in for the final day of play. That's going to be tomorrow. Yes, it's a very short run here at the preseason, but we don't need that many to get you guys excited and used to these brand new rule sets that we've brought in for 2025's esports season, right? It has been very exciting thus far. Champion Rush has been exciting. Double points game have been very exciting. Clash Squad, just for a little bit of breath of fresh air, is very exciting. And the Indonesians surely know how to go out there and dominate.
Yeah, honestly, the whole champion point thing, that thing took a while for me to grasp, but man, it really adds to the stakes. I mean, when the season officially starts, that's where you really will start feeling the heat. But even this preseason, right? Like you get the crowd warmed up, you get the players excited for the rest of the year. Garena, they're doing things right. We're getting better every single year, right? We praise the production, the graphics, the cinematics, and right now, a more exciting format. I mean, sign me up for the rest of the year, man.
Yeah, I was telling Neptune, like, if the format doesn't evolve over time, it's going to get a little boring. You're going to be able to call out exactly who's going to dominate out of there in these matches, time and time again. But those meta updates are keeping things very fresh. It's keeping things, a little shaken up there so that even the top teams have to kind of recompose themselves and figure out how they're going to go out and dominate this time around. And it's all about which team gets to master the meta in a whole before going out there and being champions, right? RRQ seems to have gotten that done pretty perfectly here at the preseason's Battle Royale. RRQ seems to have gotten it done here at Clash Squad as well, just like Onyx Olympus. But let's see how far that continues to run on here for Indonesia.
Honestly, it's like watching a child grow up, right? Like they go to college, they get a degree, they get a good paying job. That's how the format is. It gets better and better every single year. We went from just having, we still have just one day of grand finals, but then we had Point Rush, right? And then we had a revival system. We had a pocket market. There's more and more things being added. Of course, in this case, the match summary is going to be 6-1 Kalahari in favor of Onyx Olympus, and then we got that crazy comeback from Hua on Nextera, bringing it 6-5, but then Onyx closes it out 6-1 again in the final round. And MVP is going to be Wings. Doesn't really have to do too much. 3 eliminations with the Skylar, but made it fast and painful for Hua.
No headshots, no problems. We still get the victory and move on. Unfortunately, you guys get kicked out of the competition. MVP Wings. This is a shocker, right? Because we saw more eliminations from some of the other players out there. Abe definitely have had his time. We had Crime struggle a little bit, but I wasn't expecting Wings to really sneak this one away from them. 2,486 damage with the Riptide Rhythm, which actually didn't make quite a bit of difference out there, except for that final round.
Oh, yeah. Even when you look at the scoreboard, right, it's very straightforward, between these two teams. As one-sided as it was in the final game, you can see that Hua, had moments of brilliance, right, where they were putting up fights, where they were putting out numbers, but just like match number 1, they just could not close it out.
Yeah, outclassed in terms of damage, outclassed in terms of eliminations. Even the assists, mind-blowing on the side of Onyx Olympus. So very impressive scores all around for the Indonesian squad. Fire Esports, we've seen moments of brilliance and moments of weakness from Hua. This one, unfortunately, here at Clash Squad, they only had one opportunity, and we saw more weakness than improvements. Of course, like you said, game number 2, it was a phenomenal comeback, and that is exactly what we recognize the Vietnamese squads for, right? The fight that they have within them, but the consistency-wise, obviously, Crime and Squad getting it done. But the numbers look so much more decent in comparison in this final head-to-head before we say goodbye to ABCD and Squad. 18-17 on the eliminations, with Crime winning that out. Obviously, damage goes to the side of Crime. KD goes to the side of Crime. Assist goes to the side of Crime, but at least ABCD has got something to smile about.
Yeah. And just to, for people who look at the KD and be like, man, ABCD isn't that great. You got to think about it from a perspective where the rounds that Onyx won, it was 6-1 and 6-1, right? That's why the KD is high on average, but still, ABCD put up a good one. Huang also stepped up when the team needed him. KD aside, I think contribution-wise, I think they can definitely put up a very even fight. Like, who knows? If this was a best of 5, we might go the distance. But for now, Onyx Olympus show that even in a shorter series, they can be consistent and dominant.
Even in the sniper head-to-head, it is Wings that takes the win over Huang. Huang wasn't very effective. Other than that one Sentino play, which was pretty impressive, that led to that victory overall in game number 2, we didn't really see a lot of creativity from Huang out there. Wings, on the other hand, many highlight moments, right? I mean, including the one where he just so accurately took that jump shot with a VSK, if I'm not mistaken. Impressive mechanical skills out of this guy. So no doubts whatsoever, well-deserved MVP. And that wraps it up for game number 2. 2 Indonesian squads once again have made it over to tomorrow. Unfortunately, we have said goodbye to two. That is Toda as well as Fire Esports.
Yeah, and while there are still 2 best of 3s, and coming up, it's going to be Twisted Minds against Team Falcons. You definitely don't want to miss it. We're going to a break. We'll be right back.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls. This is the Free Fire World Series Southeast Asia 2025 Spring Preseason Clash Squad. After we have concluded our Battle Royale over 5 days of gruesome battles, we now get to see some perfection in Clash Squad. Indonesia has shown that they are not just good, they are phenomenal at these plays. RRQ and Onyx Olympus, the only 2 Indonesian squads that we have here in CS, have already made it through to tomorrow, the final day of CS. Now we've got yet another matchup coming up for you guys. My name's AJ, I'm the Mustache, down here with the one and only Husky, your casters for the day. And we are only halfway through, Husky.
Yeah, halfway through, more to come, and it's only going to get more and more exciting. This one, I think the next one is going to be a very much anticipated series. Is domestic local rivalry, you know, Twisted Minds against Team Falcons. Both teams have so much history. Of course, you are looking at Team Falcons, who last year won the first ever EWC title, right, on that podium. And then you got Twisted Minds, who are always so close behind, but so far from the finishing line at the same time.
Yeah, absolutely, man. And, you know, it just seems so confusing, especially with the brand new format, as to who's the top squad out there, because anything can happen. Those game 6s with those double points, you know, anything can happen. With Champion Rush, anything could happen. You could be, you know, nowhere close to the top in terms of points, but you could have, you know, just achieved that Champion Rush condition and strike that booyah on your very following game. And all of that chaos has kind of given us this layout of the top 8 in a very weird fashion, right? We don't I'm actually shocked that Falcons walked away with that 7th spot. I would have never guessed that Falcons would walk away from the 7th spot at any competition based on how good they are.
Yeah, to be fair, we have seen them have some ups and downs. I think the season where they struggled the most, at one point I would think Team Falcons would even make it to a, you know, beyond domestic, right? And then again they came back alive, and there's always these roller coaster for a lot of these experienced teams. I think the best example was AG Global, right? This was a team that has always been on the radar, and then you have 1 year where you just don't see them at all. So this, I think, is a good enough recovery. So we'll see how that is going to play out. Twisted Minds, of course, have plenty of accolades under the belt. One of the most, stunning rookie performances when they debuted. Right now, all becoming some of the best veterans we have.
Yeah, absolutely, man. Twisted Minds, the champions of the ESL Mobile Masters as well. So they're no stranger to going out there and putting on the sleigh, walking away the champions. But what they are having, I would say, issues with is finding the activation on Sa Ming, right? He is the sniper, he used to hit those phenomenal shots. He's not hitting those anymore. You look at Diamond and Exposi and some of their, crazy moments out there as a pair on the battlefield, they're not hitting as hard. So Twisted Minds, they've started off the whole preseason a little bit slow here. Perhaps Clash Squad is where they can ramp that up a little bit. If you look at the bans, Cassie and Steffi both taken out of the equation, so you're not going to be able to defend yourself from the rain of grenades, and electrotherapy is just not an option this time around.
Wow, so willingly letting the Tatsuya go through. So this is going to be a first pick for sure. Whoever has first pick, of course, in this case. Though you will not have the luxury of the Cassie to buff you up, so that is going to be, I guess, a minor con. But then again, Tatsuya pretty self-sufficient just based off of what he has. But at Falcons, they are not even going to consider it. They take Coda to start it off.
Information gameplay over the speed of repositioning out there on the battlefield. I really like that, but it doesn't mean that Coda does not have that speed advantage on his side as well, right? And of course, as you guessed, there is a first pick Tatsuya, but that's not from Falcons. It's from Twisted Minds instead. So it's a very interesting approach that Falcons has got here. They want that information and that extra... It's obviously not comparable to the Rebel Rush, the speed boost that Coda has, but I guess it does make a little bit of a difference out there when you play it like Falcons.
I feel like this could be a Zane Homer situation. Or Zane A124. Yeah, A124 makes a lot of sense as well. You kind of shut down if the fast-paced gameplay of Twisted Minds. It really feels like Twisted Minds are playing to what makes them comfortable, right? This could be an Iris pickup pretty soon if you want to play into Sa Ming, but actually no. They opt for a Santino instead.
And it's a rusher that brings in the Santino, which is very surprising. I'm not too sure exactly how I feel about this one, but I can also see it working, right? You see Diamond like a madman just rushing into the battlefield. Out comes Santino. He swaps places with him, with his clone, and then, brings in some sort of extra damage from the back. I don't know how Twisted Minds is going to bring out the Twisted plays, but we'll have to wait and see. Of course, Clue, that counter for that Coda, they're going to have that information on their side as well.
Oh, yeah. So this is going to be Iris going over Team Falcons. Pretty much straightforward. Not much of a difference, although I would say that Santino pick for Twisted Minds was something that I didn't expect. I thought they would prioritize something like a Clue, Iris a bit more, just because you want to play that long range for Sa Ming. So maybe the idea is that we are going to have Tatsuya to play fast, but then we also have this bait and switch play with the Santino, so it's a double trouble playstyle.
I want to see that Mannequin make some magic happen out there on the battlefield. I am curious to see if Santino is going to be highly effective. I have not been effective in using Santino at all. My timings have been absolutely horrible, and my aim's even worse. So obviously that's not going to be doing me any favors whatsoever, right? If I was to play out there, I'll just make myself into a tank and try to survive as long as possible. And that does not seem to be the tactic either one of these teams are picking out there. They just want that speed. They want that extra layer of information. They want a full-on battle. So unlike the previous two series, I'm actually expecting this one to go very fast-paced from the very start.
I have a feeling as well, right? Considering that Team Falcons basically fielded an entire lineup with no rushes at all. Right, I mean, Peter is not playing, so there's no rushes. There's, I think, two snipers, basically utility players on their side. Again, Twisted Minds, who have not changed their roster for the longest of times and for the greater good. It definitely is going to put Team Falcons put both teams to the test, in fact. Like, both teams who are insanely good at what they do, and now they will have to show it in a very fast-paced format.
Thailand versus Thailand. Twisted Minds, your second seed with a total of 92 points from the grand finals, taking on Falcons, who are your 7th seed from the preseason Battle Royale grand finals. Of course, just that seeding alone from the preseason VR doesn't really show the true capabilities of this squad. But look at that guy just run away, barely being scratched from all of these shots. What in the world's going on?
How did Karoro walk away without taking damage? I mean, one more did take a nade in the face, but that is more than what Falcons should have gotten. Although the rush comes in, Exposy and Nameless, that's the flank we talked about. It's a one piece for all of them from Twisted Minds, and a quick pistol rounds as it imploded on themselves.
Yeah, Diamond just managing to maneuver around very, very quickly. And with that Santino, I thought he initially got a little bit of a trick up his sleeve, but you know, that pop barely got him anywhere. And it was mainly the position that was held on here by Twisted Minds that allowed them that extra advantage over Falcons. And obviously with Saming kind of like hanging back, giving them that support fire, it allowed them to push on forth. Diamond, the most effective one, this time walking in with the mini Uzi.
See if he can pull that trick off again. I would say on Kalahari, like especially these kind of battlegrounds, Santino actually can prove to be incredibly useful. Exposy just dodges most of the bullets, forcing out a glue wall very early on from Karoro. Red Tyrant from behind. Karoro feels trapped right now. Diamond somehow in the deep end is just toying with Karoro, and somehow Karoro still got away. And one more will find Diamond instead.
Yeah, Exposy tagged up already by the A124. Now needs to bide out that time. No longer slowed down. But unfortunately for him, he's not going to be able to get to the rest of his team members on time as On Fire catches up from the back. Falcons, one very easy round back.
What a round for Falcons, right? Playing from behind. Sort of like an eco for them. Well, like a mini eco. They still got those Uzis to work with, but still winning out that round really wasn't on the bingo card. Not when you had Twisted Minds, who seemingly feel like they had majority of the of the area under control, but this is gonna damage the economy of Twisted Minds for sure. Look at Falcons, bit more equipped to deal with Twisted Minds in round 3.
This is a map for the snipers to really shine now. So Saming, an opportunity for him to bounce right back, but of course Limit is gonna try to play that ESK as best as possible to see if he can make something go the way of his squad. Patience play with that ASK 94. The shots will find just a couple of connections, and Saming saves his life by ducking away from those shots. But Karoro for the finisher, and the mini Uzi does it.
First blood.
That is going to really put a dent into Twisted Minds' offenses for the rest of the game. Timer actually gets popped. Timid gets him anyways. 2 crosshairs just aimed at Twisted Minds. What a quick round. Falcons really stepping up.
And this is the kind of pacing I was expecting from the battle between Falcons and Twisted Minds, right? Especially Falcons, based on their active skills that they have brought in here. Kind of very showing as to how they were going to take that round, but I guess just a little too cautious earlier on at the start of this first game here at Kalahari. This is an opportunity now to just run away with this one as they turn the tides of battle up against Twisted Minds.
Obviously, Twisted Minds still have opportunities to turn this around for sure. It's not going to affect them too much losing those first 2 rounds. It comes down to Diamond though, like this Santino.
Did you see that Santino magic, bro? He just ran him into the wall so that he can't get anywhere, and then continues to run out and repositions himself. So now he's given away the impression that he's further up the battlefield. Let's see how this little bit of trickery works out in their favor.
Seems like it's working a bit. Whoa, what a swing from Exposy.
First blood.
Perfect. Breaks the flank of Falcons, and now Falcons are going to be sweating a little bit. Losing that important position. One more needs to start moving things in the circle. It's going to spray down by Diamond down into the red.
So it seems that a little bit of a Santino misdirection worked out in their favor. Very impressive use, very impressive way to play the Santino. But Nameless doesn't get away as one more gets that God Nade, finding its full connection. Limit from afar. Exposi on the ground. Diamond circling around. Will find one for himself. A close proximity and on fire with the M590. Gets the shutdown. My
How
God.
did that even happen? Honestly thought Twisted Minds got it locked down. But this is a good time to talk about how to utilize the playstyle of long range, right? We've seen in the first 2 best of 3s where teams that don't have Tatsuya or don't have first pick, kind of you fall back to Koda and then you try to play from afar, but it hasn't worked out for most of the teams and they actually are eliminated already, both Todak and Hua. And then you have Falcons who really are playing to their strengths. We say that this is the team that is best at what they do, and you can see that they are always able to keep their distance from Twisted Minds. And what a shot from Limit!
Oh, that was just way too good to watch. That Iris was popped earlier. Didn't even need it. Kororo M590 in hand, but opts for the grenade instead. It's tagged up by the ice grenade, but that's not gonna affect him too much at all. Sentino used up already on the opposite side of the field. Gets them the reposition, and Diamond uses that to his advantage. Tags up Kororo, drops him on the ground. What a play!
Exposi actually was able to find 2 in a row, but Limit again. It's just landing shots after shots. Diamond now needs to bring his teammates back up. Brings Exposi back out first. Takes out one more. Uh-oh. Not looking too good for Falcons. The ball drops a little bit. Fire will be able to bring his teammates back up. Kororo needs some help. He's not going to get it for now. Most of these players are down in the red, on fire, over the blue wall. Can't find a hop. But Diamond takes out Kororo in the end.
It's a 3v3 now. A little dragged out this round is, but both teams finding a way to survive. Diamond, Nameless, everybody falling back. Repositioning themselves here on this platform as they've got information on Falcons. I want to see that Santino come on again. All right, he leaves him behind, Diamond. Here's the flank. Gets the knock though. Doesn't need the reset.
Wait.
We'll pay the high price.
Oh, man. A bit of a buffer. I thought Diamond was about to pull it off. They did bring it back up though. Exposi trying to help his buddy out. Diamond still alive. Comes back and delivers. Pays it forward. And finds the second round for his team. What a pop-off at the end.
Big brain play from Exposi. Goes to pick Diamond up first. Sees his opponent running straight towards him. And the instant response is not defensive but on the offensive. Runs on out to take the shot. And to also make sure Falcons do not stop Diamond from going in for the pickup of their third member who was bleeding out on the ground. My God, what a play.
In case anyone missed it, that was an ace as well. Diamond essentially wiped out everyone from Falcons with the help of his team. So I guess the theory is true, right? Like if you feel like if you are threatened, you just act crazy and run at your assailants, and they might get scared. They're like, oh my God, this guy is crazy. And that's sort of what happened. Twisted Minds used it to their favor.
You abide by that advice at your own discretion, guys. We should not be held responsible if that goes south. Diamond on the ground as he tried to take Husky's advice, ran straight into Falcons. Unfortunately, didn't work out that way the second time around.
Yeah, got picked off. I think, because he was surrounded. Sadly, for Diamond. Well, no second chances for this round. Falcons now have the massive advantage. Although I would say this area is horrible for long range, so Falcons will now have to get up close and personal, which is not a problem at all, as they wipe the floor very quickly to find themselves up 4-2.
Yeah, okay, so they're onto that meta already. What gun, guys? M590. Everybody spam that gun, right? And that's all you're going to see from them. It is just phenomenal to see those shotguns in action, and it is a double main on the run here for players like Falcon and Kororo. Look at one more. He's got a double M590 setup, so he's not going to run out of bullets today.
Definitely not. He is ready. He is ready to get down and dirty. Right in your face. I mean, they do have Limit, who has been really hitting some crazy shots.
The rest of his players on a sniper and shotgun combo. Twisted Minds not allowing them much space to think about this offensive move. And Diamond makes one mistake, puts it on the ground. Exposi backstab though, 1v2, and Exposi does not walk away from that one. Very sloppy plays coming through from Twisted Minds.
Oh my god, one more! Doing it with a sliver of health. He's still going in the smoke. One more! Five nameless! And that's a 3-piece just like that.
That's what you get when you run the double M590, bro. That gun, it slaps, all right? Harder than mama, it slaps. Harder than an Asian mom. Guaranteed.
Also gotta talk about how Falcons are playing this formation, right? One more basically guarding Limit. He's basically his bodyguard. Anytime Twisted Minds show up and try to take out Limit, one more is like, you gotta get past me first before you get to my boy Limit.
And also, Saming's really not picking up his pace, right? He is struggling to find his long-range attacks. And he's the backup of the squad. And speaking of him, Limit instantly drops him on the ground once again, expires him instantly as well. Falcons going for the 6-2 victory on this first game. And I think they might just be able to pull that off now.
Yeah, Saming going 0-7. The only time he didn't go down was around the day 1. Limit now has to really somehow survive this. Getting surrounded. The high ground. Giving Diamond the advantage. Nameless getting tagged out. One more against Exposy. Exposy though is going to be in disadvantage very soon. On fire from the back. Bit of a pincer maneuver. Limit still bleeding out. But Diamond actually falls. Cororo and one more. Tag team performance. And Exposy not even involved. Tries to turn the corner in 1v4. Team Falcons takes map 6-2.
I honestly thought Exposy and squad were going to find some sort of a recovery there to allow Saming to at least pick up one elimination before game 1 comes to an end. But unfortunately, that was not the case. Falcons brought it to a quick end. And one more. It's got his custom merch up there. And this guy definitely deserves it, right? You know, we watched them from the Siege Triple G days to the days of victory at EWC. They truly deserved it.
Yeah, I mean, even one of their teammates is now the analyst, right? Like Koskyu taking a back seat. You know, he has his shares of glory already. One of the few that won EWC. So yeah, it's a good development. But what a crazy map 1, right? We even had that one round where we had this extended exchange and both teams only traded one person. I don't know how they do that, but Team Falcons really showing that you don't really need to play fast sometimes, right? The calculated moves really gave them a lot of advantage against Twisted Minds' seemingly one-dimensional playstyle.
Yeah, absolutely. And, you know, the aggression from Falcons is just really unmatched at all from the opponents. It was very, very surprising because usually Twisted Minds, you know, are capable of a lot of aggression, but at least not in the recent season, right? Preseason BR, we saw them struggle quite a little bit. Falcons, on the other hand, you know, they didn't really do a lot. And the grand finals results as a whole shows Falcons as the weaker team, which is why we said at the start of this matchup, let's not have that as the benchmark from exactly how this Clash Squad matchup is going to go. And clearly Falcons proving that point out there based on game number 1 at Kalahari. It was a very convincing scoreline.
Yeah, if there's one thing to... if there's one person that needs to step up 100%, it's got to be Saming, right? You're definitely with me on this. Limit has his numbers the entire match 1. Like, he shows up on the map, Limit pops him instantly. So, and it has always been a thing, I think, for Twisted Minds. Saming doesn't get going, the rest of the team somehow starts crumbling around him. It's a core identity of Twisted Minds in and out of Battle Royale. So map 2 on Nextera, hopefully they can kind of pick themselves back up. Maybe it's another case of just a warm-up match.
Maybe it is the first case of a 2-0 series courtesy of Team Falcons. 6-2 is the scoreline at Kalahari in this best of 3. If Falcons picks up another victory, if it's a back-to-back, they end the series. If Twisted Minds finds some twisted way back through Bermuda, then maybe we get to see a little bit of a change here.
Hopefully. I mean, if this is all we're gonna get from Twisted Minds, it is going to be slightly disappointing, right? I know a lot of fans out there have really been hyping up this matchup, and understandably so. Compared to the last one we have, you know, we got BRU and WAG coming up, but everyone wants to see that the two Thai teams fighting against each other, and so far, clearly, one of them isn't delivering that result.
Hey, so it looks like I was right. So it is a little bit random in terms of the lineup of the maps. Instead of Nextera for the next one, we actually have Bermuda, and that's the pool for game number 4 later on as well. So thank goodness we have a preseason to get used to this.
We do. So it's Bermuda, and then we get Nextera if we go map 3. It does change things though, right? Like if it's Bermuda, that means you've got 2 maps in a row where long range seemingly does favor the bold. MVP gonna be Limit. Essentially, his entire purpose was just to take out Saming this game. So rocking at Iris, 6 eliminations, 33.33% headshot rate, which is madness.
Yeah, 1/3 of his shots are meeting a head, and when it meets a head, the guy is going to be on the ground because his shots are usually from a sniper. So this guy is truly a madman out there on the battlefield, especially with that Iris extra layer of information. But look at the assists that Limit gets apart from that elimination that he picked up. 15 assists in total, 4,037 damage once again. The man was a monster, well-deserved MVP.
I tell you, a lot of people miss a lot of things about older versions of Free Fire, but I think one thing that they might not miss is getting popped by a Raphael. Because you just expire. Like you're essentially eliminated from the round. And if you are a recipient of that from Limit, who clearly was rocking Raphael, that explains why Twisted Minds was having such a tough time recovering whenever they get sniped.
Yeah, absolutely, man. I mean, Limit was just a super slayer out there on the battlefield, and he just, by luck, happened to find the sniper of his opponents time and time again. Unfortunate for Saming, he just never got that rhythm, never really got to, get activated out there on the battlefield. Perhaps in game number 2, here at Bermuda, we may see a little bit of a change here from Twisted Minds, or else it's going to be a pretty quick end to this game. Once again, this is the map order. We start things off at Kalahari. For this time around, we head into Bermuda instead of Nextera. And then if the game survives till game number 3, we'll visit Nextera.
And, I guess the Santino didn't really work out the way Twisted Minds wanted it to. Which again, I find it pretty interesting that they decided to prioritize it in the second phase. See if that changes, right? They did have second pick in the first map, so I would assume they get first pick on Bermuda. And if that's the case, is Tatsuya going to be banned out? I think that's a very important question to be answered.
Yeah, absolutely, man. I mean, obviously that is a solid pick coming through from these teams, right? That Coda seems to be pretty, incessant out there on those battlefields as well. So it really is out there because of how the meta is right now. You really have quite a number of overpowered active skills that will be annoying to deal with out there on the battlefield if you're not prepared to face them. And Twisted Minds just have an extra layer of difficulty because they have one player who's not fully focused in this matchup just yet to bring out the best version of himself.
Yeah. Currently a weak link, but hopefully it's temporary. I mean, you don't really have much time to reset, but that's kind of the nature of competition, right? Even when you look back at the Free Fire World Series Global, I believe there's this short documentary with Fluxo. Sometimes you only get a very short period to recompose yourself, and that kind of separates the good and the great.
Yeah.
Tatsuya is going to be open. Coda gets banned out this time, but by Team Falcons themselves.
Yeah, they don't really want to deal with the Coda that Twisted Minds brought out earlier on. But obviously the clue can still be dragged out. That might be an opportunity for them to get a little bit of extra information, but it's going to be the first Tatsuya pick from Twisted Minds instead.
Pretty interesting that Team Falcons ban out Coda, considering that they first picked Coda in the previous game. They could still go A124, but then you essentially give out Cassie to Twisted Minds, right? So they go for none of it. They open the feud. They take Zane, and now Twisted Minds, you have plenty of choices to go with. I mean, Cassie surely is going to be a thing. Diamond and Exposy, Diamond and Nameless, in fact, is going to rock it for sure.
So it's very telling that Team Falcons actually thinks Coda is broken because, even when Tatsuya was available for the pick, they went in there and they dragged that Coda in on their side earlier on. Twisted Minds is bringing in Santino and Skylar. They see something here. So they want to play this aggressive. They want to... They really seem to think, or at least Diamond seems to think, that Santino can work some sort of magic out there.
So it's under the assumption that Cassie is going to be open, I guess. this should be A124. Yeah, A124 on Cassie. Wow. Once again, Twisted Minds prioritizing the Santino in the second phase. Are they? I mean, if I'm Falcons, I wouldn't go for it. And the Raiden. Oh man.
Bro.
So you know
What?
So a part of my brain was thinking that no way they picked Raiden, right? Like there's no way. But they did. So Iris goes over to Team Falcons again. Man, this looks so weird, but maybe they know something we don't.
I hope, for their sake, I hope they know something we don't, bro. Because, I mean, obviously it'll work. If everything goes their way, that Raiden can cause quite a bit of destruction, quite a bit of chaos on a tight little map like you have on Clash Squad. But, you know, we kind of saw it in action and it was not the most effective thing out there. You need a lot of information. You need to know exactly where your opponents are, which is fairly easy on Clash Squad, but getting those spiders to do something out there, it's tough, bro. Spiders don't listen.
Yeah, that and also who can gather intel again. I feel like if you are Ryder, you are more of a secondary utility dude instead of the primary one like Clue or Clue, for example. So in this case, you're relying a lot on Raiden. Then why not take a homer, right? That's feels like
relying on their visual capability right now. And
you must really have faith in that 5-meter radius. I'm just saying, right?
5-meter radius is really not much. It's decent, but you know, pretty questionable in terms of exactly what it can do. But anyway, let's see. Let's hope and see if or not the team of Twisted Minds can make something happen out of that Raiden play. I want to see it. I want to see a game-changing play for sure. It would be quite exciting. But if I didn't know any better, it'll just look like they're just throwing away this opportunity because I don't see anything working from this lineup.
I mean, I gotta say, it's already so late into the night, they might as well be serious, right? It's not like you can have dinner after this. At most, it's supper.
I say, wait, people like me will disagree, okay? We'll have dinner and then supper. It'll just be a long night.
It's gonna be a long night if Twisted Minds wins the whole thing. It's gonna be a longer night for sure. I mean, I'm not complaining, though. See, I suppose he actually.
I wasn't expecting it, man. Clash Squad takes a long time to bring to an end.
Yeah. No, actually, I mean, back then when we do it like for the show matches, it's all fun and games, right? Because I mean, even back then there were prizes on the line, but we had like some pretty crazy KOLs, like 12-year-old kids just stomping everyone. And now you see pro players fighting for a prize pool is definitely different. On a different level.
For sure, it's fun. Yeah, you get to see the strategic plays as well. You get to see some mind-boggling pulls in here. Exposé really low. Won't be able to recover, but that's his only medkit. So man's got to be very careful with how he goes on out there. Diamond gets dropped onto the ground. At least he's got a medkit if somebody else wants to pay. Oh my god, that's about it. That's it.
I'm telling you, you playing pistol rounds against a team with Cassie. No way. I mean, Nameless is going to get one, but that is pretty much it. Didn't expect this pistol round to go any other way.
Yep. I'm
just surprised that it took longer than I thought it would, right? The teams were actually taking it pretty slow, but once more, it's Limit. Oh my goodness, this guy he's mad. I mean, so sharp.
You've got everything on the side of Falcons, man. You've got that Cassie. You've also got that A124 in the hands of Kororo. You've got that Zane for that extra layer of defense. I don't know. I really don't understand how Twisted Minds thinks that their lineup is actually going to be able to cancel out the capabilities of Falcons and their active skills. But look at that electrotherapy once again. Working its way. One more, pushing on fire. Very brave, but perhaps he's overstepped his boundaries. Mini Uzi in hand. Exposé really low. He's taking on a 1v2 all on his own. Exposé down on the ground. Nameless about to get taken down as well. On fire, gets the job done. My god.
Okay, at least as an equalizer, Sami finally steps up, finds his first elimination in this entire series. So Nameless also bleeds out as well. A 2v2. A lot more manageable for both teams. It's going to be a pincer limit. He's stuck in a rock in a hard place. Kororo from behind backs him up. Saming is gone. And 1v2, Diamond got to somehow pull this together. And then in his hands, Limit sees it, instantly avoids it. And somehow Kororo gets tagged as he retreats. Limit now has a choice to make. Do you fight this or do you save your teammate? Seems like backing off is going to be the call, but it could be a bait and switch. Drops on the glue wall. Diamond pushes forward and wins out. And Twisted Minds finds their equalizer.
It's the Santino of all active skills that gets them the victory without even being used. Okay, he didn't use the Santino. He just
it was a decoy.
Left him outside. He just left him out there.
It was a smart decoy though, because oh man, one more actually fell for it.
I don't know if he did, bro. But either
No,
way,
he shot the decoy. That was on him. That was on him.
Twisted Minds with 1 round back. Diamond gets the job done, gets the triple on that second round, and like you said, Saming finding his first elimination of the series in this round number 2 here at Bermuda. Now, Exposy, Tatsuya in hand, can cut this distance really quickly, but needs a very solid flank from the side of Diamond as well.
Double smoke grenades, I believe one from each team to cover the battlefield. Ooh, Limit almost getting a nasty tag through the smoke just now. On Fire being pretty up front. Again, Nameless, his back turn does take a bit of damage. Of course, survives through it. On Fire now turns the corner, the back up a bit too late. On Fire, he was back up. Look at the save! Extra 80 HP to get him out of that. On Fire, surviving longer than it was permitted. And Falcons have just found 3 just like that.
This is why everybody needs a little bit of therapy, baby. What a play. And
wow.
That electrotherapy just got the job done. This was that play, man. On Fire, almost taken down. And one more says, not today, my friend. Not today.
That, and also I think he's rocking the Zane, right? So he gets the extra HP and he gets he gets a huge health boost. Oh my goodness. I mean, if you are Twisted Minds, you cannot be mad at that, right? Like that, in a normal situation, that was a confirmed elimination.
Zane Cassie combo is just pretty much a walking tank out there on the battlefield. And if that's one more that's got that extra layer of defense plus life, yeah, you can take a couple of lives away from your own side. Just put it in the coffin already, because this guy is just on another level. Now On Fire once again pushing on fourth, has got that Zane already on that pop. Kororo as well, instantly activating that A1 to 4 the moment the match starts, so that his opponents cannot activate the active skills.
This nasty stuff. And look at how much ground On Fire has covered. Not sure if Twisted Minds knows about this. Surely they do, right? Surely they hear the footsteps.
Limit. Oh, these players getting so close to each other. Now the circle's just going to pile on that pressure. Everybody's hopping on into this warehouse. Saming's down at the bottom. Only problem here is Exposy finding an opportunity, and it'll be the Rebel Rush that gets him out of trouble. And one more!
What? He still fights Diamond! And how did Limit survive through that? He was about to get pincered by Twisted Minds.
Well, Falcons, and the dream of Twisted Minds right here, right now. By pulling themselves in a 3-2-1 spot. Nameless will get sprayed down. On Fire, M590. Backup is there in the name of Kororo, and Saming will get taken down as On Fire picks up a double for himself.
You gotta be really scratching your head right now if you're Twisted Minds. This should not be allowed. How is this possible? Limit was in a bad spot already. They just needed to take him out, and he not only got the knockdown, but he survived through that.
What? On Fire is running not just the Zane, but he's also got Flash on him. So if you shoot him from the back, man's gonna take less damage. He's running Antonio. He's got Shadi. Man, I don't understand how Twisted Minds is gonna be able to take these boys down. Because first of all, their own lineup of active skills is very questionable. And Falcons is just walking in here ready for a heavy battle.
It seems like they just want to go head-to-head against Saming versus Limit from long range. The Santino swap from Exposy. This is going to pay off though. Running into the smoke. It's not going to be an easy place to maneuver. All those blue walls blocking his movements. It seems like Twisted Minds will be forced to back off. Fortunately, not getting much out of it.
Ice Grenade is going to be laid out first on that airdrop as Falcons anticipate Twisted Minds stepping on out, but the smoke grenades are going to be obscuring the vision of Falcons, and they're not going to be able to tag anybody up just yet, but enough space to reach this airdrop. On fire with those jump shots. And you can see the electrotherapy giving him that well-needed HP in time before he gets knocked down to the ground as well. Lucky for them, Twisted Minds had already used up their grenades, and Karoro with the combo on Limit just goes in for that spray and pray.
Diamond getting taken down by Limit, right? Because he's uncontested. Once more is Saming. He just arrived and he's like, where is my team? Well, sadly, they are all out of this round, and Saming has to deal with the rest of Falcons, and it's just not possible. It's a 4th round for Team Falcons.
And it looks like a possible quick end is going to come to Twisted Minds here. I don't know if we can just purely blame the picks of those active skills or the commitment in winning this battle up against Falcons. Could they have given up before the match even started?
If it's slightly slower on the ball too. So let's see, it's another 2-2 split this time. Because look at Limit, he's already in position. He's ready to take a fight. So Saming left alone once more. As per the playbook of Twisted Minds, nades from afar, Nameless somehow. A voice getting tagged. It's between him and Exposy. Dashing forward, Exposy not worried about shots from the back. Diamond getting knocked in the head as well. Down to 40% health. Limit has a good chance of taking it now. Exposy is down already. A swap with the Santino. Karoro gets dropped, but Exposy is out.
Now on fire, circling around, M590 in hand, Nameless right in front of him. Just needs an opportune moment, sees it, takes it, but Nameless will be able to find a fantastic response. And it is Twisted Minds that conquers the battlefield now in a 3v1 as 3 players on the side of Falcons bleeding out. And Nameless will find the finishers onto them as well for Twisted Minds to potentially pull 1 round back.
Triple for Nameless. As that smoke dissipates, they should know where Limit is at. Though he has to deal with Saming first. That initial shot's going to reveal where he is. Limit having a rough time dealing with multiple guns aiming at him. Diamond and Nameless going to push up Limit. One last blue wall drop. Turns the corner. Misses the point blank. Diamond closes it out. 2nd round for Twisted Minds.
Perfect play, I can say, with that M590 this time round for Twisted Minds. And it was the maze of glue walls that just allowed this chaos to erupt. And of course, Nameless just going berserk there, picking up 3 eliminations for himself, almost getting that ace as well up on top of the roof. And this is a decent comeback for the Thai squad of Twisted Minds. 2-4. They just need to do that 4 more times.
Yeah, do that 4 more times. I would say 2 more times to find the equalizer. You know, 1 step at a time. Of course, Team Falcons, they got separated in that glue wall maze. I think the overall grand scheme of things, it should still be as usual. 1 more on fire together. Limit and Saming versus each other on top of the roof. What's exposed? He's going to be tagged out very early on. Where's the Santino going to go? Is he going to make the switch? He's attempted a couple of bait and switches. Nameless getting knocked down. This is bad news for Twisted Minds.
Yeah, 1 more with the God Nade from afar, and he's going to go in there for the quick elimination as well. Twisted Minds is not able to find the recovery. Karoro, close proximity with Diamond, but the smoke grenade will save him as he just brings out that chaos a little bit more, obscuring the vision.
And no fire actually getting destroyed by Exposy. But fortunately, there's no finisher, so fire gets recovered. Karoro gets shot from the back. Push. Exposy goes down again. Diamond finds Karoro, but needs to do a lot more. Saming delivers when they need him.
And just like that, the tables have been turned. Limit trying to get the job done. Saming, though, will be able to duck behind the walls, and Diamond finds the finisher. And a comeback from nowhere for Twisted Minds.
Looking to be more and more possible. Diamond really leading the charge. And then Saming finding his opportunities to take shots that matters. 7 eliminations for Diamond, 3 for both Saming and Nameless. Of course, Exposy hasn't gotten much yet. Every single round he has gone down. Wasn't able to pull much of a Houdini move, but at least Twisted Minds being glued together, being held together by the rest.
Yeah, even without Exposy really contributing here. Twisted Minds just 1 round behind Falcons. Looking for the equalizer. They swap grenades. Exposi will get tagged up. Nameless very easily walks away from that. On Fire, aggressive on the push. Meets Nameless. M590 combat in a 1v1. On Fire jumps around. Saming gets taken out from Limit from across the battlefield. The sniper battle ends up on the side of Falcons. One more finds Exposi. Nameless still surviving. On Fire finally going in here for the final engagement, but this time brings in backup as well. Nameless tagged with a 1, and On Fire finally puts him down. And match point, no, make that series point potentially for Falcon with this next engagement.
And once again, Limit takes out Saming at the start of the round as Diamond meets his end through the smoke. He gets sprayed down. Series points for Team Falcons. It's just so tough, and look at this. Oh my god. I have a feeling Saming saw Limit but just could not respond in time. But either way, Limit, FFSI MVP for a reason. When he was with E-Arena, he was one of the biggest reasons they even won the whole thing at that point. 6 rounds in the grand finals, they won it in 3. And not to mention 3 consecutive booyahs 3 years ago. Now here he is with Team Falcons, one of the biggest orgs globally, with the accolades under their belt. Here, really gapping Saming every single round.
Yeah, honestly, the star player of his squad before he was acquired by Falcons, and has truly been an asset that has been putting in the work, earning his keep for sure.
The crunch time with On Fire so far in front. Of course, that ice grenade will be a bit of a problem for Teams that managed to go through, and once more Limit. Oh boy, Saming not really getting to play the game every single round, man.
Saming is just not having a good day at all, thanks to Limit. But Nameless with a possibility of making something happen here. On Fire trying to put an end to that possibility, and he'll do exactly that. The end of the series, and Falcons will very easily shut down Twisted Minds and knock them out of the competition.
Man, I wonder if we have a counter for how many times Limit took out Saming, just in a head-to-head comparison, because it was brutal, right? Like I think both teams understood that, okay, our snipers are going to obviously take that long range. It's kind of the most generic concept and fundamentals of any Clash squad or any FPS game. But this one, oh man, Limit is just marking Saming every single game. Every single round.
He barely stood a chance. And Saming was off his usual gameplay for sure, right? He just wasn't hitting those shots. He wasn't able to respond to Limit in the usual way he would respond out there on the battlefield. It's just not the kind of pace Saming is used to. Together with his squad, usually they play really, really slow unless really, they have their backs pushed up against the wall. And usually Saming kind of dictates the pace of the squad as a whole, right? He's the one that starts off the engagements. Clash Squad, on the other hand, especially with Limit on the opposite side of the battlefield, constantly not looking at the front lines, but looking at the back lines. And who are you going to find on the back lines? Obviously, just one person called Saming, and the man just didn't stand a chance. Limit was too quick.
Yeah, and I think the craziest thing was that I feel like when these two players first met, it was at the FFSI. It was actually 2023, not 2022. But yeah, I think that was the first time they first met. Saming was like the week 1 MVP, and then Limit became the overall MVP, the finals MVP. And here they are, Limit really showing Saming that he is, for now, a cut above.
Yeah, for sure. And of course, as far as Falcons are concerned, they are most definitely looking for some solid trophies. Obviously, they want to secure Southeast Asia before heading on to the Esports World Cup and finding a back-to-back trophy for themselves. Let's see if or not that is a possibility, because we have a lot of noise being made all around the world. Obviously, teams like Fluxo would want a little bit of that pride as well after what they've been able to achieve in the recent times. But in the overall grand scheme of things, you gotta love how the esports segment of Free Fire is growing, Husky.
Yeah, it's only getting bigger, right? Bigger steadily. Sometimes you forget how crazy it was at the apex of things, and you look at how it started in Brazil, and then we ended last year in Brazil. This year, I think we're going to Indonesia, and it's still one of the biggest crowds in Southeast Asia, right? It's an up-and-coming region as well. So it's an exciting year ahead. I think even this Clash Squad, I don't know how they're going to implement it consistently down the road, but I hope this becomes a thing, right? Even as a side gig, I would be happy with how much entertainment we're getting from these teams.
And pre-seasons, bro. Every single competition deserves its own pre-season.
yeah.
Just so that the teams can have a little bit of this warm-up, because we clearly see how the warm-ups are very important here at Clash Squad.
Yeah, it actually gets, I think it also gets the fans involved. I know some of them probably would take this very seriously as if it's a proper championship, but it kind of keeps the teams in check, I guess. You know, you can't really slack too much. Now all eyes are on you, and over a longer time frame too.
I mean, no doubt whatsoever. You know, the season itself is going to be pretty heavy. You know, we've got battles all throughout. And I believe we come to a full conclusion of our Southeast Asian League in the month of June. But of course, looking at the match summary here, a best of 3 on the series, but Falcons only needed 2 to bring it to a close. Twisted Minds, 2 rounds victory on the first game, 3-round victories on the second game, but could not get past Team Falcons, who brought the series to an end within the 2 matches.
Twisted Minds just couldn't get off the ground, right? Every single time they try to do something, they get shut down by Team Falcons. I feel like a part of it definitely boils down to the active ability selections. I'm not really sure what the idea was behind it, but I guess we'll see it in the future. But for now, one more is going to be our MVP for this game. On the Cassie, just wreaking havoc.
Yeah, no doubt at all. I mean, this guy was just so painful to deal with. He had that Cassie, that electrotherapy was just giving on fire, a lot more capabilities to constantly fire without worrying about his own health whatsoever, right? And he also has the memory mist here. After you get to knock down an enemy, the marked enemy within a 20-meter radius, it slows down their movements of the rest of his opponents. And it's Clash Squad, bro. A 20-meter radius basically means the whole map. So he is very effective out there, which is why he's so aggressive. But it just wasn't all about one more and his assist, right? Which is very, very impressive, by the way. It's the teamwork. It's Limit, the sniper of the squad from the back. It's Karoro with the assist. It's On Fire with the aggression up front. It was such a great combination from the side of Falcons.
Yeah, truly a team that works as a unit, right? Eliminations even across the board, damage dealt almost even across the board, except for Karoro, who is more of a supportive role. But man, I gotta say, you know, every one of these members played their role to a T. And crazy enough, you know, when you compare the hit-to-hit, Diamond and On Fire actually almost have the exact same stats, barring KDA and assist.
Yeah.
But when it comes to elimination, they're even.
I mean, it's unfortunate for Diamond that he did not have the rest of his team members on point for this match, right? I mean, they've got a great jersey, but they need their gameplay to match up to that fanciness. But one beautiful thing about both of these organizations is they've got the spotlight from Saudi Arabia, baby. They have got some good backing. So I'm looking forward to Twisted Minds taking this defeat very, very seriously, because I'd rather see them down in the dumps now in comparison to when we actually start the real thing at FFWS SEA, right? Better to learn the tough lessons now here at the preseason.
Yeah, it's preseason, a bit of fun in games. Obviously, you are going to miss out on some of that cash prize, which is going to be a bummer, but the holy grail lies beyond this. When the season actually starts, you know, that's where I think these teams really start showing that A game. But for now, we have to wave goodbye to Twisted Minds. And this one, I was hoping we get to see Saming into Limit, but even into one more, right? Like 3 eliminations for Saming. That's, what, 3 eliminations across...
okay, this is the wrong head-to-head production, all right? We needed to see Limit up against Saming. That would have been a classic.
3 eliminations in 17 rounds.
No, don't say that. Unfortunately, I mean, clearly, and obviously we're talking about Saming. We can't even start the conversation on Exposi, who got 0 eliminations in 17 rounds. So Twisted Minds just wasn't having it today. And honestly, you were right. They kind of lost the match at the Bands and Pick stage itself. You know, I am not so sure what they were experimenting with those active skill picks. Yeah, but I would not do that again. They were playing around. There's just no way they were serious with that one.
Yeah, I think, you know, it's good to have a bit of fun.
Yeah.
I mean, if there is no urgency to be like, hey, you gotta win that extra 8K, then sure, you know, like, whatever makes them happy. Now they get to prep for the season, which is gonna start in like a month or so. So that's where we see if Twisted Mind kind of step back up. it's going to be I think it's going to be a rough year overall just because of the level of competition. But it's good to get that wake-up call before the actual competition starts.
Absolutely, man. And of course, we're going to be taking a break shortly, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls. When we come back, we have one more series awaiting for all of you guys. And obviously, Buriram has not been in participation just yet. There is a reason, because we have kept the best for last. It's not just Buriram. Obviously, they need an opponent, and it is the famous WAG from Vietnam. But once again, that comes to you after a quick, short 2-minute break. We'll be back with you in a little bit.
Welcome back, folks. You are currently tuning in to the Free Fire World Series Southeast Asia preseason for 2025. First of its kind is Husky alongside the Mustachio AJ, bringing you guys Clash Squad. One more best of 3 to close out the evening before we finalize our top 4 for the semi-finals and grand finals tomorrow. Coming up, Buriram United Esports take on WAG.
I'm worried for WAG because, I mean, not because they're a weak team. WAG is a phenomenal team, right? You gotta love how they move out there on the battlefield. But this is Buriram. This is not just Buriram. This is a pissed off Buriram who did not get $8,000 at the Battle Royale after conquering the whole of the knockout stage and the point rush stage. They faltered at the grand finals. So I think they'll be going for the full 8K this time round. So WAG might not stand a chance.
Was this the longest, quote-unquote, losing streak for BRU? And I say losing streak in a way that they didn't finish first in any tournament finals, right? I think it has been quite a while since they got that trophy. Of course, the last one, the very last one, was when Wasana finally got his first international trophy with BRU, but that was pretty much it. Afterwards, the ones that mattered didn't really make the cut, unfortunately. Not even top 5, which is pretty shocking. So right here, if there's any chance for BRU to remind everyone that they are the kings in close quarter combat, it is this one.
Absolutely right. They almost got it done at FFWS Brazil, but we all know how that one went. It was unfortunate to watch, but now WAG. This is where we want to see if Cyrus has got what it takes to go out there and show everybody on the side of Buriram how this game is played, right? Because when we look at a team like WAG, the first thing we usually think about is how Xbox is going to be handling those snipes out there. You compare Xbox up against Moshi. In the past, I would say Moshi hands down, but Xbox has been pretty impressive these recent months.
Yeah, he definitely has been sharpening his skills. So look at the bans, A124 and Cassie, which means it's time for a bit of a trade. Who's going to get that Tatsuya first? I say that, but we clearly from the previous best of 3, Tatsuya isn't really a priority. Koda is. So BRU takes that one. So it's a forced trade, in fact. WAG will have to go Tatsuya now.
Koda is, obviously a huge game changer here. You get the boost of speed. You also get to kind of scan out your opponents on that parachute on Battle Royale. Obviously, it does not count here on Clash Squad. But as far as giving away information on the position of your opponents every few seconds out there on the battlefield, that's insane of a skill to have.
Wow, WAG, they trade Steffi for... They trade Tatsuya and Zane for Steffi. I suppose since they are on the second pick, there really isn't a win-win situation. You have to take a bit of risk. So they settle for the Clue and Homer. Feels like the archetype that we saw from game 1, where it's super defensive versus super offensive. And super offensive. And they even bring in the Alok. So this is Buriram at its core, right? In your face, take you out as fast as possible.
Yeah, absolutely. And of course, if we do need, we are going to be able to drop that beat and get everybody's movement boosted up along with a little bit of that HP. You see Iris being dragged in here from the side of WAG. I understand the Steffi because obviously they go up against Buriram, who are very proficient with raining down those grenades, right? Even if that grenade launcher is not going to be accessible to Jonah, it's not going to stop him from dropping those lethals like they're hot. So I think in essence, WAG has got the right picks here for their active skills to counter the aggression that Buriram can bring out there onto the battlefield. The problem here is Buriram. That's the only problem. And WAG, no matter how good they are, they have been a little bit inconsistent recently. So I'm hoping for this to be a shocker. If it is, we're going to have an exciting 3 games.
Yeah, I agree. I hope so too, because WAG, I mean, this entire lineup that they have, assembled for themselves, it fits what WAG is at its core. Barring a bit of that aggression, because they don't really have the best characters for it, but still, you do have ways to get intel, you do have ways to deal substantial damage to enemies from afar. This pistol round will give it a good indicator on how WAG wants to play against BRU.
Very aggressive, straight up moving down the mid part of this map, WAG. Buriram on the other hand, just hanging back. SCX ball up on top, M500 in hand already. Ready to take these long-range engagements up against them. And obviously, that scope on that M500 is going to assist them accuracy-wise. But X-Ball is kind of just keeping his eye on his opponents, not choosing to take those shots yet.
Very quiet opening, honestly. I wonder if they would start using that Clue or Koda, depending on which side you are on, to get the intel. I have a feeling BRU knows Koda is going to come back up right now, so Jonah will just wait for the opportune moment, because when they hit, they're going to hit very hard. Wasana as well still has that Alok, and that one's going to be back up now. 20 seconds left. Initial shots fired from Wasana. A bit of an intel given. Export did get chipped a little bit.
And thanks to the fact that it's Kalahari, we get some grappling hooks out there as well. Jonah, the first one to be sprayed down. A good double team here by Allen. And backed up by Krillin. Jonah sprayed down, but Moshi is there to shut down X-Ball. A back and forth, but well worth for Buriram because Jonah's right back up on his feet.
These guns are deadly. A single headshot is going to knock you down in an instant. And that's what we saw from Wasana and Moshi. Only Allen left. Moshi gets eliminated. Get high now. Jonah, a bit of help. Receives that help, no problem. Allen can't do too much, sadly, in a 1v2. Pistol for BRU.
I mean, I see why Allen was very aggressive there, but perhaps he could have played that time a little bit more. The circle was on his side. Just kind of aimed towards that wrong player there. Still managed to spray down Jonah before getting taken out by Wasana. So good effort Yes, unfortunate in terms of execution.
It'd be incredibly funny if BRU decides to handicap themselves and be like, you know what, we're only gonna go for that big hand cannon hit shot. Obviously, they're taking it a bit more seriously. They bought their weapons, and right off the bat, Alan and Cyrus lost a chunk of their health.
Well, it's a fantastic response coming through from Xbor. Thank you very much. And yes, it is hand cannon time for the man.
First blood.
And it will be the Desert Eagle that gets them the first blood. Moshi, on the other hand, just trying to play this from afar as much as possible. That VSK-94 on standby doesn't really cost it too much. He's got the Desert Eagle backup in hand as well, in case he has to put that sniper away. But a much slower pace here being taken by Buriram after losing Captain Jonah.
Very interesting that this is actually the slowest so far, I think, today, right? Like, you would think that, I mean, OBRU would have ran at WAG's face, but
oh yeah,
right now they definitely have evolved and adapted to whatever the situation calls for it. A lot of information. Wasana, he sees all of them. He's gonna block out Krillin with his glue wall as well to separate the battle lines. Make it fair just for a little while. Wasana is gonna get swarmed and he knows it. He's ready to take the shot, but has to back off as there's too many people to deal with. Turns to Xbor, but Xbor just pops in with a deagle.
My god. What a sharpshooter from across the battlefield. Secondary supremacy. Cyrus gets the mini Uzi on the sleigh, and Buriram down by WAG, who pull one round back.
Massive shot from Xbor. First onto Jonah and then to Wasana. That one, nasty stuff. If Xbor went down, BRU would have had a good chance of turning this around, but they shut it down pretty quickly, equalizing the round. Man, that Desert Eagle, that Deagle is really deadly when you don't have that helmet to work with. And guess who is defenseless? I mean, BRU not looking too good. Jonah and Get High, no armor, no helmet.
Well, sometimes you gotta sacrifice some things for the greater good, and they're gonna just bet on their skills at this point of time. Moshi, the first one to get tagged up, half his life gone already. He's got 2 medkits to work around with, but cannot waste it. Alan just needs one peek around this wall for the top of the M590. Wasana, very brave. The bait and switch is there, but Get High barely got anything out of that. In fact, he got put down to the ground.
A bit slower than what BRU would have wanted. I see the idea. They need to be a bit faster with that bait and switch. Get High was almost back to where his teammate was, but they're going to try it again. The double up, Moshi.
Wow.
Getting the first one onto Alan, and now Cyrus is going to get swarmed. Still finds one. Before Jonah takes him out. Alan! Still alive! And Alan will clean them all up. WAG getting the second round.
Oh, fantastically done. You gotta capitalize when Buriram makes a mistake, and that was the initial bait and switch mistake with Get High. He got sprayed down, but a very, very brave and smart play coming through from Moshi and Jonah, kind of wrapping around with that mini Uzi. They've got that rate of fire. What they did not expect was a recovery play from Alan. M590, one shot, one drop. Beautiful stuff with the accuracy on that gunplay, and WAG just like that with the advantage and the lead now.
Yeah, and not to mention that BRU didn't really have the armor on Jonah, so he easily gets dropped. Whoever picked X Allen backed up deserves an assist medal for that recovery. And now things are gonna get real a bit more serious. BRU having some money. Utilities being committed very early on. Cyrus is gonna throw that overhead. That one is not gonna land, sadly. So no connections for on WAG's side. Get High not doing too well, but Moshi with a snipe. And this could be green light for BRU.
Deadly flank from Moshi at the vantage point. And Jonah trying to come in here for the follow-up, but just 1 second too late. Alan did get tagged up. X-Ball from afar, dropping Wasana. Get High goes down. Krillin finds Jonah. Buriram crumbling at the hands of WAG as they absolutely dismantle your 2-time world champs. Moshi with a sliver of health. He started things off with the drop, and Alan moving on in for the finisher.
You use that smoke grenade. It was smoke screens, but doesn't really matter. Alan cleans it up. Third round for WAG, and it went down so quickly. X4 uncontested. Moshi not in a position to challenge or threaten him at all, and WAG took advantage of that.
I mean, this is where Vietnam's got to dig deep and find some sort of a resolution within themselves, because the more rounds they win, the tougher this game is going to get, because Buriram's going to get heated up, and they are a different sort of beast when they are fully activated. How much more can WAG deliver here? Can they get a shocking victory over Buriram to open up day one of this Clash squad? Oh, it's going to be so crazy if they did that.
Knocking out BRU, opening up the entire top 4 tomorrow. I think some people would definitely want to sign themselves up for that. Still waiting for phase 2 of BRU! It's not gonna arrive just yet. A name from Cyrus and knock Wasana down. He's definitely bleeding out. Picked back up very quickly. Rescued by Get High.
Oh, Get High though. It's got a good vantage point. Jonah. Oh, what a what a fantastic glue wall! That was the Uno reverse on the grenade if you've ever seen one.
Oh my goodness. That could be a 4th round for WAG just like that. Cyrus picked back up very quickly. Jonah and Get High also rescued. No casualty just yet, but Krillin knocks Asana down. They're all in the red. They all got picked back up. No health bars to work with. No medkits to heal themselves back up. WAG cleans it up. All started with one glue wall deflag. Gonna watch that rebound right here. Perfectly executed by WAG.
I mean, that was a thing of beauty, and then it was just like shooting fish in a barrel. There was some smoke around them, but it doesn't matter. It was a tiny barrel. WAG 4-1 up, 2 rounds away from getting game number 1 here at Kalahari. What? Oh my god. And look at the resources that they have on their side, man. Absolutely unbelievable. You've got those level 3 helmets, vests. And Buriram on the other hand just struggling with their level 2s. Let's see if or not that plays against Moshi. Explore though, taken out early by Moshi.
Good stuff from Moshi. It's definitely not over just yet. No, all things considered, BRU should never be counted out until the fat lady sings. In this case for WAG, they need 2 rounds, so it's probably the toughest 2 rounds that they would have to close out.
Toughest indeed, man. I mean, the closer you get, the harder it gets, right? In terms of finding the victory over Buriram. Now Cyrus walking through this maze, trying to hunt down the Buriram players, but they've all backed away together, comfortable behind their glue walls, trying to bait out WAG.
Yeah, Krillin gets found by Jonah around the corner. Good stuff. And that's the composure you want to see from BRU. It's only Allen left alive against the entirety of BRU. This round, as good as done. You could buy a bit of time so that you have more time to talk about the next round. But started with the Moshi pickoff onto Cyrus, which really opened up the round for team.
Moshi, opportunity. All players gathering around Allen, and Moshi will be the one to find him with the AWM. 4-1 will be a good recovery here as Buriram makes that 2-4.
It's a pretty straightforward round. I think for even for BRU, they didn't really break too much of a sweat. I would say I saw some fans in the chat saying that he purchased 1 GB of data for this series, so let's hope that it goes all the way and not a 2-0.
Not a 2-0 to the side of WAG, who finishes it 6-2 and then 6-0. That'll be the day.
That would be I'm not sure what the right term would be. It's definitely not hilarious, but it would be shocking.
It'll be a historic moment for sure for Vietnam. It'll be a unfortunate moment for Buriram and their fans, but you know, you just gotta have moments like that for sure. Allen. His eyes on Wasana. What a jump shot. Finds the first connection. Wasana on standby. AWM in hand. But back up from up top. Jonah is moving on in alongside Get High as well. Jonah spotted out. Good tag by Allen. WAG, everything's connecting.
All the chip damage. Allen really pulling his weight right now. And he's going to be put under pressure. Needs some help from his teammates. Gets a lot of detection of where his teammates are at, which in of itself, now Krillin needs to also not get picked off if Krillin survives, WAG can definitely put extra pressure on BRU. And look at where Alan is. Krillin just went down.
Krillin down. Alan just doesn't have any bit of angle to work around with here. He's in a good spot. Just needs a little bit of a vantage point to play this position to perfection. Cyrus now. Wasana. Alan will be found by Wasana as he takes a drop down. My goodness, this is all crumbling for WAG. Buriram finds the final bullet in Cyrus, and it will be a 3-4 slow, but potentially sure comeback for Buriram.
Oh yeah. One more round until equalizer, of course. BRU just needs some time to figure out what WAG wants to do. Kind of read their opponents a little bit. I think they discussed about that as well previously, where they take some time to read what the enemy's playstyle is, and then they download that info. Now they use it against WAG. So I think it's a matter of adaptation, right? Who can kind of adapt to the currents faster? BRU definitely showing that.
You also got to get that information well and find the counter, right? And Buriram is big on the IQ play, so it's no-brainer for them at this point of time. Now, a good flank being attempted here by Buriram. But WAG spread out on their own side of the field already, trying to cut off their rotations. And it seems like it's working from their side. It's just that the play is a little bit too spread out for my liking.
We'll see right now. Again, this entire match so far, this one has been the slowest, right? In terms of the tempo across the entire evening. Of course, if you are WAG, you definitely have that extra info to work with. I feel like X4 knows something is up. Moshi does have the nick cooked up. Releases it, that one goes wide. Wasana also just tossed his, and that one went wide too. So utilities from BRU to clear out space at least. No damage though. Moshi gets tagged. X4 finds the flank.
Yeah, great play by X4. Without Moshi, Buriram should struggle a little bit more here. Wasana got out, Ellen. And 590, one more bomb! So low on that HP, but backup was there. Beautiful bait. And Wasana will survive as Krillin gets the grenade out of nowhere. And Allen follows up by dropping Jonah.
And that is going to be match point for WAG.
Wow!
Starts off with an insane flank, followed by Krillin with the nade as they got BRU cornered. We talked about how BRU used some of their utilities to gather intel. They couldn't find anything, and WAG saved theirs for when it matters the most. Saved the best for last, and now one round away from taking game number 1.
Yeah, Vietnam on match point. Unbelievable situation here. And it's not like they're playing against a weakened side of Buriram. Buriram's giving their best, and X4 just gave them his best. What a shot onto Jonah, but the pickup is going to be fairly easy. Was knocked down at his spawn, and the rest of his team members were exactly in the right spot to pick him right back up. But Cyrus meets a running Wasana, puts him down on the ground, stops his rampage. And now a 4v3 advantage for Vietnam.
Yeah, I mean, Cyrus was there. He read the movements of BRU. Now you can have BRU corner Cyrus as you know that there's someone behind. Get high. He is dangerously low. Cyrus and Alan under attack. Get high, knocked down. Moshi gets tagged up as well. Krillin to go for the finisher first. Get high. Number 2, the drop. Cyrus will fall to Jonah out of the captain. Still pretty deadly. All on his own. That's why they're going to double up on him. No chance for Jonah. Moshi now left alone on that high ground. But X-Boy is just going to push him. And Moshi finding the no-scope. And that's number 1. Now Moshi has some time to heal back up. It's Krillin and Alan to try and find the finisher.
Yeah, Krillin trying to get there as quickly as possible. He does. Alongside Alan, but no grenades to work around with here. Not needed. What a jump shot with the M590.
Still clipped him? Wow, WAG taking game 1, 6-3 on Kalahari. What a
that's why I say this shotgun is just another level, man. Earlier, I think it was in game 1 between RRQ and Toda. The phenomenal shot where we saw one pump out of the M590, a glue wall got erected right in front of the player, and the shot still connected. Okay, that shotgun is a whole other beast to deal with.
We thought the days of Trogon are over, but here we go again. Here we go again.
Trogon version 2.
Without the grenade though, I would settle for that. I would settle for that, but still, wow, WAG. I mean, BRU started to ramp out a little bit, but WAG just off of the lead that they got, right? They got like what, 4 rounds in a row, more than enough cushion to close out the game against BRU, and it feels like the situation of Todak against RQ Kazu, where Todak won game 1, and now it's about closing out the series. And whether or not WG can do that, we gotta see. This is phase 2 of the boss fight.
Don't say it's like Todak, bro, because it's indicating that it may be turned around. All right, we want to see WAG take this all the way. And if Alan and gang continues with what they just did, oh my goodness, it's gonna be a game changer for sure. I think the active skill picks on both sides were very, very decently executed. WAG not going for what's meta, not going for what's overpowered, but just going purely with what they're comfortable with, and their play style seems to match exactly with what they did out there, right? So, you know, from very start, the way they sketched this plan out was phenomenal, but they couldn't have done it without exceptional mechanical skills, which was up against Buriram very impressive.
Yeah, they really had Buriram kind of mapped out most of the games, right? Like these initial pickoffs, you got it like the earlier few rounds, it was Alan that was really carrying the flag, and then Export and Cyrus started stepping up. Krillin also the unsung hero, you know, in the shadows, all these utilities. I think the way that they kind of play with BRU is also they understood BRU wants to play fast. Utility usages from WAG was perfect in that game 1.
Yeah, I mean, no doubt at all. Let's take a look at the match summary here and see if the numbers do WAG's victory justice. Yes, it does. 6-3, overpowering Buriram United Esports on a map where Buriram usually has not much of an issue with dominating at all. But of course, 6-3 is just in game 1. This is a best of 3 series, so Bermuda and Nextera, things could still change here for WAG. They need to win Bermuda as well to not just secure the victory, but kick Buriram out of the competition and open up the top 4 tomorrow.
Pretty crazy. It's a finals without Buriram. When was the last time we saw that? I don't think it has ever happened. I don't think Buriram has ever not make a finals. I know this is just preseason. It's not, you know, our usual 2-month-long tournament, but still, when you talk about a finals, it's synonymous with BRU. But for now, we gotta give Alan his praises with the Steffi 6 eliminations. Of course, as the game progressed, he definitely slowed down a little bit, but still, he was the one that really started the engines for the team.
Yeah, honestly, I did not see that Steffi come into play at all. I mean, we did see the pop, but you know, no grenades were thrown at that point of time. So maybe this is something that Alan would like to rethink. Apart from that, this was just purely his mechanical skills out there on the battlefield, right? Yes, you do have Auto. Yes, you do have J-beams and all. You've got that extra layer of defense on you. It's just like wearing an extra armor plate as you go on and take on a very exceptional squad when it comes to firepower in Buriram. And they handled that situation so well. Look at the eliminations here. It's not just X-Boy. It's not just Alan. Everybody kind of chipping in as well, right? Cyrus and Krillin doing their part. And this is as shocking as that RRQ Todak match that we saw earlier. Because look at this damage output out here from Moshi. This is unbelievable.
Yeah, he is really just trading his life with WAG, right? He's really trying his best to find those angles, but it's not often that you'd think that BRU with a lineup that has speed boost, has a bit more mobility, it's gonna get to where they want to first. But no, it's WAG. They always get there first for some reason. So it's very good reads, and also they kind of did the stiff arm. You know, they understood that okay, the enemies want to play fast. Let us slow them down first, and then we move on forward. And they did a pretty good job.
I mean, if this was a sprint, WAG's the champion already, but it's a marathon for sure. And Buriram, you know, usually they have been able to pace themselves very well in past marathons. And, you know, it may just be a possibility. But of course, WAG with the initial victory if they shock Buriram in the first 2 rounds of this Bermuda, maybe, they can use that shock factor to get over here and just kick Buriram out for the first time and just make history right here, right now. I'll take it, man. At the preseason, I'll take that.
I'll take it. It's entertaining, right? Everyone's just here to have a bit of fun. We're heading to Bermuda next, and this is where we enter phase number 2 of BRU. And we'll see. I mean, if this is going to wake BRU up, and WAG, if there's any point to beat BRU, this is it. This is the best chance for them to prove that they can also stand up to the grades.
They are already standing up to the grades, and it was a very solid ban phase for the side of Buriram. They were not getting into that matchup like how Twisted Minds did, right? They were not experimenting. They were not going wild and crazy with it. They went in with a solid lineup of active skills, backed up by their passives. Just like what they would do if they're going up against Fluxo, all right? They went out there with all guns blazing, but it just did not work against the Vietnam Dream. They were more than happy to take on that firepower, but it was the pacing of WAG that I think really threw Buriram off their game.
Yeah, it's definitely a different ball game than the usual Battle Royale that everyone is used to. When you don't have enough resources to work with, when everything is limited, that's where you need to start to ration how you want to approach the game. A124 and Koda ban out. BRU tired of that. Koda. Tatsuya is now open. I think WAG is going to first pick. Steffi once more will be the choice.
Steffi. I mean, maybe Krillin is trying to, get something done here with it. But wait a minute. It was Alan that brought in the Steffi earlier, right?
I believe
or was it Krillin?
So, I believe so. I actually don't remember.
But let's see exactly what Alan walks in with this time. Tatsuya is going to be the choice of Jonah, so it looks like Mr. Jonah is going to get hyper aggressive in this next matchup. Cassie Zane pulled in by WAG. The electrotherapy is going to be very effective for Alan to be the Super Slayer up close and personal with Jonah and Gang later.
So it's going to be another Cassie Zane. We've seen how that panned out. Extreme durability. Homer as the last pick too. Plenty of intel to go with. Good way to chase down your opponents. Although for BRU, now that they don't have the Cassie and no Zane, what is the play going to be in this last pick?
And Buriram lost those fights with the Cassie and Zane, so that's actually a little surprising as well. So they've got that information to be played with Clue, since Koda's not going to be in there to give them that zonal information. But with Alok dropping that beat, giving them the needed rush in terms of speed as well as recovery. Let's see if or not that'll help them beef their own capabilities up against WAG, as they were falling a little bit too easily earlier. And of course the Riptide Rhythm being dragged out.
So I think the overall idea is still the same for BRU. You still want to go for that, you still want some utility to deal with the glue walls, although I do think that the Skylar is a good kind of good pick to top it all off at the very end. You have a way to get through the glue wall, and now you are less worried about getting ambushed by WAG. But we'll see, right? This is one of the first game today that Iris is completely ignored.
Yeah, I guess in a certain circumstance you may not be using that Iris to its full potential, because it's just such a chaotic battlefield out there. Players are rarely standing just behind that one glue wall setup as opposed to your usual battle royale, slower pace sort of a game style, right? Buriram United, obviously very annoying, constantly running around the battlefield trying to confuse their enemies. So perhaps dropping that Iris this time around may just turn out in the favor of WAG. But let's see how this electrotherapy first off helps Alan stay in the gunfights a little bit longer.
Speed things up because they play a pretty slow
Oh
pistol.
my God!
Pretty slow pistol. And that is a BRU sending a message right at the start of the round. Krillin actually was looking to find Wasana. The spray down. Krillin paying it back twofold. Wasana getting knocked down. Alan from the back. Now he is all alone. Alan!
Oh!
Able to pull out the stops and him against Moshi right now in a 1v1. Moshi with a sight in hand. Alan buying distance. Moshi switching back to the gun. And utility in hand. Right in his face. Alan takes the shot. Massive damage in his face. Moshi wins out. Pistol for BRU.
My goodness, what a play by Moshi. And it was that ice grenade, complete, direct, 100% connection that just slows him down before the pistol for that final shot finisher. This was that play by Moshi. Brilliantly saved for the side of Buriram. Moshi and the 2 eliminations will definitely be appreciated there, because that was the kind of chaos that Buriram was not expecting.
All this considered, I mean, pretty close, right? Obviously, big brains moments from BRU. Wouldn't expect Moshi to still have ice grenade in his hands at the end of it. But, see, I mean, right now, Mini Uzi in the hands of almost everyone. Explore with their Deagle in, and with him, too. It feels like it's the same approach where BRU willing to take on a fight if WAG shows themselves.
It's a good setup here from both sides. Very aggressive. Double Mini Uzi build for the side of WAG and a double Deagle. We've seen it in action already. Those Deagle shots courtesy of X-Ball.
Yeah, pretty nasty. One pop on the head and it's an instant knock. Not to mention these early rounds, very cost efficient. You just have to be accurate.
Especially after you lose that first round, right? So this is really not bad in terms of equipment setup here from WAG. The only painful part is they are running defenseless. No helmet, no vest. So this is going to be pretty tricky. They need to get in there, quick engagement, drop them with that Mini Uzi, you know, get lucky with the Deagle, and call it a day. But Allen caught from the back. Wasana cheeky with the M500.
Not even close!
Oh,
Wasana styling on him! Just a 2-piece Explorer with one of his own. He's gonna get sprayed down too.
Wow.
BRU. Quick round 2. And you can see that they were prepared for this, because whoever who can afford extra went for armor instead of helmet. They were so confident it's gonna be about that Mini Uzi that will do more damage than the Desert Eagle itself.
The M590s are coming out, so the big guns for the side of WAG. But that's more of a CQC build. And Buriram, on the other hand, you can see Moshi with a VSK in hand. In fact, I think that's a double VSK. I don't know what this guy is thinking at this point of time, but it looks like he wants a lot of bullets.
Just stay as far away from the fire zone as possible. Another triple stack. This one is going to be dangerous unless you have the Steffi, which they do have. They dropped the graffiti. Allen going indoors does not know that Get High went up, so that's the glue wall. They're going to try and funnel WAG back out into the open. Allen will have a very important spot to hold because Cyrus is about to lose his footing. Forced to back off, and now WAG completely separated from one another. Isolated 1v1s. Get High wins his. Krillin gets a trade back very quickly onto Wasana and Jonah. Settled by Cyrus. Jonah picked back up in an instant. And it's a 3v3. Moshi gets dropped.
Moshi dropped now. Can they get the elimination on him? The pickup is there. Cyrus! M590! They trade each other out. And Get High will finish Cyrus off instantly. It's a 2v1. Get High a sliver of health. And it looks like Moshi's not going to get picked up here by Get High. He goes for the recovery instead.
This is going to be tough. As Get High up, he tried to save Moshi, but ends up getting taken down. So WAG finds their first round. But X-Bar really doing God's work. This pick off onto Moshi sealed the fate, sealed the round for the team, because the backup from BRU just disappeared just like that.
And it was a comeback in the previous game as well for WAG, so perhaps we are onto the exact same thing here. And that M590, the force buy from WAG, just making the world of difference for them. But of course, X-Ball and the VSK is a little bit of a game changer as well with the distance. Moshi with the same gun, waiting for WAG to get careless and rush on out, but the Vietnamese player is not making that mistake at all.
Let's see. I mean, WAG so far is gonna try and play it fast. Get High actually goes for the retreat. You can see the response from Wasana is so quick, making sure that Krillin doesn't overstep, but Krillin also backs off. So very good understanding of how BRU wants to play this, right? Don't overextend. In fact, they're going to try and flush Wasana out with that nade.
Fast movements from both Krillin and Wasana there. Brilliant counter defensively, and that will keep both of them still on this map. But Moshi now flanking from the left. Xbor should have his eyes on him already, but might have made the mistake of looking the other way. Let's see how this one pans out. Moshi, on the other hand, not looking the way of Xbor, so one mistake from Moshi could start things off very solid on the side of WAG.
His boost. Oh, this is such a deadly boost. And Alan's gonna fight Wasana. He didn't know that Alan was right behind him.
What a play.
That is gonna break the round open for sure. WAG have a massive lead right now.
I mean, Alan just, just full on confidence there. The electrotherapy was on Bond. The Zane had been popped already. He had the extra layer of armor. Now Alan once again hopping on into action, looking for those players. A maze of containers right in front of them, alongside glue walls that keeps Buriram safe. Get high, knocked down to the ground. X-Ball finally plays it from afar. Jonah shut down as well, and WAG equalizes.
What a round. The shoulder boost that allowed Alan, Wasana, not really sure if he knew what was happening. That leg shot just blows the knees of Get High off. Instantly cripples him and takes him out. And WAG really finding all the stops to take out BRU.
Holy hell, what a game, WAG. Come on. This is what we're looking for when we look at Vietnam perform out there on the battlefield. WAG just truly bringing... They are 100% up against Buriram, and it looks like Buriram is struggling to keep up with that sort of a pacing. And now the snipers on both sides just kind of peeling away from the squad. 3 players from each side rushing on in towards the center of the map. Once again, it's going to be a fight between Xbor and Moshi. Xbor bringing in the AWM M82B combination. Heavy investment for WAG on the sniper.
If he fights Moshi, he doesn't even need to headshot him because Moshi doesn't have any armor at all. So a body shot would be enough. It's a big gamble because usually you would go for that headshot. So Moshi is thinking like how most snipers would. But Xbor, he has different ideas, right? This is probably not an angle that you would expect him to be in.
You can see more of the players on the side of WAG having their level 3 vest and helmet as opposed to Buriram. So defensively, Buriram is on the downside here. You can see that electrotherapy held by Cyrus and Krillin, and I think they're playing this a little bit too cheekily. They need to keep that distance down to a minimum as much as possible.
Did Alan see Moshi? I feel like he did. This rush can be deadly though. Alan against Wasana, not really exactly prepared for it. It's gonna use that Zane first. Wasana forced off the roof by a nade. Good support from Cyrus. That's the relief that Alan was looking for. And Xbor pays it forward by taking out Wasana to finish it from Cyrus around the corner, out in the open. Jonah punishes Cyrus, biting on more than he could chew, but they do lose Moshi. And also Get High drops Jonah all alone. 1v2 around the corner, pre-fire swing. Krillin gets 3 in a row for WAG doing this so well. X4 is sharp with this sniper.
This play, man, this play. I mean, Wasana just could not catch a breath. And everybody from the side of WAG just making good work of that information gain. And Krillin with that wrap around the tree shows the fight in the heart of the Vietnamese players. And just like the previous match, the comeback is real, baby. 3 rounds in a row now, WAG has picked up now to take the lead over Buriram.
Yeah, I think if you are BRU, you gotta start being a bit more mindful about your surroundings, right? WAG once more punishing BRU for how the tendencies are moving. Especially Wasana, you can't just rush in like you always do alone and find that 1v3, 1v4. WAG were very well adjusted to how Wasana wanted to play and just shut down every single avenue, forcing him off the roof whenever he goes for a rush, catching him slacking when he tries to heal up. A Wasana that is
there you go.
Not running at people is a Wasana that is disabled.
It's a great entrance for Buriram into the central building here. A double glue wall barricading the window on the opposite end as they entered the site. that instantly disables WAG. And he's actually looking at the double glue wall right in front of us. It was 6 o'clock, but it's WAG that's trying something very cheeky here. The hop up on the shoulders, the boost to get to that window. It doesn't seem to be working just yet.
I think the window has passed for sure. Taking a bit too long to make it happen. They might have one more try. I mean, Nays out kind of working out. Like Moshi is not having a good time. But I feel like it's a blessing in disguise that they didn't get the boost off. If that was the intention, because they're gonna stare straight at 3 PRU members. They might try again though. Look at this. Alan, this is sad. This is dangerous. Better think twice.
Riptide Rhythm. Woo. And here comes Buriram. What a drop. Jonah down. Wasana take it out. Krillin, Cyrus, everybody on fire. And Buriram just got burned down and sent to hell.
Oh, they read the play, but they still could not overcome. WAG was a triple stack, and BRU they probably didn't expect 3 people to be down there.
Nope. This was such a beautiful turnaround, man. I mean, WAG got totally caught with their pants down, but they pulled it up, zipped it up, and just fired back at Buriram. Buriram did not expect to lose that gunfight at all.
Yeah, it essentially just
Moshi tagged so early.
It feels like, and it's like Moshi has to spend time healing up. Are you still going for the fight? They really want to bring it to WAG, and this might be the play. Wasana getting Krillin down first. Jonah and Wasana getting tagged out, taking chip damage. Cyrus with a good exchange. Alan around the corner. Electrotherapy is going to be very important. Get high, finding both Alan and Cyrus. Crucial knockdowns from Get High as he delivers. But his team is in dire straits. BRU on the back of Get High finds their 3rd round.
Team Ace for Buriram, not a single player knocked down to their knees. And it was a very aggressive one, even though Export did manage to find the clip onto Moshi very early in the game. Moshi, instead of running away to heal himself up, took a shot right back at Xbor, and that slowed the pace down of the sniper, keeping him out of the phenomenal action that you saw down the mid of that previous location. With Buriram pulling 1 round back, trying to catch up with WAG and equalize 4-4.
Very possible at this point. This was where BRU got stopped, right? They hit 3 points and then they couldn't move on forward. Around the corner, Wasana and Krillin are about to bump into each other. Dangerous spot to be in. Wasana backs off. Don't want to take that risk for now if you are BRU. So close to an equalizer. Don't want to throw that away.
Moshi just trying to play his spacing here. Ice Grenade is going to be tossed out, and smoke tossed out, and that very quickly forces Xbor to find a reposition, as they know exactly where Buriram is attacking from. Jonah with the nade being cooked up and goes wide as he tosses it towards the opposite end of the battlefield. Alan, on the other hand, will find a grenade flying past his face. No response, but they find nothing as they circle around.
This smoke, though, actually going to help out Alan. He's going to be able to cross. X4 is going to under some pressure. Has some space to heal back up. Alan actually getting tagged. They're going to turn the corner and find Get High.
Oh!
We talk about this smoke grenade in the middle of the hallway, allowing Alan to sneak right through. And now, it's going to be dropped by Jonah. Get High is low, but Jonah finding 2. More than what WAG would have liked to give. X4 and Alan on the ground. Alan will be eliminated. X4 as well. 2 for 2. Wasana is low. Needs some time to heal back up. So Moshi will be sacrificed.
It's a 2v2 for an all-out M590 on the side of WAG. And Wasana picks up the M590 as well, dropping the sniper on the player. 2v2 as the circle closes on in all-out chaos. You need to play it well, and Jonah hits the triple on this round to pull Buriram back into the game.
That's the equalizer for BRU. Very much needed. Jonah, massive play alongside Get High to find 2 crucial eliminations, and of course to eventually close it out. It was tough for WAG at the very end because of the position that they were in, and now the game is truly on. Economy, great for BRU, not so for WAG. X4 has no defense at all.
This is a tense game for sure. WAG trying to close this off, and Buriram desperately hanging on for their dear lives. Wasana with the AWM this time round. Look at those ice grenades forcing them back. Jonah all alone in front, and he tries to take the flank around, and he pays a big price for it. Krillin finds him.
Massive Ignis wall to stop the rest of BRU from pushing forward, and Alan converts onto Get High. And Cyrus drops the nade onto Wasana. That's a 3-pointer if I've seen one. So it's down to Moshi against Alan and X-Bor.
Moshi's the dangerous one though. Alive, has knocked down 2 players already. X-Bor looking for the sniper on the opposite team. Spots him out, sees the grenade being tossed. Cannot get to him just yet. And X-Bor gives that information on to Alan as he slowly tries to wrap around Moshi with Sliver. Hell, what a play with it! Smoke walks straight into the grenade, gets tagged up, but Moshi's still alive.
Oh, X-Bor's tracking him down. This is close. X-Bor wins. Goes for the
series point, Husky.
The wide swing from X-Bor. Moshi was not expecting him to be that far out in the open, because that shot was lined up to be a close angle, to be a tight one as soon as he turns. But X-Bor, he was out in the open, and look at that shot. Moshi was not expecting that at all.
Nuh-uh, bro. Nuh-uh. Nobody from Thailand was expecting that one. Buriram now 1 point away from losing the series and getting kicked out of the preseason Clash squad here at FFWS SEA 2025. And WAG potentially going to make history here by not allowing Buriram to get to the finals of a competition.
The hardest round to close out for WAG is this one for sure. Cyrus taking out space. Oh, Wasana, he doesn't know it. Tagged up. No knocks, and that's a blessing in disguise.
Almost gets the follow-up. Moshi's going to be very dangerous. What a gap! With the toss of that nade, Moshi had to pull out an instant glue wall there. Very smart spot here. Too many players up on this platform within this factory for my liking on the side of WAG.
But then again, if you hold that spot, it allows for the push! Another Ignis wall to break the battle line. Wasana needed to help it, but could not. So Wasana and Moshi both drop. Jonah tagged through the smoke. He's trying to find a way out of this, but there's no way out. Get high. What can you do? And it's WAG to knock out BRU from the preseason Clash squad. They are the last team to lock in semifinals.
Bye, Buriram, says one of the most inspiring teams out of Vietnam. My God, WAG, what a historic moment here. What a proud moment here for the Vietnamese squad. I don't even think they thought that was coming. They obviously hoped for it, but they did not know it was coming.
We did say at the start of the show that WAG is going to be the next up-and-coming team to carry the Vietnamese flag. And they have definitely done the region proud with this KO punch onto BRU in what seems to be a match I think some people definitely expected, predicted WAG to have a chance, maybe a 60-70 odds or a 40-60 odds, but a 2-0 over BRU, that was not on my bingo card at all.
No. I'm just super shell-shocked with this result. WAG, man, I mean, it was a very serious game from the very start. The active skill picks were very solid on the side of WAG. Once again, not going for what's truly, just the strong active skills, right? Just playing to their own strengths. When they brought out that combination, right? The electrotherapy as well as with that Zane extra layer of defense, Alan turned into a Terminator, and he was doing exactly what a Terminator goes out there to do. He was slaying Buriram players one after the other. It's actually pretty surprising that Buriram was not able to counter those plays at all. In fact, I thought they were slightly better than that mechanically.
Yeah, they were. I think that's props to WAG being able to shut down the core functions of BRU, right? Like Wasana wasn't allowed to just run into the fray like he always does. Moshi, he comes under massive pressure. Like back then, if you try to fight Moshi 1v1, he just wins. But apparently not anymore. He himself is feeling the heat because every single time he pops up, he starts worrying about whether X-Ball is going to, find him or whether extra pressure is going to come from WAG. And not to mention, the theme of the entire series is WAG is letting BRU use utilities while they just wait until BRU gets impatient. They're like, we have no utilities, we gotta find info, we go in, and WAG springs their trap.
And they were so on point throughout the whole match. I mean, every single game from the side of WAG. You mentioned X-Ball. Let's talk a little bit more about him. Up against Moshi, one of the greatest snipers in the history of Free Fire Esports. X-Ball was not missing his mark. X-Ball was not missing his opportunities. This guy was playing at his very best against one of the best in the industry, right? And he held his own. In fact, he was the more impressive sniper in Clash Squad today. I mean, good on WAG, good on Vietnam as a region, good on X-Ball as a player who has really, improved so much in the recent past. Of course, it's a little bit of a downside here as well that we didn't actually get to see Wasana go on a rampage with that electrotherapy of his own out there on the battlefield.
Yeah, I think he didn't really get his electrotherapy, right? Like game one, I think game one he did, but game two, Alok, not really what I think they were looking for. Again, when you can only have one unique ability on a team, you don't really get that triple, quadruple Tatsuya BRU that we are used to seeing, right? Like only one person can get it. They gave it to Moshi because Moshi is sort of the all-rounder, and it does help a sniper player to reposition quickly. That means Wasana gotta take the brunt of it. I take Alok, I still have the offensive capability, but now I am not as self-sufficient as I was when I had that double Rebel rush, and in this case, WAG just shut that down fairly quickly. 6-3 on Kalahari, 6-4 on Bermuda, and a 2-0 scoreline. We didn't even need Xterra.
Yeah, this preseason's really not favoring Buriram United Esports at all. I mean, earlier in the day, we saw how Twisted Minds kind of clunked out. In fact, just in the previous series, we saw how Twisted Minds clunked out. Falcons did phenomenally well. Up against WAG, on the other hand, we cannot say the same for Buriram. It's not like Buriram didn't play well. WAG stepped it up so phenomenally well, right? And, I till now did not see that Steffi come into play much at all. But it mattered not for Krillin, right? It was not just purely about the active skills. It was about his mechanical skills out there on the battlefield. It was about his passive skills as well that was giving the rest of his team members very, very much required information as well as passive abilities to hold that extra layer of defense for himself to assist Alan to be the Terminators out there on the battlefield.
Yeah, with the J beeps on top of that, so some extra EPs to work with. But I say, again, the unsung hero for the team. I'm glad that he's getting his spotlight on that MVP screen, because more often than not, he's the one getting those utility ins. He's the one that's setting it up for his teammates, and at the same time supporting those in the front line. And once more, even distribution across the board for both teams in terms of their assists, in terms of their eliminations, and even damage dealt wasn't too far apart from one another.
Yeah, I mean, damage dealt not too far apart. That's, very believable based on how back and forth the games were going. But look at the difference in terms of elimination here, and look who's clocking down at the bottom. Get High and Moshi getting only 4 eliminations each. Wasana getting 5. This is just not the usual Wasana. This is not the usual Buriram that we are so used to seeing out there on the battlefield. This was a softer version, softer approach from the side of Buriram. But, good on them, man. I'm glad this happened because now WAG gets to shine like the diamonds that they are. Look at this. Alan, 13 eliminations as opposed to Wasana, who kind of clocked in 9 this time round. Not so impressive. Damage-wise, very impressive for Wasana. Through those 9 eliminations, he got a total of 6k damage. But Alan on that 7k, every single stat, he did better than Mr. Wasana.
I gotta say, after, 2-3 years of just raw domination from BRU, any player that enters the team, it's gonna be put under a microscope. And this is definitely not the first ever time that BRU got read. I believe that teams have started reading BRU way before, right? Like even EWC was like the first ever tournament that people really saw the cracks in how to deal with BRU. Not the cracks, but the methods to deal with BRU. And then come Global 2024, Fluxo was a good example of how to deal with BRU. And they did it as Magic Squad the year before. And then when you look at X4 and Moshi, this is perfect. Like X4 his eliminations, most of it didn't even come from taking down Moshi. It was taking down the teammates around him, right? Finding Wasana when he's trying to hide away, getting good snipes onto Jonah from afar. He is just getting the crucial knocks for his team.
Absolutely, man. And of course, you look at the eliminations, obviously X4 doing slightly better, but damage-wise, Moshi just kind of shooting all around the battlefield, trying to slow down WAG as a whole, but just not as focused as X4. X4 was a man on a mission, and his mission was to find Moshi so that he can take out one of the strongest links of Buriram very early on, and it seems like he did well to contain the monster called Moshi. Tomorrow, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, when we open up the final day for Clash Squad here at the preseason, we have got 3 full series for you guys. The first 2 will be a best of 3. There'll be a battle between RRQ Kazu and Onyx Olympus in an all-out Indonesian showdown. And of course, we'll also have Team Falcons taking on WAG to see if or not Vietnam can conquer yet another team from Thailand. And the winner of those 2 series will face off in the grand finals in a best of 5.
It's going to be super exciting, right? Because you look at these 4 teams, some of them have been at the top, some of them have been close, and some of them haven't even tasted what it's like to be within touching distance. And the only team that has tasted a championship so far is Team Falcons, and then followed by RQ Kazu, who got insanely close, and then you have WAG and Onyx Olympus, the up and coming at this point. I think the stage is set perfectly for a showdown.
I mean, I cannot disagree with you, Husky. I think it was a perfect day. We've seen these teams growing for so many years now, and it's great to see finally the competition move on to a whole new level where the dominators of the past are no longer the only dominators. We've got so many of them so clean at this game that it's very difficult to determine exactly who's going to come out the champion at the end of the day. It was just like that for Battle Royale at the preseason. It might just be just like that here at Clash Squad. But on that note, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, my name is AJ. I'm the Mustache down here with Husky, signing off from day 1 of Clash Squad. We'll see you guys tomorrow. Make sure you're there.